So good morning, friends. We start with our case study discussion first. And as you know, the session is divided into two halves. Half of the case studies I'll be taking and half will be taken by Mr. Rangan Datta, who is an IAS officer. And some of the I will be taking and some of the questions he will be taking. Most of the case studies will be dealt by me and theoretical questions by him. So as you know, the way the question paper was worded this year, if you find, I've been always maintaining it, the theme that we find here is change. And in most of the questions, what are the techniques by which we can bring about a change in the behavior and attitudes happens to be the basic crux of all case studies. Further, if you see, in most of the case studies, if we were to identify what are the areas of your syllabus that find expression, so one is persuasion, because you see the case studies, Dalit chef and the high caste students. Now, if you were to make high caste students attend the school and have the meals, so what is required? Basically, the idea is attitudinal and value reorientation. So that is why persuasion, attitude and social influence, these are the three most important things. Along with this, the basic knowledge of fundamental rights, which you have well studied, and duties. This is the basic requirement for answering all the questions in our case studies. And I maintain this, that not only for this, in future also, there will be case studies along specific lines. For example, there will be case studies pertaining to gender inequality. This will be a common theme. There will be case studies pertaining to child labor, how to discourage it. There will be case studies pertaining to protection of environment. These are the common happening topics. So the case studies will be like this only. Most of the case studies will center around environment protection, child labor and gender equality. If you see, in the past also, most of the case studies have been like this. Now, without wasting any time, we take up the case study number 9 first. Question number 9 for the first case study. I hope that you have studied this case study in advance. Assume that you are the CEO of the company. What would you do to diffuse the volatile situation on the date of gate crashing, with violent mobs sitting inside the company premises? What can be a long-term solution to the issue discussed? And every solution that you suggest will have negative and positive impact on you as CEO and as well as the employees and the performance of the employees. Analyze the consequences of each of your suggested actions. So the first part of the case study is how to handle the mob. Now, when we talk of the first part, what options lie in front of us? These are the options. Number 1, engagement with the mob leaders. If you properly engage yourself with mob leaders, half the battle is won. So engagement with the mob leaders is the first effort of yours. Now, what would be the second thing? Inform the police. Because there is a scope for violence. So inform the police and seek their help. Now what will be the third effort? Third would be to secure the property and the workers inside the company. ना जान का ना माल का किसी का खतरा नहीं होना चाहिए. This is what our third option is. Now fourth option is you have to also ensure your workforce that the guilty will be punished. So fourth option is ensuring your workforce that guilty would be punished. Basically, as a CEO, you have to lift up the morale of your workforce and deflate the morale and aggression, or better word will be hostility and aggression of the mob. There are only two activities in front of you: to deflate the hostility and aggression of mob and to increase the morale of your workforce. But the first priority is to deflate hostility and aggression. That is why I said, if you see every case study from here on, there will be one reference to handling mob violence. Because in India you find lynch mob mentality has increased over time. So therefore this becomes an automatic case, and we will not say dialogue. The language is very important. We will talk about engagement with mob. Engagement is a better word, because we are not here to offer something very great pleasant things to them. So engagement with mob. Now how to keep mob engaged? Because you understand, life is all about attrition. Okay sir, if you tire them out, so they will retire. So we will have to tire them out. Now engagement with the mob. In any engagement that we make, what is our first priority? She will tell. कोई बात नहीं, वैसे तो मैं तैयार ही हूँ. देखिए जी, इंगेजमेंट जब आपकी होती है तो आप क्या कहते हो कि मेरे से बेहतर लड़का कोई नहीं. यही तो बोलोगे. देखिए यहाँ से एक लड़के की आवाज़ आ गई, मैं भी हूँ. वहाँ से दूसरे की आ गई, देखो मुझे भी देख लो, तो गड़बड़ हो जाएगी. तो इसका मतलब है सर, वन सोर्स ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन. मल्टीपल सोर्सेज नहीं होने चाहिए, वन सोर्स ऑफ कम्युनिकेशन. In any engagement with mob, the first thing is one source of communication. Because if you have multiple sources, confusion will occur, their stand will be emboldened. First point is this. Now what is the second requirement here? The second requirement is calm exterior. If your heart is in your mouth and they know that they have frightened you to the hilt, they will get more furious. So therefore sir, composure maintenance is the key. So body language should be suggestive of confidence. It should be suggestive of confidence. That means I can handle it. It's not going to be any problem at all. I've been in this situations earlier also. That is very, very important, because if you do not have the calm exterior and they get to know that they have frightened you, you are in trouble. So therefore, very, very important, body language suggestive of confidence. Confidence in tackling the situation. That is very important. This is the second aspect of any kind of engagement that we talk about. Now the third thing that we need in the mob, there are always some leaders. So identify the troublemakers. Not everybody makes the trouble. So you have to identify the troublemakers and enter into an engagement with them, explaining to them your stand. Explaining to them your stand. This is very, very important. Another thing very important. Find the allies in the mob or the crowd, because you are a CEO of the company. You have your workforce also. Now, mob is what? Mob is a mass which is de-individuated. They have lost their identity. They have submerged their identity in the group identity. Now, if I can say, oh, Kallu, I have seen you somewhere. Kallu immediately recognizes. There is one-to-one relationship built. If you can identify Kallu, Pillu and Tillu in the mob, then mob will automatically disperse her. So, therefore, identify your allies in the crowd or the mob. And also, in handling the mob, use fear appeal. You can always use fear appeal in handling the mob. Tell them that you see how their position is incorrect and how if they are 40 in number, there are 700 people working, so therefore we will outnumber them. देखो जी game किसका है? Numbering. If I can tell them that there are 700 people working here in the company, 500 are present. At one call of mine, they will all be present here. So we can outnumber you. So fear appeal is very, very effective in handling the mob. So use fear appeal. Because number matters. Tell them that we can outnumber them. Clearly indicate to them that you can outnumber them. That is very, very important. Next, ensure your safety and the safety of the people with you. This is also very important. Your safety and the safety of the people with you. In sometimes you have to outshout them also. It's not like this that we will succumb. Any idea, because when I said enter into an engagement explaining them to your stand, it means company clearly tells that you see company stands for certain ethical grounds company stands. So company will not budge from its stance. Now if you are demanding some explanation, so have it through proper channel. The basic idea is this: if you want a job, you can't force us to give the job here and now, and we will not have you on the payroll not doing anything, because it is a reinforcement for similar behavior by the hooligans of other political party also. So remember this: you have to clear. When I say engagement, explaining your stance, it means you can clearly tell them that when the vacancy arises, we will provide the job. There is no issues on that. Only to the people who have the merit and qualification, and that should be done through the proper channel. The basic idea is this. You have to inform them about this. Otherwise, they will, if we happen to yield here, what will happen is that it is quite likely it will become a trend in future, and again we will be put under similar pressures by the people from other political parties. So therefore, you have to take a stand of not yielding an inch on your ground, but explaining to them that your policies are very transparent and you follow certain set of principles and you continue to retain those principles. That is how it is. And also, very important in this, never start physical confrontation. No physical confrontation. only verbal match, no physical match. Because once you start physical confrontation, it will give them also the license to indulge in this. And also, at times, raising your pitch helps. There are times when you can be soft, but there are times when you have to raise your pitch. So you have to shout loud and show an intransigent, uncompromising position on certain situations, particularly when it comes to core values of your company. Because no compromise with core values. Now that should be fair and clear to all, that there will be no compromise on my core values. This is how we go about engagement with the mob. This is the way you will write it. And this can easily make up for 100 words. The principal thing is engagement. Point clear? So this is how it is. Remember this, lowering your pitch is okay at times, but sometimes raising it is also a requirement. And remember that you have to communicate clearly to them that there will be no compromise on certain issues, and particularly where your core values are involved. Clear? So this is how we go about the first aspect of the question. And now the second says that what are the long-term measures available? What long-term measures would you suggest? So long-term measures would involve, number one, taking legal recourse. Now legal recourse, because the question says every solution you suggest, negative and positive impact on you as a CEO and the employees and the performance. Clear, sir? So taking legal recourse. Why? Now legal recourse has its own set of problems. One advantage of legal recourse is that guilty will be eventually punished, and it will in longer run build the morale of the workers. It will build the morale of the workers. But remember, workers also need a short-term incentive as well, not a long-term, just a long-term one. Time and cost-intensive process. It will be a time and cost-intensive process. Taking legal recourse would be time and cost-intensive process. This is the problem with legal recourse. This is one of the ways out. Now, second is increased deployment of security personnel who are trained in crowd management. ये जरूर लिखना है. Deployment of security personnel trained in crowd management. Deployment of security personnel trained in crowd management. प्रॉब्लम क्या है इसमें? अब ये काम थोड़ा करना पुलिसिंग का, कॉस्ट इंटेंसिव, इट विल कॉस्ट कंपनी एक्सचेकर, इट मे ऑल्सो ऑब्स्ट्रक्ट the smooth working in the company. It will also be an obstruction in a smooth working in the company. Although it will ensure what? It will ensure some kind of deterrence effect. There will be some kind of a deterrence effect, but there will be cost intensive obstruction in smooth working of the company. Why? Because every time you see only security personnel, so it is disturbing for the worker also. Because if I give this an idea that this is a fortress, okay, which is heavily guarded, so you don't feel very confident. You feel something wrong must be happening here. Agreed or not, sir? So see, not only just the weapon, the sight of the weapon can also be intimidating. So if you have too many security personnel, so it is intimidating for a worker. It feels that in what kind of company do we work, which needs so much of security. So there are certain doubts that might come in the minds of the workers as well. While on one hand they may feel secure, but on other hand they will feel frightened also, because we need so much of security. Agreed? Now the third thing which we can talk about is use of technology for better surveillance. The third aspect we can long term measure है ये, जहां जहां रह गया था मामला टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज का. So you can use technology for better surveillance. Technology for better vigilance. Now, what does technology do? Technology will identify crowd movement, aggregation of people, etc., etc. So, at least this kind of an impact technology will make. In fact, let me tell you, when you are negotiating with the mob, you can always refer to technology as well. For example, you can always say, see, we are having a dialogue, we are having an engagement, I am explaining to you few things, your entire activity is recorded there. So don't think that you will escape. Any vandalization you do here, it is well recorded, well documented, we have data with us, and it will take just minutes to file an FIR and have you prosecuted. Okay, so this is the kind of threat. For example, in metro it happens. जैसे आपके ऊपर नजर रखी जा रही है. अब देखो जी, जितने चोर उचक्के हैं, चाहे कैमरे काम कर रहे हैं ना कर रहे हो, ये कि मेरे ऊपर नजर रखी जा रही है is good enough. Means that I am under surveillance is good enough. So that is the reason these surveillance mechanisms are very useful. It will alert the workers. Advantage is this, it will alert the workers. जो शरारती तत्व कंपनी के अंदर है वो भी ढर्रे में आ जाएंगे. तो दो को हर आदमी कुछ शरारती तो होता ही है. एग्रीड और नॉट? तो जो कंपनी के अंदर अपना काम भी कर रहे थे कंपनी के अलावा वो पकड़े जाएंगे सर. एक तो ये है कि बेटर विजिलेंस, दोनों के ऊपर नजर है. तुम्हारे पे भी नजर है और गुंडों पे तो नजर ही है. सो सी, टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर बेटर विजिलेंस इज अ वेरी गुड मेजर. इसमें प्रॉब्लम सिर्फ एक ही है जी, एक तो लगा खर्चा, कॉस्ट इंटेंसिव. It will be a cost intensive thing, and it may make workers also unnecessarily over conscious. Okay, workers over conscious or anxious. Now too much of vigilance is also problematic at times, you see. So workers may become over conscious and anxious. Most of the time they are ensuring, rather than doing work, they are not doing anything which is not regarded as work, and which may lead to some kind of penalty being imposed on them. So that is how it is, sir. Clear? So this can also be a solution. Now fourth long term measure is, company, it is clearly said, is run on certain basic values and it adheres to its values. So why not use those values for image promotion and building up of social capital? So that once the company has earned tremendous social capital, what will happen? Any kind of similar activity by undesired elements, it would directly mean that it will bring bad name to the political party whom they represent. So therefore, use of social media and as well as mass media campaigns to highlight use of accountability, responsibility, transparency, etc. that company follows. This will help generate further goodwill for the company. Number one, it will help generate goodwill for the company. And number two, it will enhance their social capital. In this mass media campaigns, company can highlight that how it has helped generate employment for local people and how transparent its employment policies are. This can be a very good measure, sir. It will provide company a kind of a muscle which it can flex. Because when there are so many people swearing by the name of company, for example, sir, image of Infosys is different from the image of Reliance. Not only in India, but world over. Whatever CSR Reliance may claim that they do, okay, we know very well they must be doing it something for their own interest only. But in the case of Infosys, similar feeling won't come. Even when they may not be as good paymasters as Reliance is, but we know that Reliance people mean some hanky-panky business. Agreed or not? So this is how social media and mass media effort can help generate goodwill for the company, social capital base for the company. That can also be a part of long-term policy. मैं तो इतने पॉइंट बता दी सर, इसके बियॉन्ड लिखना मुश्किल है, ना इतने सोचे जाते हैं ना लिखे जाते हैं, पर कम से कम आगे सोचे जा सकते हैं, because questions will be more or less similar. Okay, and the last is you can take up the issue with the senior members of the political party who these hooligans represent. Okay, sir, that is the last part. There will be no threat there, but you will inform them very politely that you see your items have raided our company, and now if it happens again in future, not only we will go for criminal prosecution, but also let me warn you, we will carry out a campaign against the political party who is encouraging these kind of things, and the kind of popular support we have with the people, it will backfire for you. These 40 people would mean that 40 elected representatives you have from this area, none of them will be elected again. Agreed or not? This kind of fear appeal can be very, very effective, sir. So some kind of dialogue with the senior leaders of the political party which they represent can also be the answer. Now this is a very comprehensive, complete presentation, because 250 words have to be written. More than this you can't write. Point here, sir. Our idea is this. You still, if you have some points in mind, you can always mention them. We are not saying this, but almost everything has been covered here. That this is the comprehensive way of dealing with the situation. But remember, sir, they have deliberately said mob. They have said, because they wanted you to answer the question, how would you handle mob? And mob handling quality is just one. Mob represents a diffused identity, that de-individuated, uske liye word hai ek, de-individuated mass. By each one of us wants to do some anti-social activity. There is a desire. Why not do that kind of activity which society forbids us to do? Because the fruit, forbidden fruit, is the desire to taste it, is the desire of everyone. But why don't we taste it? Because we know, suppose we go to one center to taste it, what will happen? Uncle was there. He recognized us. Beta, tu dekh raha hai picture? अब देखो जी, अंकल देखे ना देखे वो अलग बात है, पर आप नहीं देख सकते उसको. जब आपसे बोला गया तू देख रहा है पिक्चर, when uncle recognized you, so you could not see the picture properly. Agreed or not, sir? Bunking the school, when you see the movies, the problem is of being not just caught by the school authorities, that we can handle, but our own near dear ones. Are you getting my point or not? Therefore, if you are in a foreign land, you don't mind doing some of the not so desirable activities. Why? Because nobody sees you there. ये एक अलग बात है, अमेरिका में भी आपको देख लिया लोगों ने, एग्रीड, और चर्चा हो गई आपकी, वो एक अलग बात है. See, one second, sir. De-individuated mass. Now I have to individuate them. Means I know you personally. If you are convinced and we see eye to eye and you are convinced that I know you personally, what will happen? The tendency of the person which otherwise is guided by the sense of displacement and diffusion of responsibility, now he will feel that he is the responsible. Are you getting my point or not, sir? Actually, why is it so that mob violence is there? Because when you lose your identity, I lose my identity, so whosoever pelts the stone, okay, we feel that nobody is seeing us. And even if they see us, they can't punish us. We are such large in number. That is the feeling. Now, if I can have an alliance with you, I can recognize that you were there. So what will happen? All of a sudden you will feel that he knows me. And now you are feeling you have started feeling more responsible. So that is why finding your allies in the crowd, telling the leaders in no uncertain term with a calm exterior that you are capable of managing this situation as you have handled it earlier successfully as well, and that police is round the corner. So this is, and that company will not budge on most fundamental values of it. It is transparent in its action. Now remember this, if you write this suggestion that I will try to accommodate their demands, I will try to explain to them that we can consider employment later on, it is not going to help matter, sir. Sometimes you have to outshout. In the case of crowd situation, you have to outshout them. It is very, very important. We are not saying that we will not consider them for employment, but if they come through proper channel and they have the necessary qualifications. So we retain the kind of value position we started with. That is very, very important. Because let me tell you, that there is a threat to your physical existence, that threat would remain and would only increase if you bow down. But if you hold your head high, it's quite likely that threat may be finished forever. अरे अलाइ क्या होता है, मॉब क्या है, कैसे ये अलायंस कैसे बनता है, ऐसे थोड़ा बनता है. अब मैं तेरे को जानता हूं, मैं हंसा तेरे को देख के, तूने भी मुस्कुरा लिया, बन गई अलायंस. ये थोड़ा होता है कि मैंने अपने आदमी बिठा रखे हैं. अलायंस कैसे बनता है भाई? मोहब्बत पैदा करने के लिए आंटी को जानना जरूरी थोड़ा है. कैसी बात करते हो यार? अलायंस का मतलब क्या है? अलायंस का मतलब ये है हम कौन से मिले हुए एक दूसरे से, पर मुझे लगता है मैं आपको जानता हूं. ऐसा होता है. तरीका क्या है सर? सबसे बड़ी बात तो यही है कि जब आप अल्लाह मचा रहे हो और मैं हंस रहा हूं, आधा तो आदमी वहीं ठंडा हो जाता है, यार ये क्या चीज है, और उसके बाद ये इशारा कर दिया, खत्म, कॉन्फिडेंस खत्म. ये गेम कॉन्फिडेंस का है. फिर मैंने ये कर दिया ना हंसते हंसते. अब आप देखो, मैं धमकी दे रहा हूं आपको, आप हंस रहे हो, दूसरा आदमी वैसी टेंशन में. सारी बिहेवियरल साइंस कहती है, समझे आप बात? दिस इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सर. हैंडलिंग मॉब, इसका मतलब ये नहीं है कि आई विल डेवलप, प्लेस माई पीपल देयर, देयर विल बी अलायंस आई विल बी सीकिंग. इट इज नॉट लाइक दिस. रिमेंबर, द होमोजेनिटी ऑफ अ मॉब इज अ मिथ. There are chicken-hearted items there also. So if I can have this kind of thing, sir, see, human beings are believers of reciprocity. So if I smile, the general tendency is to reciprocate it back. And this is what we call as alliance. यहां लिखेगा क्यों भाई? वो तो तुमसे पूछ रहा है, तू बता कि क्या करेगा. लिख के दे दिया तो फिर क्या बचा? बताओ जी. नहीं नहीं, पहले तो क्राउड और मॉब में तो क्लियर डिफरेंस है, उसके बाद छोड़ दो तुम एक्टिव और पैसिव का. हाँ आगे बोलो आप. They have not come for the objective. यही तो गलती है. They have not come for the objective of taking a job. They have come an objective that they be put on payroll. They will never come to company for work and they will continue to get salary free of cost. यही तो हम एक्सप्लेन कर रहे हैं कि भाई साहब फिरौती पे नहीं पिटेंगे हम. हमने यही तो बोला, जॉब चाहिए तो तरीके से आ जा, चैनल तो ओपन है. हम यही तो बोल रहे हैं उससे. भाई क्या जो जॉब थोड़ा डिमांड कर रहे हैं सर, वो तो कह रहे हैं जी पेरोल में रख लो हमें, फिर उसके बाद हम नेतागिरी करेंगे कंपनी में. एक तरह से वो कंपनी अपने पिताजी की बना रहे हैं. जो कंपनी आपने सेट की है, नाउ आई वांट दैट कंपनी टू बी माइन. Remember this, sir. Have a clear vision. They have not come there for a job. If you have come for a job, there is a procedure by which you come. And that procedure is a formal channel. What they are doing is that they have get crashed. They have somehow, they have been let in by some reason. We will try to identify the security loophole also later on as a long-term measure, जो surveillance mechanism की बात कर रहे हैं हम, that how they have been let in. ये बात clear रखिए दिमाग में. Point clear? That is why I tell you, sir, in this case, you can never say that I will try to pacify them by promising them job and later detract. Because let me tell you this, you will clearly say that we have a policy. We follow the policy. Point clear or not? We are not taking a confrontationist stand. We are trying to pacify them by saying this. And if you have done the mistake once, I will pardon this time. but next time we will not pardon you. And remember, mob game is guided by numbers. Why is it that mob can pelt stone? See, mob will generally not be very aggressive if they see huge police presence. That is intimidating. So what do? I call my support staff and tell all security guards to come at the place where I am negotiating with them. So when they see our number also, they are just 40. When they see our number also, they will automatically melt. That is a normal human game. Point clear, sir? So this is what our idea is.
Sir, in case the cause of mob is right, I mean,
mob can never be right. You know why? Because mob represents a very active crowd which has lost its sense of purpose and objective. Mob can never be right, otherwise it is an organized group. It is never called as mob. The word mob has negative connotation. Mob can never have positive connotation. So you never say. Mob is characterized by what? Emotional of. Are you getting my point? Emotional upsurge of a very high order. And that emotional upsurge has been caused how? That emotional upsurge is the result of some kind of articulation of some rumors or some wrong information by their leaders which have resulted in that upsurge. And that is the reason I will have one source of communication, and while I am communicating to the leaders, it is very important that others in the mob also, others also happen to hear our conversation. क्या होगा कि अगर वो leader आगे है, if these three people are there sitting here, rest all represent a mob, and I communicate with them, they don't hear. So leaders can always miscommunicate. So when I will communicate with them loud and clear so that others can hear, we are very clear about this, sir. If you have come here for a job, if we have vacancies and you have merit, you are ready to work, we are ready to accommodate. We have no issues with that. But if you threaten us and take a job, just being on a payroll, not doing anything, we will not allow this kind of politicization to happen in our company. You be clear on your fundamental values. Company follows fundamental values that is clearly listed of transparency, accountability, honesty, integrity, and there will be no compromise on that. ये आपका fundamental position होनी चाहिए, sir. There will be no compromise on that. Because if you show yourself as a compromising person, particularly on salient values, it speaks about what kind of infirm mind you are. यही तो देख रहे हो केस स्टडी में कि तुम्हारा माइंड स्टेबल और फर्म है या नहीं है. Point clear or not, sir? Now we go to the case study number 2. एक एक करके कान दो है, सुनाई एक देता है.
How to accommodate this point, like the company doesn't extend favors to civil administration and law.
हाँ, that is okay. When I say company does not extend any favors to civil administration, it means what? The company's balance sheets are very clear. Company's integrity is of very high order. यही तो हम कह रहे हैं आपसे. तभी तो मैंने बोला आपसे एक पॉइंट. मैंने इतनी गुडविल जनरेट की है सर. अब मैं उसको इनकैश करूंगा. Earlier I was silent. I did the mistake of not building up the social capital. Now you see, nobody will try to kill a milking cow, a cow that offers milk. Okay, sir. Now the idea is company is a cow that offers milk. It generates employment in the local area. So which politician would like to make this company be shut down? Or why will people allow for closure of this such type of company? Now that is the part of a long-term strategy we will do. ये तो लिखना ही लिखना है सर कंपनी ने. I have not encashed on my goodwill, probably this is the why it happened. Now I will encash my goodwill. That is how it is, sir.
Sir, while informing the police, so can it be like, since it doesn't extend favor, so police may not be...
यार ये तो मतलब I mean if you do not extend favor, police will not come. Now such things you can't write. मतलब एक तरह से आपने सबको भाई को हमाम में जलील कर दिया है. मतलब सारे गंदे आदमी बैठे हुए हैं. फिर ऐसे तो सर कंपनी एग्जिस्ट नहीं कर सकती. अगर हर शाख में उल्लू बैठा है, if there is an owl on every branch, so we will be night birds only. No, it is not possible, sir. You can't write that also. If police is also not helpful, civil administration is not helpful, etc. अब for example, pros and cons में देखो जी, अब केस स्टडी तो बहुत लंबी होती है, पूरे पॉइंट समय के अभाव में डिस्कस भी नहीं किया जा सकते. फॉर एग्जाम्पल नाउ व्हेन वी से we take an example that we carry out, we talk to the political leaders. Now, one is that political leaders understand our position, and they make sure that this never happens again. It could also be like this, that some political leaders at whose behest they are acting might make the life difficult for us also in that area. Are you getting my point or not? But since we have had such a huge goodwill, so probably they will also think twice in doing it.
This whole case study looks like a case of extortion. Do you think so?
Exactly. In all companies it is happening, sir. In all companies, truly speaking, this is happening. It's a common practice that you have your own people. That is why in India, trade union leaders are never concerned about the welfare of the workers. They are only concerned about their personal welfares, the kind of political gains that they can make. Trade union leader tries to just ensure that his can draw political mileage. He is not concerned about the welfare of the workers. Okay, sir, this is the first case study. Now we take case study number 2. You are a sarpanch of a panchayat, number 10. Now, many times, to be honest, we must also admit that not very clearly worded the questions are also. It's a very ambiguously worded case study. For example, discuss some of the feasible strategies to overcome the conflict and create right ambience. Okay, what should be the responsibilities of different social segments to create positive social ambience in accepting that changes? Ab sir, higher caste students and Dalit chef. Now, what are the issues involved here? Issues involved are just two. Number 1, untouchability. Number 2, denial of right to education. दो ही तो हैं. One is denial of right to education. When parents are not allowing their children to go to school because the meals are cooked by Dalit chef, so therefore they are denying their children the right to get educated. And plus untouchability. Untouchability, these are the two core issues. Overcome the conflict and create right ambience. That is the first issue. Now, sir, these are the two issues, and what does the case study call for? Case study calls for basically this: attitudinal and value reorientation. Basically, our case study is this. The issues are two. Number 1, untouchability. Number 2 is right to education denied. Now, what the case study calls for? Case study calls for bringing about attitudinal and value reorientation. Now, attitudinal and value reorientation when we bring about, so how do we go about bringing it? Number 1, our focus will be on the parents of higher caste who have anti-Dalit attitude. One focus is this, because they are the principal players. So we have to focus on them the most. Now, second focus is, apart from parents of higher caste, we also have to reinforce the behavior of parents who send their children to school. Now, there are certain parents who send their children to school. So, we have to reinforce the behavior of those parents as well. And third, sir, we will also have to work with children. Now, those children in the school, their attitudinal orientation towards equality, okay, towards respect for other communities, etc., also needs to be addressed, okay, or strengthened if it is already present, not present, inculcated. Now, the question is very simple, sir. Sir, got the point or not? So, get the crux right, sir. Number 2 big issues: untouchability and right to education denial. And then, what will be principal area of focus? Parents who refuse to send their children to school. Now, why we want to address the parents? Because remember this: child's aspirations are nothing but the internalized projection of similar aspirations of his parents. जो बच्चे की एस्पिरेशन होती है ना सर, वो उसके माँ बाप की एस्पिरेशन का रिफ्लेक्शन होती है. So if we will not take care of parents' attitude and we just take care of children's attitude, so even when we are able to develop in children the right set of attitude, the pathological home climate will convert them into negative. So parents' education must. Point clear, sir? Parents' transformation must. Now see, sir, the operation can be like this, that we have first of all, in the village, if you see, there are two kinds of groups here. Number one, the other caste who are ready to send their children to school. एक तो ये वैरायटी हो गई. एक है हायर कास्ट पेरेंट्स, HCP, हायर कास्ट पेरेंट्स who refuse. They are also of two varieties. The hardliners and the moderate section. And there can be third variety also. Those who succumb to the pressure of the hardliners. They are not against, but they succumb to the pressure. अब जब सर एटीट्यूड चेंज करते हैं ना मैम, तो पूरे पूरे का समाज का नहीं हो सकता एक साथ. आई मेक दिस एज माई टारगेट. टारगेट ग्रुप इज दिस, दो आई विल एड्रेस ऑल टुगेदर, बट आई ऑन दिस. These people are relatively high on the level of reasonable. Very, very, sir, intransigent, uncompromising people, but they are high on reasonableness. What I will do eventually is combine them, make them one group, and then put pressure on hardliners. एक्टिविटी ये होगी. कंफॉर्मिटी प्रेशर ऐसे होता है ग्रुप डायनेमिक्स यूज. भाई ये तो ऑलरेडी मॉडरेट है, इनके पास इनके ऊपर कुछ कैजोलिंग के बाद ये चेंज हो सकते हैं. दे आर because of the pressure put by the hardliners. So if we can assure these groups some kind of complete safety, okay, security, and that local administration backs them up, so pressure can be put on the hardliners or not. This is the, and then there will be additional pressure from the hardliners, from their children, because we will indoctrinate children also with this idea that, see, your future is getting jeopardized because of the refusal of your parents to send you to the school. So the basic idea is this. And what do we propagate to them? We propagate to them this idea that when the meals are cooked by a Dalit chef, the idea is his professional expertise and not his caste. So basic idea is health and hygiene are more important rather than caste. Because if a chef of another caste or higher caste with poor personal hygiene and poor culinary intelligence happens to cook the meals, so what will happen? Children will fall ill. भाई तेरे लड़के कितने हैं? जी दो हैं. अगर दोनों मर गए तो क्या होगा? तेरे दोनों आइटम निकल लिए दुनिया से. क्यों? क्योंकि भाई साहब ऐसे आदमी ने खाना पकाया था जो नाक में उंगली डालता था. Agree or not? The idea is this. Now there are some people full of bacteria and protozoa. Now if they cook meal, what we will get in return? Bacteria, protozoa, all other microorganisms which can threaten our existence. सर यही तो फियर अपील होती है. तो गेम क्या है? गेम सिर्फ एक चीज का होगा सर. यहां पर जो मैकेनिज्म इन्वॉल्व होंगे ना वो ये है. एक तो है जी फियर अपील, दूसरा है जी रिवार्ड अपील. वन इज फियर अपील, सेकंड इज रिवार्ड अपील, एंड थर्ड इज सर कंफॉर्मिटी प्रेशर. और चौथा सर जो हर जगह होता है पर्सनल अपील, बिकॉज आई नो यू. These are the mechanisms I am using. Of fear appeal, I demonstrate to their caste parents that their action is wrong on 3 grounds. Number 1, it is unconstitutional. Number 2, it is illegal. It is illegal. It is unconstitutional. And number 3, it is immoral. All 3 grounds we say their action is wrong. Illegal है, unconstitutional है, immoral है. Illegal, Prevention of Untouchability Act, okay, it goes against it. Unconstitutional, against fundamental rights. And immoral, because you are denying your children the chance to grow. So you are wrong on 3 grounds. Number 1, on the ground of legality, on the grounds of morality, and on the grounds of going against constitution. So understand this kind of fear appeal. And in this kind of fear appeal, what do? I ensure that I am also able to bring local administration into play, because then appeal gets more legitimacy. Okay, the appeal will get more legitimacy if local administration will come into play. So the idea is this: how do I appeal them? I'll tell them, why are you sending your children to school? One of the reasons is you can't offer them 2 square meals a day. Now if you cannot offer them, what kind of father you are? You are playing with the health of your child, number 1. You are playing with the future job prospects of your child, number 2. Okay, in fact you are damaging your own children. Remember this, sir. If I merely tell them it is unconstitutional, they will say to hell with constitution. But if I will say, you can say to hell with constitution, but what about your own constitution which you have given shape in the form of a child? भाई तुम्हारा आगे जीन का रखवाला कौन है? जो पप्पू तुम दुनिया में लाए हो. अगर ये पप्पू की जेनेटिक इक्विलिब्रियम बिगड़ गई और ये चल बसा तो क्या होगा बेटा? इस उम्र में तो दोबारा भी नहीं हो सकता. ये तो सोचो. तो बेसिक आइडिया इज दिस: you don't have an option of bringing another one. And remember, ये तेरे पौधे को तूने बड़ा किया है काफी ताकत लगाकर. बेटा माली तो तू है, लेकिन हर पौधे की रक्षा कर. तो बेसिक आइडिया इज दिस: make sure that the plant that has grown into now some kind of a mature being, okay, make sure that this is taken care of, isn't it? And don't play with its future. Why? Because remember, any appeal I make will definitely make an impact if I can land that appeal in their zone of acceptance by telling them that you see how their behavior is against them. Leave aside anyone else. You see, you play with the health of your child, you play with the future of your child, and you say it is my child. Are you sure it is yours? So we can create guilt feeling also in them. And once we do this, it will have an impact, and have local administration also to support you. And not only local administration, we have to rope in school inspector, we have to rope in BDO, we have to rope in village level workers, Gram Sevak, Gram Sevika, everyone, and the pressure is put. Point clear? And many times what happens is, it is easier to persuade women than men. So their mothers can also, because mother-child bonding is very strong. Father on one hand may say no, but if we can have mothers also as the part of the campaign, it will make a double impact or not, sir? Definitely. And then pressure put from all sides, even hardliners will budge from their position. That is what our approach is. Yes, sir.
So this approach seems to be like not practical.
Why?
Because basically, see, even like this is a 2000-year-old practice. Even Gandhi struggle, even Nehru struggle in Hindu poetry. And even if you see today, you know, marriages are in similar caste. So it's very, very, very difficult. Thousands of years it is there. Okay, so if Gandhiji and Nehru has failed, so what we can do as a person?
Sir, you know, number 1, don't be a born pessimist. No,
They are not denying their right to children. They can send them to nearby school.
अरे यार एक बात बताओ, जिस आदमी के पास रोटी खाने के लिए नहीं है, it is a midday meal which is offered. Now if I am sending my child to the school, that means I don't have resources. It is automatic.
घर से लेके आएगा डब्बा.
अरे यार डब्बा तो घर में तो रोटी बनती नहीं, बाप तो रोज हंगर स्ट्राइकिंग में. भाई आप अपने लड़के को स्कूल कब भेज रहे हो? मिड डे मील में. नहीं तो आप कोई प्राइवेट स्कूल में नहीं भेजते सर, ऑटोमेटिक होता. भाई मिड डे मील में कौन भेजेगा जब पुअर आदमी होगा? और पुअर आदमी के लिए सबसे बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज क्या है? रोटी. रोटी. हम तो रोटी का वास्ता देंगे बेटा, रोटी तेरे मुंह से तेरा लड़का तेरा निवाला निकाल लेगा। देखो, आप गांधी और नेहरू जी की बात मत करो, क्योंकि नंबर 1 आपने गांधी जी और नेहरू जी नहीं बनना, आपने IAS ऑफिसर बनना है सबसे पहली बात, और उसके लिए चाहिए नंबर। अब देखो, मैं ये कह दूं महात्मा गांधी जी फेल हो गए, ये पेपर चेकर को बाहर निकालो, पेपर सेटर को बाहर निकालो, ये क्वेश्चन ही गलत है भाई। वी आर नॉट इन अ पोजिशन टू क्वेश्चन द क्वेश्चन, वी कैन नॉट क्वेश्चन द क्वेश्चन। भाई हम तो सॉल्यूशन चाहेंगे ना सर। मैं आपके सेंटिमेंट से एग्री कर रहा हूं, लेकिन हमें अब देखो एक बात है सर, आप बताओ मुझे, वी टॉक ऑफ पर्सन हु इज पुअर। नाउ अ पुअर पर्सन सर, लेट मी टेल यू, विल डेफिनेटली accept a proposal where he feels that his economic needs are being met in some way or the other. Let me tell you sir, poor people generally who favor the idea of caste based approach are those who are governed by their brothers who are the part of the middle or the upper class. So they are not there at their own behest. That is why I said in the beginning that we have to isolate the hardliners. Pehla kaam, identify with the moderate items, identify with those items who otherwise do not have a reservation, but because of the pressure of being ostracized by their caste, these hardliners have succumbed to the pressure. Now if these people plus those people who are the part of the other caste, who are ready to send their children to the school, now if they can combine and have a support of local administration, sir, you tell me, will it not be there that these people will stand to be isolated? Answer is yes, because they will represent a fair section of the village. Basic idea is this. Now what if the meal, and then this is not the case sir, we will talk about this. For example, we can organize a food festival. In that video, in that sarpanch, in that other members of the panchayat can go and have food. When all will lick their fingers after eating the food, and this message will come to their parents, Haji bada swad tha daddy, maza aa gaya. So then what will happen? Pressure will be put on the parents also. They missed on the food also, missed on everything. Now this is the way it is sir. Remember this, it is not like this that you see this practice cannot be changed. The problem, the time of Mahatma Gandhi, untouchability was far deeper root, had far greater roots. Now at least thanks reservation, things have changed. So it's not practiced to that strong a level sir. Are you getting my point? And present day globalization and urbanization has done what? People understand fairly well the importance of money and the value of money. So they realize that it does not matter whether honey is from lower caste or higher caste. We are okay with him as long as he has money. Agreed or not? So we will tell that what are you offering your children? They will be left behind in the race. And this will make an impact sir. The only way out is this. Remember, we have put pressure on both grounds. We have told them in clear terms that what they are doing is the promoting practice of untouchability, which is a criminal offence, which is non-bailable. But let me tell you sir, reporting these people to the police and taking action on them is the last resort. On some people who are completely intransigent and are hell-bent upon creating problem, for them we will follow this. But that will be our last course of action, not the first course of action. Are you getting my point or not sir? It is very, very important this. And let me tell you this sir, headmaster will also play an important role. He can always indoctrinate children with the right kind of values. And when children will put the pressure also on their parents, it will have double impact. Now these hardliners are from threefold sir. They have threefold pressure on them. Number 1, from the other parents or parents of other caste and their own caste parents who are willing to send their children to school, and plus local administration, okay, plus panchayat members, all are putting pressure, and plus the food festival was a great success. Okay, it had blessings of collector. So all these things will make an impact or not sir? It will.
Sir, one additional point. I don't know whether it will lead to clash or not, but can we have one additional cook who is from the upper?
ये नहीं कह सकते सर, मतलब ही नहीं है.
Sir, same kind of case study happened in my district.
हाँ, so what happened?
At that time, collector went and said that SC women, you have to clean yourself and you dress properly and you have to use proper hygiene equipment like gloves and when you are cooking. You saw, and he have already taken 3 days some regular eating also there, then that total people can.
Sir, dekh lo, exactly this is the program I've told. The proof of the pudding is in eating. If local administration cooperates, they themselves have food, the sarpanch has the food, the BDO has the food there, all children also have it, and it is nicely cooked, and people find it tasty, who will not go to the school? The poor child will, certainly. He is a hungry child. And remember, sending, having additional cook is not okay, sir. To be honest, you can't have additional cook there. You know why? Because number one, it is not listed in the case study that you have an option of additional cook also. Plus, it will be succumbing to the demands. The same situation as earlier. Sir, what you have to demonstrate in all these case studies are, for your salient values. Say, for example, equality, justice, liberty, fraternity, transparency. On that, there can be no compromise.
Sir, but there is one part also, sir, that students may leave the school gets closed.
School, that is why we will say that we will take the action before this happens. Because if it is threatening, now till the time the students are there, भाई केस स्टडी में तो सर वो डालेंगे ऐसा, बट व्हाट वी आर ट्राइंग टू से इज दैट बिफोर द स्कूल फाइनली is non-functional because of the absence of children. Okay, we will take action much before that. And what we will do? We will operate like this. There is additional part, there is second part also of the case study, that what should be the responsibility of different social segments. Now, social segment will include school headmaster one, it will include panchayat members, it will include sarpanch, it will include local administration, school inspector also, sir. And remember, sarpanch will be in touch with local administrator and school inspector also. And headmaster, school inspector, sarpanch, local administration, all will together apply their punch to create this. And sir, right ambience would include a kind of a give and take philosophy. See, what will be right ambience? Right ambience means when I communicate to you that the given action which I suggest to you is not guided by my vested interest. It is guided by your interest. For example, I reason with them like this, as I told you, that see, what is the aim of your boycott? Why are you boycotting? You say, sir, our children will get polluted in the company of a Dalit chef. I tell them that they will be more polluted if they do not receive education. Leave aside Dalit chef, number one. And number two, it is not about Dalit chef. It is about the kind of, you can say, professional excellence that is called for in that a particular job. And that the ideas of purity of pollution, even our constitution has abandoned them. Okay, today the focus is more on health and hygiene. And if, as I said, some parents are intransigent, then we can have them, the law enforcement agencies also into action, first by threat and then by action. But यहाँ तो melt होगा ही होगा ना, sir, if it is threatened like this. The basic idea is to isolate them, name them, shame them. So we have named them, we have shamed them, we have isolated them. Remember this, in any solution to all the case studies, we have to segregate between the hardliners and the moderates. And those people who have a tacit approval, not explicit approval, because of the kind of pressure that has been put on them. ये तीन वैरायटी है इसमें. अब आपने ये लिखा है या नहीं लिखा, ये आपकी चॉइस है, पर यही ही लिखना है. क्योंकि देखिए एन मास एक्शन नहीं हो सकता. You can't have all the people, because all people do not have same anti-low caste attitude. There is a variation in it. And horses for the courses policy. You cannot have a very uniform policy of bringing about attitude change. Point clear, sir? That is why I said all questions here basically dwell on the theme of change. Got the point, sir? We take up the next question. Question number 11 is, a pharmaceutical company discovers that one of the company's best-selling drugs has the potential to cure currently incurable liver disease, which is prevalent in tribal areas. Developing a variant of the drug suitable for human being entailed a lot of research. Now, identify various actions that you can take. तो सर क्या क्या है? देखो भाई, मेरे हिसाब से तो ये प्रायोरिटी है इसमें. नंबर 1 is ask for the financial support from the government. पहला राउंड, पहला काम तो ये है सर. Ask for the financial support from the government. और दूसरी लाइन आपकी पहले लाइन के ऊपर होगी, if for research, And if that financial support is not forthcoming, now my action will start only when that financial support from the government is not forthcoming. Then what do I do? Then the second option could be that joint venture with another pharmaceutical company. JV with another pharmaceutical company. Now third would be approach multilateral organizations like WHO, World Bank for donor funds. Now they are also interest-free funds. We can do this also. Number fourth is crowdsourcing, crowdfunding. ये भी है सर. Number 5 is sir CSR budget from other companies. Number 6 is sir, it can also be a possibility, outsource the project to other cheaper country where research and development facilities are available. For example, now many BPOs have been shifted to Indonesia because where more cheap labor is available, they can do it. So if by chance that opportunity is available, you can do it. And last but not the least is drop the project. ये हमारे पास ऑप्शन अवेलेबल है. Drop the project, of course, will be the last thing. Up now the question is, if you are a CEO of the company and you get government support, now they have asked that pros and cons evaluated by this. Now when you get government support, what is the advantage? Your capital expenditure is saved. One is this, your capital expenditure is saved. Second is sir, in India, anything which has government tag has credibility. So the moment the government tag is available, the credibility of your company goes up. भाई गवर्नमेंट के आप कहते हैं ना भाई गवर्नमेंट स्पॉन्सर्ड है तो उसमें क्रेडिबिलिटी बनती है. आज भी हिंदुस्तान में गवर्नमेंट की थोड़ी क्रेडिबिलिटी है, कम तो होगी पर है. तीसरा है सर, now that the goodwill that will be generated by the project can increase the profitability margins in other drugs. भाई गवर्नमेंट से क्या हुआ सर, you started the project. Now if you can, now that it is known to all that the company is taking up this project solely for the interest of the tribal, and by chance it is able to complete its R&D and create a variant which turns out to be effective, immense goodwill will be generated. And that goodwill generated would influence what? It will influence the profitability in other drugs you are selling there. That is also there, sir. And it can also open a gateway for further such collaborations with the government. Further collaborations with the government regarding this will be generated because of this. Now this is the idea, but what will be the problems? Problem is, sir, time and cost overruns. The basic idea is this, because there is a question of red tape there. So time and cost overruns is a major problem. There will be red tapeism, there may be bureaucratic hassles you might face. These are the problems. Now second is, sir, if you have a joint venture with other pharmaceutical company. So what are the advantages? The risk is shared. The cost is divided, risk is shared. And another thing, when you involve other pharmaceutical company, probably you will have more access to new information. So this information access would improve, which can expedite the research, make research more objective in its approach, and so on. There is a possibility of that. But then the problem is, sir, the cons are goodwill is shared. The goodwill that is there will be shared. And second, to work in JV, you need coordination and cooperation. So managing that coordination and cooperation could also be a challenge. Agreed, sir? And exclusivity over the product will be lost. Because earlier you were exclusive owner of this, now you are no longer exclusive. Clear, sir? Now the third is that you take donor fund from multilateral organizations. Now there you get an interest-free loan. Now the advantage is this, you get an interest-free loan. Second, that UN certification, which is very, very, sir, valuable thing, because you can see it adds to the credibility of the company. And third is, sir, obviously the goodwill benefit. But negative है वही issue है time lag. Time lag is one important issue, and the countries which sanction your fund, because there are member countries who will sanction your fund, may influence your research. So the independence of research may be compromised. There is a chance of that. Independence of research compromised. Now with crowdsourcing, the problem is The advantage is independence retained. You can retain independence. There is no loss of ownership also. Exclusivity over product also is there. Independence retained, exclusivity maintained. But the problem is no certainty of funds. You are not certain whether you will be able to generate the amount you are looking for or not. No, it could be quite possible. You may not reach 50 crore margin, 50 crore target. There is a possibility of this. Because it is all an online activity, you make it known. So there is some expenditure also you will have to do, and also time and cost. Both will go up. Then seek CSR budgets from other companies. There also, sir, advantage is fund certainty. There is a chance of greater fund certainty. It also can add to your reputation. For example, if big companies like Infosys or Reliance or Wipro, etc. are financing, so your reputational value will also go up. But then again, the issue is of red tape. The issue is of red tape. The issue is of your research being influenced. Your research will be influenced. And there is also a risk of breach of security. Because it could happen that they may force you to part with some information, because there may be subsidiaries of these companies also which are in pharmaceutical field. So all these kind of things might happen. And then there is a very, very, obscure proposition, but it can be like this. If you identify some cheap country like Bangladesh or Sri Lanka or etc., so you can outsource there. Ki chalo bhai aisa hai, in our lab if you do research there is a problem, you can do it in your lab. But then again it can reduce the cost. There is one advantage is this. It may also fast track the process of research. But then the problem is, sir, no supervision in the foreign land. You do not have. So what kind of product might come up is a poor product. There is a possibility that finally the variant which arrives at, quality is compromised. There is a chance of quality getting compromised. And the last is drop the idea of the project. Ki hum karte hi nahi ji, chalo. Now this makes business sense, because anyway project was not profitable for you. But if you do this, sir, you lose on the idea of goodwill. Goodwill will be a loss, and the golden chance for building that goodwill will be gone. This is the way our understanding is, sir. Sir, clear? इसमें तो कोई झगड़ा है नहीं. Yes, sir. चॉइस तो बड़ी मुश्किल है, पर गवर्नमेंट विल बी नंबर 1. वो तो कहना ही नहीं कोई, सब कुछ सरकार, मेरी सरकार. नहीं, वो तो हम कह रहे हैं ना. हाउएवर डेवलपिंग अ वेरिएंट विल इंटेल लॉट ऑफ एक्सपेंडिचर. हम तो कह रहे हैं वेरिएंट होगा ना, तो वेरिएंट पहले जानवरों में होगा, फिर आदमियों में भी होगा. ऐसी बात तो नहीं है सर. ये तो कहीं कह नहीं रहे कि वो जो एनिमल के लिए बनाई है ड्रग डायरेक्ट खिला दे ट्राइबल को. ये तो कहीं कह नहीं रहा हूं, क्वेश्चन कह नहीं रहे बात. क्वेश्चन तो सारा झगड़ा तो यही है. नहीं तो हम तो वही ड्रग खिला देते भाई. जो हमारी भैंस ने खाई वही हम उनको खिला देंगे. लेकिन यहां पर तो ये बात है नहीं ना. हम तो कह रहे हैं हमारी भैंस के लिए नहीं, हम तो स्पेसिफिकली आपके लिए बनाएंगे. ये तो क्लियर है इसमें लिखा हुआ. यहां पर तो ये है ही नहीं क्वेश्चन में. सर ध्यान से पढ़ो आप. Pharmaceutical company discovers that one of the company's best-selling veterinary drug has the potential to cure currently incurable liver disease which is prevalent in tribal areas. समझ गए? ये बोला उन्होंने. However, developing a variant suitable for human being entailed lot of research and development. कहीं क्या थोड़ा ना वो कि आदमी पे as a guinea pigs you try on them people. ये तो कह नहीं रहे. वो तो तब होता जो what we have developed for the animals is directly given to the human beings. We have never said that, sir. ये तो हमने बोला ही नहीं. ये तो क्वेश्चन क्लियर कह रहा है. सर प्लीज आइडेंटिफाई दी ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल. एंड ऑप्शंस अवेलेबल वैसे अगर आपके दिमाग में नहीं भी आ रहा तो 3 तो आने चाहिए. नंबर 1 सरकार, नंबर 2 जेवी, एंड नंबर 3 अदर सोर्सेज ऑफ फंड मोबिलाइजेशन. 3 बातें तो आनी चाहिए. अब मल्टीलैटरल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं आ रहा कोई बात नहीं. बट एटलीस्ट these 3 things you have to write. There is no way out, sir. Otherwise you won't survive. Because after all, your answer should be better than your neighbors. The theme is this. Next.
This answer seems to be very elaborate and very good written. If same is written, how much can we expect out of 20?
देखो जी, वैसे तो मैं जानता नहीं, क्योंकि मैंने लिखा है तो मैं तो अपने को 20 ही दूंगा. लेकिन ऐसा है, फिर भी अगर इसका 50% भी लिख देना हम, सर 14-15 marks you will get. ये 50%, sir, not even this. Because see, honestly speaking, I took 25 minutes to write it. अब इतना टाइम थोड़ा सा 25 minutes, because we had to think and write, because we are presenting the best face. But what I want to say is you have to write it in 10 minutes. So even if the 3 points are present, more than enough. But must understand that first idea is सरकार. JV वेवी मत लिखना पहले, जिनने JV लिख दिया ना पहले, वो problematic है. That means you don't trust your government. पहला सर सरकार के पास जाओ, कहो जी ये हिसाब है, अब आप मना कर रहे हो, अब हम और जाएंगे. ये अब देखो जी, ये डिजास्टर प्रोन स्टेट है जी, कई लोग फंसे हुए, निकालना है, आओ लोगों को निकाले. अब इसमें भी सर कहानी है, देखो, यू सी फर्स्ट पैराग्राफ is very critical, because in the case of drug you will write, I will like to develop a cost effective variant of the drug as soon as possible for helping the tribal address the problem of their disease. Okay sir, this is the first line you will write, cost effective variant as soon as possible. Now here also when they say you are as a civil services officer of the state, what order you will give to rescue people? Give justifications. Your answer would be after assessing the ground situation and capacities. A call must be taken. ये जरूर वर्ड लिखना है सर. After assessing the ground situation and capacities, a call must be taken, which will take into cognizance what? The distress level of the people and the degree of helplessness. Distress level faced by the people and the degree of helplessness experienced by them. This is very, very important line, sir. Because you see, this will justify you if you keep patients as number one and not women. ये आपने बोला ना, after assessing the ground situation and capacities, a call must be taken, which takes into cognizance what? Two aspects, degree of helplessness and the distress level experienced. That is very, very important, sir. And then you have, in my opinion, it's the first benefit should go to the patients in the hospitals. Because the reason is, sir, it can aggravate their risk. Second is, sir, their life is already under threat and it will be further threatened. Okay. And there is a very urgent need. They are immobile, they are helpless, etc. Because remember, in hospital, if you have a problem of cough or loose motions, you will generally not find yourself in the hospital. It must be some serious problem only. Then only people get hospitalized. When you say someone is hospitalized, you understand there is some serious nature. It is not like this, he has gone there for entertainment. Okay. So the basic idea is this, except for our nitas. Okay. Otherwise, there is a serious thing. And further, you see, if some kind of, you can say, sir, outbreak of some disease is there, so those who are in the hospital, they are most likely to be vulnerable. So first round is this. Second is women and children. And why children? Because number one, they have maximum lifespan. And number two, they are most susceptible to disease. Communicable disease outbreak is a huge risk when there is something like this. Lifespan plus communicable outbreak, communicable disease susceptibility is maximum for children. And when there are children, so obviously women who are there most likely happen to be their mothers. And you cannot separate the child and the mother. And another thing is there, sir, coping resources of women. Ab likhna padega. Personally, I feel it is as good as men. But you can write here, coping resources of women not so good. So therefore, priority. Plus, whenever such situation is there, as it happened in Nepal, the chances of trafficking increase. So therefore, it is very, very important that women should be taken out as early as possible.
You can also add like both of for children and men get panic easily.
हाँ वो तो ठीक है सर, वो तो ऑटोमेटिक है. डिस्ट्रेस लेवल तो ऑटोमेटिक हो गया ना सर. डिस्ट्रेस लेवल एंड डिग्री ऑफ हेल्पलेसनेस. अब डिस्ट्रेस लेवल का इंडिकेशन क्या है? द काइंड ऑफ पैनिक. Because if you are a patient, you can't move, you are immobile, you are bound to panic. Agreed, sir? Women and children also panic. Automatic है sir, वो distress में ही है. That is the part of distress only. Now the third is, sir, senior citizens. Why? For the simple. अब यहाँ पे आप लिखोगे senior citizen, ये एक गेम खेल लेना. Senior citizen is a group that includes people from 65 till those who have finally who are about to leave the world. Okay, from 65 to 95 or even 100, it could be anything. If senior citizen is very vulnerable, I will keep them in the position of the patients. Now there may be, although it is quite unlikely that such senior citizen will go for some kind of picnic and excursion. Okay, but by chance, if there is one who has gone there or who has been trapped there for some reason, agreed? So he will be given the position of patients only. First rescue will be of his only. But other senior citizens who are there, we will take care of them also, because they also will need constant attention and monitoring. Our rescue workers will have to attend to them, and it will consume more energy attending to them, because they may need medicines regularly, their health checkups need to be done more regularly, etc., etc. So therefore our focus is on them, because we have to see our rescue workers also, and the kind of, you can say, energy various groups will take from our rescue workers. Now the fourth is, sir, additional secretary. Why? Because he is required to discharge a public duty of urgent nature. There may be a requirement on him to discharge public duty of urgent nature. So therefore additional chief secretary. Then you have, sir, regional party presidents, although it is not clear what does it mean, because they have written regional parties, presidents. But we presume that it is regional party president. So some of them may be elected representatives also, etc., etc. So same case, they will get next. Then you have prisoners in jail, because remember, under trials and those who are convicted, the duty to save them is that of the state. These are the facilities under state. So duty is of the state. The DM is responsible for their safety and security. So it would be like this. Next would be tourist, because tourists are in a position to manage themselves also, and they have gone there with their own personal discretion. भाई चीफ सेक्रेटरी, एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी तो हो सकता है कुछ काम से भी क्या हो, गवर्नमेंट सरकार की, समझ गए ना बात. एंड द लास्ट इज हाइकर्स, बिकॉज देयर रेजिलियंस लेवल इज हाईएस्ट. Hikers, and also you can say their services can be taken to help other people rescue. You can also add this. Although there can be, sir, you can have a different categorization. But in my opinion, this categorization makes more sense, because we have listed why priority over another. Regional party presidents, I have said, because in government of India there is no post by the name regional party presidents. Are you getting my point? But there is a chief secretary is a government person. Now you can always say that, one second, sir, tourist may be from some ends also. So why not let us show some what is called concern for them and rescue them out? But in my opinion, that this should be the sequence, although the last three can exchange places, particularly tourist, regional party presidents and chief secretary, additional chief secretary.
Sir, why to focus on resident and not on family? Because
No, family is automatic, sir. We have already said, if there are women and children there, they will be the part of women and children there who have been rescued.
we cannot segregate it.
No, for example, if you are a regional party president and you have wife and whom you will allow first to board the plane? Your wife and your child. Sir, are you getting my point or not? And moreover, regional party presidents can give an example of what kind of, you can say, committed servants of people they are. That is the best point to demonstrate. They should themselves volunteer. Are hum plane mein nahi chadenge. Just as I said, among the senior citizens also who are very old, there is a category of old and there is a category of very old, 85 and above. So if they are there, they will be the part of first batch arrival. Okay. And the second one we have said, women and children, if they are there of regional party family members could be all males also. Are you getting my? But if there are women and children, they will be the part of women and children lot. There is no denying this. In fact, I would say regional party president himself should volunteer this, because he is supposed to be a public servant.
Sir, additional chief secretary, can we put it at last?
अरे बड़ा मुश्किल है वैसे तो.
No, sir, because he'll be most probably he'll be a person more emotionally stable, so he'll be able to help the people.
Well, that way तो आपको बताऊं, वैसे prisoner भी ऊपर आने चाहिए काफी. Prisoner.
हाँ, prisoner
ऊपर आने चाहिए prisoner. But ऐसा होता है ना, देखो फिर ये तो झगड़ा वाली बात है, मतलब that is your choice. I mean, you can put what argument you give. Actually, my argument is that since he was of the other state and their neighboring state, and he may additional chief secretary also has enormous responsibility on it. There could be many files he has to sign, there could be many duties of immediate nature that he has to address, and these are public duties.
There will be officiating person in place of his or her, na, sir? There will be any officiating
But honestly speaking, there are few things which, because additional chief secretary is a very high rank. You see, if it would have been, say, maybe a tehsildar or even maybe a collector or below a collector, tehsildar, probably we could have said that replacements are easy to come by. अब कुछ लोग ये बोल सकते हैं कि एडिशनल लिखा है, चीफ सेक्रेटरी नहीं लिखा, दैट मीन्स इज एन एडिशनल आइटम. ओके, देयर कैन बी एन आर्गुमेंट दिस ऑल्सो कि नहीं आप नहीं, वैसे वो कह रहा हूं, एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी लिखा है ना, चीफ सेक्रेटरी नहीं लिखा. सो बेसिक आइडिया इज दिस, यू कैन आर्ग्यू लाइक दिस. As for example, now in tourist there can be foreign tourist also. If there are tourists, then obviously they should get a priority, sir. Agreed. But I don't want to complicate my matters for myself, because I know 10 minutes are there with me and 250 words have to be written. That is the reason.
No, sir, what I mean to say that
देखो उसमें तो झगड़ा हो नहीं सकता.
based on vulnerability only.
नहीं, वल्नरेबिलिटी है, सब कुछ है वल्नरेबिलिटी. अब टूरिस्ट कई है, चीफ सेक्रेटरी एडिशनल एक है. ये देखिए आप, एक आदमी जो कि यूजफुल है देश के लिए, उसकी प्रायोरिटी होनी चाहिए. इसीलिए मैंने रीजनल पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट भी नीचे रखा है.
नहीं तो सर रीजनल पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट के साथ उसकी परिवार है, तो
परिवार तो अलग कर दिया ना यार, परिवार तो ऊपर ही भेज दिया ना, परिवार तो निकल गए ना, पप्पू और पप्पी. अरे परिवार में तो और कौन बचा
निकल के, लेकिन वो परिवार के साथ में भी उससे सिंगल
है?
है, परिवार के साथ है तो उसको पहले देना चाहिए ना प्रेसिडेंट.
देखो एक बात है, आप परिवार के साथ हो, आपके परिवार वालों को भेज दिया हमने, अब आप तो रह जाओ बस.
तो वैसे रहने के लिए तो सर एडिशनल
नहीं, एडिशनल तो रह ही रहा है, दोनों साथ ही चढ़ जाए क्या पता प्लेन में. यार एक हेलीकॉप्टर में 2-3 साथ भी तो चढ़ सकते हैं. ये तो एक अलग बात, मुद्दे वाली बात हो गई, पर हमने तो उसको परिवार को तो पहले ही भेज दिया ना. पहली 3 प्रायोरिटी तो अपनी सेट है बिल्कुल. नंबर 1 हमने बोल ही दिया सर, पेशेंट्स. Number 2 we have said women and children. Now women and children are women and children. It is not like this that it will be not your wife but his wife. ऐसा नहीं है कि ये भैया रीजनल पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट की वाइफ है तो इसको बात को भेजो, ऐसा नहीं है. women and children. And then we said senior citizen. In senior citizens also we have listed that I will keep them in the category of the patients only, those who are very vulnerable. We have been very clear. Now we come to tourist, prisoners and hikers. Hikers last, because you can understand, they are the one who are into hiking. Hiking means what? Resilience more. So you can use them as rescue workers also.
तो फिर उसके लिए तो उनको पहले बुलाना चाहिए सर.
कहाँ बुलाना चाहिए?
Maybe sir, maybe after senior citizens or even.
तो निकाल दोगे उनको वहां से?
नहीं, उनको बुला के we can include them also as rescue people ना.
हाँ तो कह ही रहे हम यहाँ पर ये थोड़ा हो रहा है, यहाँ पर तो ये हो रहा है भेजना किसको बाहर. भैया ये हेलीकॉप्टर है हमारा,
हाँ सर.
ये हेलीकॉप्टर में चढ़ाओगे किसको? ये है, इस हेलीकॉप्टर में चढ़ाना किसको है भाई? हाँ, हाइकर को लास्ट में चढ़ाएगा, क्योंकि हाइकर यहाँ पे भी लटक जाएगा. हाइकर लटक के चला जाएगा. हाइकर ओके. अब सर चीफ सेक्रेटरी भी बुढ़ा आदमी होगा. देखो एक बात है, एक बात क्लियर कर दें, एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी को जवान आदमी नहीं बनता. 50 साल का तो होगा ही ना, तो ओल्ड एज में वो भी आ रहा है. देखो आप एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी के भी घुटने दर्द कर सकते हैं. देखो रीजनल पार्टी, 1 सेकेंड, रीजनल पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट स्टिल में बी यंगर लॉट, but additional chief secretary there is a huge possibility he will be a senior person. He is not only senior in government of India, otherwise senior also. So there is every logic sir, because the tourist is a mixed lot. अब आप उसमें बोल दो, if there are some very elderly people in the tourist, बोल देना आप, they will also be the part of senior citizen only. I mean we are never refusing that. See, on that ground also, if you see, it makes more sense. Because after this, what happens is, after we have identified first 3, age also and vulnerability is also criteria. Now it is not quite unlikely to think that chief secretary will also be in the pink of his health.
So what the UPSC will check means they will check the first person.
देखिए वो तो ये नहीं, वो तो ये चेक करेंगे कि आपका कॉमन सेंस कितना है, आप क्या दलील दे रहे हो. अब दलील आपने ये दी, चीफ सेक्रेटरी इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर सम वर्क, ओके, पब्लिक वर्क ऑफ urgent nature, number one. And number two, chief secretary will also likely to be a senior person. Okay.
He will be supporting the state in under
Well, already, yes, his activities are required. That is what we said. Discharge duties of public nature which require urgency. So the idea is chief secretary's priority cannot be that questionable, sir. To be honest, on every front.
सर बट अगर रूलिंग पार्टी का वो रीजनल प्रेसिडेंट है तो सर वो अगर मान लीजिए रूलिंग पार्टी की बात करते हैं कांग्रेस में तो सर सोनिया गांधी के रहेंगे एक मिनट क्योंकि सर रूलिंग पार्टी की प्रेसिडेंट वो है सोनिया गांधी
सोनिया रीजनल प्रेसिडेंट थोड़ा है.
रीजनल नहीं है सर नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट
हाँ, तो नेशनल और रीजनल में तो बहुत फर्क है यार.
रीजनल में सर रीजनल में
उसमें कुछ क्लियर नहीं है. उसमें कुछ क्लियर नहीं है ना सर.
आप दिल्ली में सर जो रीजनल प्रेसिडेंट है कौन है सर आप देखिए आपका वो बड़ा आदमी नहीं है
अरे आदमी बड़ा हो लेकिन सरकार में तो बड़ा आदमी नहीं है ना यार. आप ये देखो ना उसकी जरूरत क्या है भाई. एक बात है ना, अगर तो वो नहीं कर रहे यार, चला तो रहे हैं हेलीकॉप्टर में, यहां बैठा दिया, यहां चीफ सेक्रेटरी है, यहां रीजनल प्रेसिडेंट है. अब भाई एक बात है, ये मेरी प्रायोरिटी है ना, आपकी प्रायोरिटी हो सकती है अलग, इसमें कोई डिबेट की बात नहीं है.
बिहार में आरजेडी का प्रेसिडेंट लालू यादव उसको छोड़ दीजिएगा सर और पहले इलेक्शन कमिश्नर को बैठा
और लालू प्रसाद तो क्रिमिनल है, वो तो जेल में जाएगा. लालू प्रसाद तो क्रिमिनल है, उसको तो हम उसमें रखेंगे प्रिजनर में, प्रिजनर की कैटेगरी. यार देखो, अगर आप लालू के आदमी हो तो मैं माफी चाहता हूं, लेकिन एक बात है, यहां पर कुछ क्लियर नहीं है.
आपको बोलने सर क्रिमिनल नहीं ना हो जाएगा सर वो
हाँ, अरे बड़ा अच्छा आदमी है बाबूजी, बड़ा अच्छा आदमी है. अरे बड़ा अच्छा आदमी है, बड़ी मोहब्बती आदमी है लालू प्रसाद जो, बड़ा अच्छा आदमी. आपने आंसर लिखना है या लालू को लिखना है, ये बताओ. इसमें इतनी गुस्सा करने की बात क्या है यार. तो भाई हम ये थोड़ा कह रहे हैं कि लालू प्रसाद बुरा आदमी है, हम कह रहे हैं बहुत अच्छा आदमी है. हम ये कह रहे हैं भाई साहब, हमारे हिसाब से चीफ सेक्रेटरी है, अगर हो सकता है एडजस्ट हो जाए, पायलट को बाहर निकाल देते, दोनों को अंदर लग लेते, अपना हेलीकॉप्टर जाता है नीचे. ये एक और तरीका है, पायलट को उतार दो. और वैसे मैं आपको बताऊं इंटरेस्टिंग बात, सब छोड़ दो, पहला आदमी पता कौन जाएगा रियल में? रीजनल पार्टी. क्यों? क्योंकि वो सबको मारेगा. पहला आदमी वो होगा रेस्क्यू में, ईमानदारी से, जो सिचुएशन ग्राउंड की है, जो व्हाट हैपेंस प्रैक्टिकली. बट वी कैन नॉट राइट दिस. फर्स्ट थ्री प्रायोरिटीज आर वेरी क्लियरली लिंक्ड एंड मोर ओवर इट इज नॉट वेरी क्लियर व्हाट इज रीजनल पार्टीज, रूलिंग पार्टीज, रीजनल पार्टीज प्रेसिडेंट. इट इज नॉट क्लियर. रूलिंग पार्टीज है, रीजनल प्रेसिडेंट. It's not very clear what it is. They're not there. It's not a very clear thing that they have highlighted. Whereas additional chief secretary is a very clearly designed thing. देखो ना आप क्वेश्चन में, देखो आप क्या लिखा उसमें. पहले तो लिखा रूलिंग पार्टीज, कॉमा, रीजनल प्रेसिडेंट्स. प्रेसिडेंट्स मतलब एक भी नहीं है भाई. प्रेसिडेंट तो एक होना चाहिए ना. प्रेसिडेंट्स along with family. अच्छा, ओरिजिनल में पेपर में, चलो ठीक है, कॉपीड में प्रेसिडेंट्स लिखा हुआ है. प्रेसिडेंट along with family. Family we have already taken out. Now this along with chief secretary will go, followed by tourist, followed by this. हाँ जी बोलो जी.
In this entire situation, the additional chief secretary himself is the like person who is the rescuer leading the team. Then what?
एडिशनल चीफ सेक्रेटरी मैम कैसे होगा? सोचो तो सही, ऐसे हो ही नहीं सकता भाई. ऐसा है, चीफ सेक्रेटरी डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे कैसे काम करेगा?
नहीं सर, मैं ये नहीं पूछ रही हूँ.
हाँ,
मैं पूछूंगी कहीं कोई पब्लिक ऑफिशियल जैसे irrespective of his rank or her rank, मैं पूछूंगी that in that case what should be the priority?
अरे अगर होता तो आर्मी जनरल होता तो पहले निकलता वो. क्यों? रीजन ये कंट्री की सिक्योरिटी का मामला है. अगर होम सेक्रेटरी होता पहले निकलता. ये भाई ये भी तो देखो ना, मैंने आपसे क्या बोला कि व्हाट काइंड ऑफ ड्यूटीज यू आर परफॉर्मिंग, दैट इज ऑल्सो अ प्रायोरिटी. आर यू गेटिंग माय पॉइंट? अब आर्मी में मान लो सर कॉन्फ्लिक्ट हो रहा है, डॉक्टर इज देयर, द पेशेंट, देयर आर टू पेशेंट्स, वन इज जनरल एंड अदर इज कांस्टेबल, और अदर इज से फॉर एग्जांपल द फुट सोल्जर. नाउ द आइडिया इज ही विल सेव द लाइफ ऑफ द जनरल फर्स्ट, बिकॉज जनरल होल्ड्स द कमांड इन द वॉर. ये थोड़ा कि इक्वलिटेरियन ग्राउंड में ही विल से नो आई विल से बोथ. Obviously, general will be given a priority. So this is what it is. And common sense says that when we are talking about additional secretary, it's a clear rank, well designated rank in the government of India. So therefore, if the person is there, it's very clear. When we talk of regional party president, regional president of a ruling party, so there is some ambiguity wrapped in it. He is not a functionary. For example, it may be that Sonia Gandhi wields clout, but as far as it's her duties in public interest are concerned, that are not there. आप ये देखो, आप ये क्यों देखते हो कि who wields clout? It's not about who is wielding clout. You see, अब लालू प्रसाद है. लालू प्रसाद is not an elected representative. So there is no reason to bail him out. साफ बात बता रहा हूं आपको, लिख ही नहीं सकते आंसर में आप. भाई रीजनल पार्टी प्रेसिडेंट इज nowhere it is mentioned that he is an MP or MLA or what, elected representative or what. In fact, you will be surprised for the reasons, the way sentiments prevail in India. He should be kept even behind tourist. For that reason. पर क्योंकि यहाँ पर पेपर चेकर भी इसी सेंटिमेंट का होगा ना, probably. So,
Hiker is also fine because he should be like moral booster.
हाँ वो तो हाइकर तो नहीं
Guy become a martyr, sir. Sir, another question. Sir, here they have written in question that tourists and other locals are trapped. So in case our responsibility also include
हाँ लोकल है 100%. वो तो एक लाइन लिखोगे, वी विल ट्राई टू सेव एवरी पर्सन बट लोकल इवैक्यूएशन विल कम लास्ट. हाँ
तो उनको इवैक्यूएट करना है क्या, उनको उधर, क्योंकि वहाँ के लोकल है तो
नहीं लोकल नहीं. देखो अगर सर इतना फ्लड आ गया तो इवैक्यूएट तो करना ही पड़ेगा. मतलब इफ द सिचुएशंस आर सच व्हिच आर अनमैनेजेबल वेयर देयर लाइफ इज थ्रेटेंड, देन वी हैव टू इवैक्यूएट देम. देयर इज नो वे आउट. Utilitarian you can't.
Sir, because maximum number of lives can be saved if we place tourists on first priority, because they are like most likely.
No, you can't write this actually. The more healthier the person and the longer is the lifespan of the person, that I will save first. ये लिख नहीं सकते सर आप किसी भी हालत पर.
But sir,
नहीं ये सब नॉर्मल प्रोटोकॉल है जो मैंने आपको बताया ना, ये नॉर्मल प्रोटोकॉल है. दिस इज एज पर UN गाइडलाइंस. आई एम नॉट टेलिंग ऑन माई ओन जजमेंट.
because sir, the resources are scarce. If we
Sir, I totally agree with what you say, but you can't write it. You may do it, that is a separate thing. But you can't write it. Because you see, they are seeking empathy from you. The international protocol says helplessness and distress levels will be the factors. Now, if a person is immobilized and he is in the hospital, he is not in a position to take care of himself. So, therefore, he will get a priority. Women and children will get a priority number 2. And if there are senior citizens which are very senior, they will be with the patients, as I said in the beginning. Women and children of the ruling party, if there are, okay, they will also be along with the women and children. And then the third priority comes of senior citizen. For the simple reason that rescue workers will have to give more attention to them. देखो logic देखो, मैं हर point के ऊपर logic दे रहा हूँ. And fourth reason I have said is chief secretary, additional chief secretary, for the reason being additional chief secretary is a person who is responsible for doing some kind of public service, and that public service may be of urgent nature. His presence in the neighboring state may be called for. And then we say it is regional parties, regional party president of the ruling party's regional president. We say this, followed by tourists and followed by hikers. Logic I have given you. We go to the next case study.
sir, but what if we can save 90,000 people instead of 10,000?
What if we say?
So if we can save 90,000 people instead of 10,000 people, then we have to save 90,000 people.
यार ये वही वाली बात है, आप ध्यान से सुना मेरी बात. If we can save 90,000 people for 10,000 people, if I totally agree, you can't write it. ये यूटिलिटेरियन प्रिंसिपल देके आप राइट नहीं कर सकते सर, नहीं लिख सकते इसको, because it is internationally accepted idea here. The guidelines are very clear regarding how to save people. You can't write it. You can't write there on the utilitarian grounds I will do this. And they will never ask that also, if 90,000 people can be saved. Are you getting my point? While I agree, utilitarian principle will operate in a very strong emergency wherever territorial integrity is threatened. Say for example war. War में है जनरल को सेव करना है हर हालत में. Because if general is down, we are finished. वहां पर तो बात आएगी सर, वहां पे इक्वालिटी नहीं चलेगी कि मैटर ऑफ इक्वालिटी will occur. But in this case, you can't write that.
So, but we have only the option to save 10,000 people, then whom we will choose? The question is this. It's not that...
क्वेश्चन नहीं, अगर क्वेश्चन 10,000 का भी है तो 10,000 जो सबसे ज्यादा डिस्ट्रेस लेवल वाले वो चुनोगे. इसमें कोई इशू नहीं है. उसमें आप ये नहीं कह सकते 10,000 जो फिट आदमी पहले निकाल दूंगा और बाकी मर रहे तो वैसे ही मर रहे थे. यू कांट राइट दैट. ये बड़ा डेंजरस है. मिलिटेंट आइडिया है। ये तो टेररिस्ट वाला आइडिया हो गया, मारो गोली इनको। आपने तो माऊ से तुम वाली बात बोल दी, थ्रो देम इन द येलो रिवर, ऑल एजेड।
सर इस तरह से सर सेग्रीगेशन पॉसिबल भी नहीं है, क्योंकि सर ग्राउंड रियलिटी है कि एरिया वाइज होता है, ये मतलब जहाँ पे
नहीं, वो तो कह रहे हैं ना इन योर एरिया।
नहीं सर इसमें
अब वैसे तो एक बात और भी है इसमें, मैंने जानबूझ के नहीं बोली, वो बोल नहीं सकते आप, कि इट ऑल्सो डिपेंड्स अपॉन द ईज ऑफ इवैक्यूएशन। अब भाई जहां हेलीकॉप्टर लैंड कर रहा है वहां पर क्या है सर, वहां पर जो है women and children are far away. Okay, meantime one trip can be completed. So we will do the procedure of getting them to the mainland or whatever, and then probably if one trip can be completed, these people are available, we will evacuate them. But there is no point unnecessarily creating phantoms in our mind. Unnecessary discussion it is. We go to the next one. You are posted as DDO of a district. Shortly, you found that there is considerable tension in rural areas of your district. The elders of the village, elder हर जगह tension ही create करते हैं. नहीं, ये 13th तो Mr. Rangan, Dr. Rangan will do it. That is why I am doing 14th. So, दो क्वेश्चन है सर. What steps would you take to ensure safety of the girls without disrupting their education? Number 2, how would you manage and mold the patriarchal attitude of village elders to ensure harmony in intergenerational relations? Two aspects are there. Safety of the girls. First priority, sir, apprehend the molesters, register FIR against them, and ensure, and case is so well prepared, they don't get bail. It will send a very strong message. उसमें था ना, women have been molested. So first apprehend the molesters. Lodge FIR against them. Case should be so well prepared, they don't get bail. पहली requirement है sir. You know why? Because it will clearly send signal that we will not allow any atrocities to be committed against women. The more, this is a very big, sir, step. You know why? Because it will create fear in the minds of people who are harboring such thoughts. Once these people are apprehended and they are jailed. Second priority is, sir, prevent group clashes. Because already there is a clash between the younger members and the older members. So prevent group clash. If need be, issue prohibitory orders. Book the persons involved in the clashes from both sides and arrest them. Book the persons involved in the clashes from both sides, because you want to show impartiality, non-partisanship, and arrest them. तीनों सारी वैल्यू नजर आ रही हैं. नॉन पार्टिजनशिप, न्यूट्रलिटी, इम्पार्शियलिटी, इम्पैथी भी नजर आएगी इसमें, कंपैशन भी नजर आएगा आगे जाके. Bit clear or not, sir? Now the third step is increase police patrolling. Involve community members as volunteers. Police patrolling increased, community member as volunteer involve. And next is, sir, involve women self-help groups, NGOs, Mahila Mandal, to promote women's safety, to promote the culture of women's safety. And spread of awareness regarding need to respect the autonomy and independence of women. एक काम और करना है सर, ensure that there are no sympathizers for village elders in local administration. ये भी इंश्योर करना है सर. Ensure that there are no sympathizers for no sympathizers in local administration for village elders, because if they have their hand in glove, the things won't work. Next is, sir, communicate to the elders how their actions are immoral, illegal, and as well as unconstitutional. ये तो communicate करना ही करना है सर. Again, the similar kind of thing in Dalit only. Tell them that how they are harming the future of their girls only. Point clear, sir? Next is, ये भी बहुत important है सर, training of the teachers for gender sensitization and establishment of telephone hotlines in the school. Hotline arrangement in the school. Hotline का मतलब क्या होता है? A line in which information can be quickly transmitted to the administration about the cases of molestation, cases of atrocities against women, etc. Hotline with the administration. School should have the hotline with the administration. Availability of hotlines must. समझ रहे हो ना सर? Here, so that quick information be given to the administration in case of any cases of molestation, etc. reported. Train the girls in self defense. ये भी एक मेजर हो सकता है सर. And improve the interface between local administration and enlightened societal members. Interface, interchange, exchange improved. Societal members and enlightened societal members and administration. Now the question is how to change patriarchal attitudes. अब सर ये बड़ा अच्छा क्वेश्चन है, इसमें क्लियर है हमारी अप्रोच. टू चेंज पेट्रियार्कल एटीट्यूड्स, what we do is we make intervention at 3 levels. Number 1, institutional level. Number 2, societal level. And number 3, individual level. एक तो ये है सर, किसी भी पेट्रियार्कल इंस्टीट्यूट को चेंज एटीट्यूड को चेंज करने में ये इंटरवेंशन है हमारा. नाउ सर रिमेंबर दिस, इंस्टीट्यूशनल लेवल मीन्स दैट द स्टेट विल इंटरवीन. It will be a top-down approach. So when we are roping in local administration, it is top-down. Okay. Societal level is in the form of norm formation in the society. And individual level is those one man's courage makes the majority. So those people who are ready, okay, to propagate the idea of women education, encourage them, motivate them. Okay. Now, whenever we are talking about change in patriarchal attitude, what we need to do? Number 1, create awareness. Now, this awareness can be through mass media. It can also involve the use of folk media, street plays, etc. And in this awareness building, as well as local administration. This is very important. This awareness building would involve what? Would involve testimonials or endorsements. By credible sources. Female role models. All will be the part of awareness building exercise. Clear, sir? This is very, very important step. Building awareness. There will be meetings held, there will be assemblies held, where there will be efforts at building awareness regarding how our actions are incorrect, inappropriate. When I say institutional level, when local administration is involved, when government at the center is involved, okay, they also issue the ads, etc., etc. So it is institutional level work. Okay, then there are some individuals who volunteer in the program, it is individual level effort. Some groups in the community also are ready for it, societal level. Awareness building is clear, sir. Very, very important step towards establishing this. Now, second is, sir, very important step, and that is, since there are elders who resist change, we have to bring about the change in these elders. Now, change in these elders would involve, number 1, use of fear appeal. Use of fear appeal. Clear है सर? बेटा अरेस्ट हो जाओगे. आजकल नारी शक्ति बहुत तेज आई हुई है, ऐसा ना काम ना करें, जेल में जाओगे, वापस नहीं आओगे. Agreed or not? So this is what? Fear appeal. Very good effect. Plus pressure tactics. Pressure डाला जाएगा जी हर जगह से. Their daughters only. Point clear or not, sir? And as a, remember this, sir. Also, sir, since matter is there, so Mahila Mandal becomes very important. They can have an interaction with the female members in the families with patriarchal orientation, so that within the family also pressure is built. When the wife is not talking to you just because you are not sending your daughter to the school, so there will be a pressure. Point clear? Awareness campaign would involve, you see, clearly highlighting how women who are educated are an asset to the nation and are an asset to the family. And that when mother is educated, it is the entire family that becomes educated. And how an educated mother can produce, can ensure a better well-being of children than an uneducated mother. And how an educated girl can only assist, will only assist the family rather than break the family. Uneducated ones will break the family. That is how it is. Family will go down. That is what we have to clearly communicate to them. Elders. These elders who resist change, we have fear appeal, pressure tactics, we also have reward appeal. Reward appeal, for example, we can cite an example. Following Pradhan allowed his daughter to go to the school, now she is an IAS. And Pradhan takes pride in the fact that the daughter is an IAS. So, all these are the examples of reward appeal also. And remember this, village is split into two sections. One who are in favor and one who are against. Now the reason why one who are in favor is because they believe that well educated women are an asset to the society. Those who are against, they believe that they will threaten the employment of the boys in the village and will break the households. Okay, that is what the reason is. So sir, if we can bring them on a common platform and create a kind of a common program of at least having it run on the pilot basis where we agree upon allowing, see, the girls who are bright, who are otherwise ready themselves to go to the school to see what implications it has. Okay, if not the roping of the entire thing, if we can do this, then probably it would be that when they will see the benefit themselves, they would agree. The proof of the pudding is in eating. For example, we can allow, at least we can have this situation where some of the girls who are very keen to go to the school, let them go to the school and we monitor it for 15 days, 20 days, 1 month and see does it bring any change in them or not. And when they will see themselves that it has brought a change, so the impact will be felt or not. This is what our answer is. This is how we change patriarchal attitudes. And plus, guilt trip. Create guilt. And crisis of conscience in the segment that is opposed to the idea. Create guilt. Because once the guilt is created by telling them that how it is, for example, you ask them, do you favor the idea of equality or not? They say, yes, sir. Do you favor the idea of all people have freedom to choose the way they want to pursue their life? They say, yes. Now tell them that how their actions, show them how their actions are against it. So when we make them commit on certain fundamental values, and then demonstrate to them that how their actions are against those values. So it will create guilt. It will create crisis of conscience. And this will also motivate them to change. Because remember, a person cannot continue in this state of crisis forever. So he will change. That is what our idea is, sir. Sir, got the point? It's a very effective tool. It is a tool of self-persuasion. This is what our answer is.
So can we also write incentive
इंसेंटिव दे बोल दो सब, वो तो मैंने लिखी दिया, रिवॉर्ड अपील। हम तो छोटे यार ऐसा, हाँ वो रिवॉर्ड सब आ जाएगा उसमें। मैं तो आपसे क्या कह रहा हूं, मैं आपसे क्या कह रहा हूं, पूरे पेपर में एक ही थीम है, यही तो मैं शुरू से बता रहा हूं आपको। पूरे डिस्कशन को आधे घंटे में खत्म किया जा सकता था इफ यू आइडेंटिफाई द कॉमन थ्रेड इन ऑल द केस स्टडीज। द कॉमन आइडिया इज चेंज, लेट अस चेंज द mechanisms by which we change, and mechanisms of change involve one thing, building up of motivation in favor of the things which we want and demotivation for the things which we do not want. यही तो आइडिया है भाई। आफ्टर ऑल व्हाट इज देयर, बिल्डिंग अप ऑफ द मोटिवेशन। नाउ फॉर एग्जांपल आवर problem would not have been there if chief secretary and the president would themselves have said, let us work together in helping women and children take first flight। भाई झगड़ा ही नहीं होता। तो अभी तो मैं आपसे कह रहा हूं कि फोकस क्या है, कि मोटिवेशन इन फेवर ऑफ सर्टेन गोल्स एंड डीमोटिवेशन अगेंस्ट द गोल्स विच वी डू नॉट वांट। सो इफ दिस इज देयर, द जॉब इज डन। एंड इन एनी चेंज व्हाट सर, इफ यू सी, focus is on two levels. Number one, cognition, influence, awareness, and number two, emotion, influence your basic feelings. This is the two focus. And fear appeal, when I say, emotion, reward appeal, I say emotion, and when I say that you see how you are damaging the girl's future, etc., it is cognition, and it will bring about behavior change. ये तो मैं थ्रू आउट कह रहा हूं आपको, पूरा गेम ही मैंने पहले बिगिनिंग में बोला चैप्टर के, परसुएशन एंड सोशल इन्फ्लुएंस आर द आउटस्टैंडिंग एलिमेंट्स हियर। सर गॉट द पॉइंट? सो दिस फिनिशेस आवर आइडिया ऑफ केस स्टडीज। In 5-10 minutes time we do question number 1 and 2 also. Rest Mr. Rangat Datta ji will take. Yes sir. हाँ वो तो ऑटोमेटिक है ना सर, रिवार्ड ये सब अवेयरनेस बिल्डिंग, ये परसुएशन की टेक्निक ही तो है। अब वो तो हमने बोला ना सर, हमने बोल दिया, आपको सेपरेट बोलने की जरूरत नहीं। कम्युनिटी मेंबर इन्वॉल्वमेंट, भाई हमने करना क्या है, आप देखो ना जी, फोटो ये हमारी, we have to do just one thing, and that is raise community consciousness through community involvement। अगर मैं इतनी लाइन बोल दूं और उसके बाद चुप हो जाऊं तो गेम पूरा है। we have to do what, raise community consciousness through community involvement, matter finished। and how we raise community consciousness through community involvement, through two things. Number one, by influencing their emotions, number two, by influencing their cognitions। तीसरा गेम ही नहीं है सर। एंड इन दैट influencing emotion and influence cognition, what do? We place the government provisions, rules, regulations, stipulations in place to provide our persuasion program more teeth, more influence. And everywhere we need to work at 3 levels. Number 1, identify individuals who are willing and separate them from those who are unwilling. Number 1, individual level operation. Ensure that these willing individuals become powerful enough in themselves to influence the basic framework of the society, societal norm, and this can only be possible if the administration provides support. Institution. खत्म। अरे सर इससे ऊपर आप लिख ही नहीं सकते, बेकार है, एफर्ट ही बेकार है सर, सब सारे डिटेल दे दिए, कुछ नहीं बचा इसके ऊपर। मैं तो कहता हूं इतनी केस स्टडी में 150 नंबर आने आपके, अगर बाकी एक आध छोड़ भी दो ना तो आने 150 नंबर। अब आप देखो जी, और 150 नंबर का ये दो सौदे और कर लेते हैं। एक ये कुछ क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 and 2 भी मैं करूंगा। देखिए जी 1 and 2, पहले 2 करते हैं, मसालेदार है। द वीक कैन नेवर फॉरगिव, फॉरगिवनेस इज द एट्रीब्यूट ऑफ स्ट्रॉन्ग। पहला क्वेश्चन ये है जी, वीक कैन नेवर फॉरगिव, फॉरगिवनेस इज द एट्रीब्यूट ऑफ स्ट्रॉन्ग, महात्मा गांधी। इसका आंसर सर एक लाइन में है, और वो आंसर है, यू कैन नॉट ह्यूमिलिएट मी विदाउट माई कंसेंट। यू कैन नॉट ह्यूमिलिएट मी विदाउट माई कंसेंट मीन्स व्हाट? इफ आई हैव टू फॉरगिव यू, व्हाट डू आई नीड? हाई सेल्फ एस्टीम। इफ आई हैव टू फॉरगिव यू, व्हाट डू आई नीड? अ सेंस ऑफ सिक्योरिटी। बेसिक थीम क्या है सर? थीम ये है, सेंस ऑफ सिक्योरिटी की थीम है दोनों में। दूसरी जो प्लेटो की है उसमें भी वही चीज है। See, sir, you do something against me. I have high self-esteem. I think it is quite a normal behavior. Because the scorpion shall bite. You don't expect a love bite from scorpion. Agreed or not? So it shall bite. It is in its nature to bite. But I will not bite it back. Because nature has not designed me to bite. And society runs because most people bite, but some great ones do not bite. And thus they make other who keep biting ultimately decide not to bite. So that is why I am strong. I have high self-esteem. I have great confidence in my ability. Okay, do not get humiliated easily. Okay, I am confident about myself. So I feel no reason why should I take revenge. And I am a strong believer that an eye for an eye will make the world blind. दुनिया blind हो जाएगी. So therefore, I do not feel any humiliation when you attack me. And ultimately one, when you shout, when you use a foul language against a person, ये लिखना example आप, and the other person is not at all, sir, influenced by it. So ultimately you start questioning yourself whether your words were foul or not. You ask your friend, यार मैंने ये वाली गाली दी थी, ये तो हंस गया, क्या मेरी गाली में जोर है या नहीं है? वो कह रहा है यार ये वाली दे. अब आप नहीं सीख के लाए, फिर आपने दे दी, फिर हंस रहे हो, ले आशीर्वाद. अब सर मैंने दोनों बार पूरी तरह से अपशब्द बोले, जो मेरी वोकैबुलरी में तीर थे मैंने चलाए. अगला हंसते हंसते ले रहा और खुश हो रहा है, कह रहा है वंस मोर. तो आप कहोगे ये तो मैं पागल या वो पागल. ऑटोमेटिक है. अब सर ये कौन होता है? ये आर्टिफिशियल नहीं हो सकता. ये आपको जब when you do not consider that important. One person wrote Mahatma Gandhi a letter full of abuses. He had pinned it. Mahatma Gandhi removed the pen and threw that letter away. This is useful for me. ये महात्मा गांधी का एनेक्डोट है. ये जो है ना जी, ये मेरे लिए यूजफुल है, बाकी उस लेटर के लिए मेरे लिए इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. सो द आइडिया इज दिस सर, वी कैन ऑलवेज हैव अ डिफरेंस ऑफ ओपिनियन. You can always have a position of yours. Only a very strong person can give you an liberty to be what you are. Agreed or not? And I also don't enforce anything from my side on you. I let, in fact, by not reacting to what you say, what I do, I force you to think whether your action was justified or not. And this itself would bring a change in the person. Whereas if I am insecure, I will see it as an insult. And I will ensure that whenever the first opportunity comes my way, I will react in the same fashion. That is how it is, sir. Point clear? This was the study like. Yes, sir.
Sir, all these things forgiveness only for small things, right?
For?
No, small things, not for the sections written in IPC, like cheating, extortion, murder.
यार वो तो कॉन्टेक्स्ट है ही नहीं ना, तभी तो हम कहते हैं वो क्वेश्चन दूसरा भी तो पूछा उन्होंने, वेयर लॉ एंड्स एथिक्स बिगिंस. ये भी तो पूछा हुआ है ना सर. अब उसमें भी है. अब महात्मा गांधी वाज अटैक्ड so many times. Mahatma Gandhi strongly believed in this. It was not like this when Nathuram Godse assassinated Mahatma Gandhi. Attempts into his life were not there earlier. But he did not take any protection. Because he believed in his own ability. Agreed or not, sir? This is how it is. समझ रहे हो ना बात? अब चीटिंग क्या सर? There are many examples. Gautam Buddha, for example. You can quote any sir great person. There have been plenty of examples where by forgiving people they have created more guilt in the person. You see, when I forgive you, what do? I create guilt in you. And when I create guilt in you, the change is self-induced. When I beat you, thrash you, compel you to change, it is compliance. Where there is an outward change but inward resentment. But when the change is ushered by you on your own, it is internalization. You change on your own. That is more permanent and lasting.
Sir, some other thinkers also said that, society is bad not because of people who are doing bad, but it is because of silence of the people who are not.
अरे यार ये साइलेंस होना है भाई. अगर एक बात है तुम उल्टी बात कह रहे हो, मैं हंस रहा हूं, तो इसका मतलब क्या है? मैं जानता हूं तुम कितने छोटे हो, लेकिन मैं अपने को तुम्हारे दरबार का छोटा नहीं बनाऊंगा. ये बात है. डिफरेंस है यार दोनों में. ये थोड़ा कावर्डिस थोड़ा वो कि आई कांट रिएक्ट देयरफॉर आई एम स्माइलिंग. Are you getting my point, sir? To smile in the face of adversity is only possible when you know that you have many tricks up your sleeve to manage this adversity. ये याद रखना सर बात. Clear? That is why in this connection it is said, don't misquote it. And then when we see the second one, we can easily forgive a child who is afraid of dark. The real tragedy is when men are afraid of light. Now there is a very good statement here. When men are afraid of light, society's progress will stop if the men are afraid of light. Because to create a new equilibrium, to create a new equilibrium, you have to go through the path of disequilibrium. Matter finished. So that means what? When I am fearful of light, my fears are irrational, and those irrational fears hold me back. And as a result of that, neither I experiment, nor I innovate, nor I explore, nor I analyze, nor I try new things. Agreed, sir? For the child who is fearful of darkness, he uses that fear to stay away from uncertainty. You can pardon him because his mental maturity is not to the level where he can venture out into darkness and look at the light at the end of the tunnel. उसकी मेंटल मेच्योरिटी नहीं है. तो चलो यार, बच्चे को आपने कहा कोई बात नहीं बच्चों, कर आपकी तो है. अगर आप ही नहीं जा रहे लाइट की ओर, तो इसका मतलब क्या है? आप अंधकार में रहोगे सर. Society will not progress. That is what our idea is. It is about fear being important for man, but if it is taken to the irrational level, it only stops the progress of man. ये मतलब है इसका. सर समझ रहे हो ना बात? This is what the idea is. And for a society to progressive path, it needs fearless people. लाइट का मतलब है उजाला. हम उजाले की ओर चले. अब उजाले की ओर जाने के लिए क्या होगा? काफी कुछ चैलेंज आते हैं जी. आप समझ रहे हो ना बात? आप, क्योंकि मेरा चेहरा इतना भयावक था, मैं डरता था उसको देखने से, तो मैंने कभी बत्ती जलाई नहीं. एक दिन जब बत्ती चलाई तो मुझे पता चला ये तो बढ़िया है. यही बात है. तो हमने तो सारी जिंदगी डार्कनेस में रहा. फॉर एग्जाम्पल आप अपने को देखो, आप किसकी तरफ जा रहे हो? लाइट की तरफ. कैसे? सिंसर इसका चैलेंज लेके. आपकी जिंदगी में क्या है? कठिनाई है, पर किसके लिए? आगे जाके आप समाज सुधारक बनोगे. यू विल ट्रांसफॉर्म द सिस्टम. फर्स्ट enlightenment, inside the bulb will light inside your mental structure, and then you will light the bulbs in the lives of many people. ये है, पर इसके लिए रिस्क उठाना पड़ेगा आपको. हो सकता कुछ भी ना हो. Wherever you jump to the new level, sir, you can always fall in between. There is a risk. I will not withhold myself. I will take that necessary risk and take a jump. This is what we mean. Society on the path of progression. Yes, exactly. We want uncertainty. दोनों केस में वो अनसर्टेनिटी को एड्रेस कर रहा है. जो इनसिक्योरिटी है ना हमारे अंदर, वो हमें पागल बना देती है. थोड़ी बहुत होना बहुत जरूरी है. अगर हमारे पिताजी इनसिक्योर ना होते तो हम ना पैदा होते ना इतने बड़े होते. समझ गए ना? वो डरे हुए थे, तो उन्होंने क्या किया जी, हमारी परवरिश की ठीक से. योर पेरेंट्स वेर वरीड अबाउट योर हेल्थ, so they took measures to ensure you are healthy. Agreed sir? That you agree? पर अगर बिल्कुल पिताजी का वहां मत जा, यहां मत जा, ये मत कर, चक्कू से खेलता है, चक्कू बाज. अरे सर, चक्कू से खेलने का मतलब चक्कू बाज थोड़ा हो गया. बाज इज डिफरेंट कॉन्सेप्ट. अब सर बच्चे ने नाइफ उठा भी लिया, यूं नचा दिया मम्मी के आगे, आपने पीट दिया बच्चे को. अपनी मां को मार रहा है. अरे मार थोड़ा रहा है वो पूछ रहा है मम्मी क्या होता है? डर रही हो? डर रही हो? ये अरे रिएक्ट करो, ठीक से डील करो. ये जुबराइल, ये उल्टी सीधी बातें मत सोचा करो यार. जवान आदमी हो, जवानी रहो. ये है. चले आगे. सर ये देखो क्वेश्चन नंबर 1 है. अब व्हाट इज मेंट बाय एनवायरमेंटल एथिक्स? What is meant by environmental ethics and why it is important to study? अब सर ये तो बड़ा सिंपल चीज है. What is environmental ethics? देखो एक लाइन में आपको कहानी लिख दूं मैं. भाई सबसे इजी डेफिनेशन सर, मॉरल रिलेशनशिप बिटवीन मैन एंड हिज नेचुरल एनवायरमेंट इज एनवायरमेंटल एथिक्स. मॉरल रिलेशन बिटवीन मैन एंड हिज नेचुरल एनवायरमेंट. Environmental ethics. What are environmental ethics? Values that mankind places. You can say that also. Values that mankind places to protect, conserve and efficiently use, to protect, conserve and efficiently use the resources of the earth, or resources the earth provides. ये भी environmental ethics है. And what we did, environmental ethics involve study of attitudes, policies and behaviors to protect and sustain biodiversity and ecological systems. Biodiversity and ecological systems. And if I was to utter in one line, ठीक है जी, this movement from anthropocentric to ecocentric, those values which can make us have a shift from anthropocentric to ecocentric attitudes and behavior, highlight environmental ethics. Anthropocentric is man at the center of universe. Ecocentric will take entire ecosystem into account. ये environmental ethics है. And viewpoint from any issue from the viewpoint of environmental ethics. Say for example, sir, you make a dam, and as a result of that, what happens, sir? As a result of that, there is threat to the ecosystem. And now dam will ensure irrigation of the lands, better crop, etc., etc. But it may threaten ecosystem. Okay, so should that dam be built or not? Will be an issue of environmental ethics. You clean the forest to create land for farming. Now that farming will ensure that people from the underdeveloped countries will have food to eat, but at the same time may threaten ecosystem. So this will again be an issue of environmental ethics. Or fossil fuels that we use for our own luxury, okay, will make our life, have made our life easier, but added to environmental pollution. Environmental ethics. This is what our idea is. Now going to next thing, sir, briefly differentiate between the following: law and ethics. इसका तो बड़ा बेहतरीन रिलेशन है सर. Where law ends, ethics begin. तो हमारी कहानी तो ये है सर. This the circle which represents law, and this is what represents ethics, and this is law and ethics. Now there are many actions which are ethical but which are not legal, and there are many actions which are legal but not ethical. Example, sir.
सर किसी चोर को छोड़ देना, उसका कुछ कॉज है अच्छा, लेकिन आप उसको छोड़ रहे हैं, लेकिन इलीगल है.
बहुत सिंपल सी बात है सर. जैसे आपने झूठ बोल दिया जी मुझसे, ये अनएथिकल है पर इलीगल नहीं है. आपने कि अपने दोस्त को कहा भी मैं तुझसे मिलने आऊंगा और नहीं आए मिलने. ये क्या है? अनएथिकल है पर इलीगल नहीं है. और देयर आर मेनी थिंग्स इन लाइफ which are what? Legal. Okay, which are ethical but which are not legal. अब सर ethical क्या है? For example, which are ethical, which are not legal. Now for example, sir, I display compassion to you, and my compassion compromises with my neutrality and objectivity as a bureaucrat. So it is ethical but not legal. This is the way it is. Many such behaviors. So law will always be, remember this, law के साथ तो कुछ चीजें लगी हुई हैं. For example, whenever we talk of law, we talk of statement of objects and reasons made by legislature and enforced by government. So whenever we talk of law, consistent enforcement, even public interest will come into place. it is consistent, it is enforced. Also, almost universal acceptance. Matlab, universal means in that country it is almost equally applicable. So this is how it is. In case of ethics, what is ethics? Ethics helps us to distinguish between right and wrong and do the right things. Differentiate between right and wrong and do the right things. They are the rules of conduct. Okay. Ethics are what, sir? Ethics refer to the rules of conduct that society places on itself to guide its behavior, thought and actions. So that is what ethics is. Ethics ensure right actions. But ethics cannot be enforced the way the laws can be. And they may vary from society to society. हाँ जी बोलो जी. If ethics are placed on, अब वही तो कह रहा हूँ ना सर, सोसाइटी टू सोसाइटी वेरिएशन हो सकता है ना एथिक्स का. हाँ, अलग हो सकता है दूसरी सोसाइटी में. हाँ, एक सोसाइटी में भी हो सकते हैं सर, ये भी है. पर हर आदमी बताओ ना एथिक्स लोग कितनी है. आदमी की तो एक ही है, पर इसके अलावा कौन सी है. जब आप मालिश कर रहे हो, आप दूसरे की थोड़ी परवाह कर रहे हो. आप तो कह रहे हो मुझे मजा आना चाहिए. ये भी तो अनएथिकल आदमी है, किसी की ताकत लगा के अपनी ताकत बना रहे हो. पर है तो यही बातें हैं मामला. तो इसीलिए हम अब दो चीजें आई, इसलिए अगला क्वेश्चन भी आ गया. तभी तो दिया उन्होंने पर्सनल एंड प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स. जो क्वेश्चन दिया हुआ है पर्सनल प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स का मतलब क्या है कि व्हाट हैपेंड वाज दैट व्हेन यू होल्ड पर्सनल एथिक्स, साथ में ये भी क्वेश्चन कर डालता हूं, इनके क्वेश्चन पे आ गया. व्हेन certain value systems you hold as a result of socialization that you have received, it is personal ethics. And as a result of, sir, workplace socialization, certain values which come to you are professional ethics. Now, enforcement of professional ethics is demanded. Personal ethics is somewhat under your discretion. That is the difference between profession. And why is professional ethics necessary? Because it will bring discipline in the system. Otherwise, discipline will be missing. In the workplace, the discipline will be missing if we do not have what we describe as professional ethics. Then there was a question on, just two questions left before I leave, and there was a question on discrimination and professional treatment. Now remember that discrimination is always negative in its nature, unless and until Bharat Sarkar makes it positive discrimination. Negative in nature hai. It violates the rules and the regulations. It is the preferential treatment, it is differential treatment of groups, okay, either in favor or against, but which is violative of rules and regulations. So it is negative in its content and spirit. Whereas preferential treatment is a kind of a special help we provide to certain vulnerable sections so as to come up and climb up the social ladder. That is what preferential treatment is. And ethical management and management of ethics is the last question we take. Now, this is a very interesting thing, sir. बताओ जी, आपको पता है कुछ या मैं ही बोलूं इसमें? मैं ही बोलूं? चलो. Positive discrimination, yes, sir. Yes. Preferential treatment is positive discrimination, no doubt. But don't use the word reverse discrimination. Incorrect. वो ठीक नहीं है वर्ड. अब सर ये है जी मैनेजमेंट, एथिकल मैनेजमेंट एंड मैनेजमेंट बाय एथिक्स. Ethical management and management of ethics. Now, ethical management is, sir, our company follows certain ethical principles in dealing with people, in dealing with the government, in carrying out its business, etc., etc. Means maintains its balance sheet very clear, declares its profits, pays its taxes, etc., etc. Guided by a lot of ethical consideration. Okay, takes the programs. Sir, company का क्या काम है? Number one, must carry the business within the framework of law. Number one. Number two, ensure its own profits and the economic well-being of the workers who work there. But if the company goes beyond it, takes up some progressive programs, okay, for the welfare and the well-being of its employees, which are even beyond, which go beyond the legal stipulations, etc., it is following what we describe as ethical management. It is ethical management. Okay, and when we say management of ethics, now that is a very crucial. देखो management of ethics ऐसा है सर. Management of ethics is something like, I have certain ethical principles with me. I have a set of ethical principles with me. Now the emotionally intelligent person I am, I know which ethical principle will be most suitable at this place and which at the other place. For example, I am guided by all values of compassion, of objectivity, neutrality and impartiality are with me. But I must know that which value system or which ethical orientation I must display in a given context, even in a given situation. That is what my understanding is when I say management of ethics. So this is where we end. In half an hour's time, Mr. Rangan Datta will come and he will take up the remaining questions.
Let me first of all wish you all a very, very happy New Year. And let me wish you all great success in your endeavor. I admire your courage and determination. You see, the decision to appear in this examination is a tough decision, taken only by the few. And this requires certain mental, what you call equipments. How do I begin? Let me introduce myself. My name is Rangan Datta. I belong to 1966 batch of the IAS, long, long before you were born. You see, that gives me a bit of nervousness facing young people with brighter minds, exposure to the world of electronics, whereas we worked in an environment almost totally different. Well, you all have been trying to get into what you call civil service. Is that a right description or a proper description? You see, if you check the Oxford English Dictionary, the word civil service refers to all posts other than those born under the military and the judicial are what you call elements, cadres, groups constituting the civil service. By this definition, a peon also is a civil servant. A doctor is a civil servant working in the health department. An engineer in the PWD is a civil servant. The British definition, which we have been following, is based on the budget. All posts which are born on the civil side of the budget are what you call civil service. Right? Now, within the Indian system of what you call civil service, there are various gradations. Okay? So therefore, it is pertinent to remember the present definition of senior civil service given in a document of Organization of European Cooperation and Development, OECD. This definition is very important because you are really aspiring for entry into senior civil service. Okay? So I quote, OECD describes senior civil service as a structured and recognized system of personnel for the higher non-political positions in the government. It is a career civil service providing people to be competitively appointed to functions that cover policy advice, operational delivery, or corporate service delivery. This service is centrally managed through appropriate institutions and procedures in order to provide stability and professionalism of the core group of senior civil servants, but also allowing the necessary flexibility to match changes in the composition of government by using appropriate due processes. What it really means is that within the civil service, there is a core group. Okay? The higher civil service or senior civil service, whatever you might call. So you are really competing for that. And that entails acquisition of certain qualities. Right? These qualities are those which would enable a person to provide policy advice, which means a command of large number of subjects, ability to consider pros and cons of many issues, looking at from the national perspective, to be able to give policy advice to any matter. It could be agriculture, it could be rural development, it could be science and technology, it could be education, health, and whatever. Second, operational delivery, which means that you are not only a part of the policy making, what you call apparatus, but you're also responsible for delivering the services. Now, both these functions, ladies and gentlemen, are equally important. One supports the other. To say that I'm a field man, very good at implementing, I don't understand these policies, will be a recipe for suicide. Professional suicide. So you have to be both. Conceptualize political, economic, cultural issues in a holistic manner, and also the capacity to implement. Right? Now, today we are going to discuss ethics paper. And frankly, when I joined service, this paper was not there. You see, and we are taught about ethics only when we joined service, which included basically telling us something about what somebody said or what somebody didn't say and things like that. Now, I have therefore some papers given to me by the organizers of this course, which suggest that we look at it in a different way. What does the word ethics mean? Anybody can help me? What does the word? Okay. Code of? Any other interpretation?
It is a code of conduct that drives positive action.
Good. All these are included in the Oxford English Dictionary meaning of the term ethics. I have some loyalty to Oxford English Dictionary, where the ethics means really moral principles. Just two words, moral principles. Now, this is a subject which is pretty important for all of us, no doubt. But let me just tell you that there are several aspects of it. One is, one is that ethics per se. We'll take you to philosophy of Aristotle, Plato, then the thinkers of the European Renaissance, John Stuart Mill, coming across to Asia, Gandhiji's ideas, Tagore's ideas. But as far as officials are concerned, for the purpose of the examination that you have got to appear, what it really means is that ethics for public administration. Okay. In other words, it is practical ethics as distinct from ethics as embodiment of moral principles. This is very important. This is a test of your understanding of practical ethics and your ability to interpret and apply the concept of practical ethics to the questions which are normally put down in your papers. Right? Now, there's a bit of a problem. Civil servants are conditioned, guided, expected to be motivated by the Indian Constitution, you see, and the laws made thereunder. You see, for us, Indian Constitution of this country is what you might call Bible. This is what is called the law of the land. Okay? Now, under the Indian Constitution, you'll see that you'll get a moral text, fundamental rights, fundamental duties, directive principles of state policies, and there are certain overriding principles which are also embodied in the preamble: liberty, equality, fraternity. Now, these are to be taken as pointers to ethical standards, thus must be adhered to. Okay? So, this particular document must be read by all of you, particularly the chapter dealing with fundamental duties and fundamental rights, okay, and the directive principles of state policies. Together, they constitute the political philosophy of the Indian people, you see, and it has the force of law. So whatever case studies that you will be asked to go through and answer and respond, you must keep in mind these basic facts. Now, whatever policies that have been formulated really emerge from the Constitution and the directive principles and various, policy initiatives that the government had taken. So you are expected to be somewhat familiar, with all these policies. The list is long, lengthy, sometimes pretty boring also to read, but it must be read, understood, conceptualized. It should be part of your mental equipment. Okay. Now, having said this, I'll make a few general comments about how to deal with these papers. The first and foremost thing, remember, what the examiner would like to see is your capacity to think, your capacity to analyze, your capacity to draw a conclusion based on the facts mentioned here. But above all, your ability to find out the core of the question, the thrust, what is called the substantive part. You see? So you must bear in mind these facts, that go through it carefully. One reading may not be enough, but if you give one intensive reading and underline the core issues, questions follow from the core issues. Okay. Then you attempt your answer, restricting yourself to the number of words mentioned here. Fine? So essentially, what we have done, we have broadly discussed the ethics, brought it down to practical ethics as distinct from absolute ethics. See, absolute ethics means a set of value systems which one would like to attain, but it may not be possible to attain it. So while there is a relationship between absolute ethics and the practical ethics, the practical ethics has to be tempered by your duties and the ground realities. I give you an example. I was posted many years ago in what is called Mizoram, just after a joined the state government, it was in the midst of an insurgency. Okay? The Mizos declared independence. A section of the Mizos declared that they had nothing to do with India. They are a different people, different language, culture, or whatever. And after all, we became a part of India only about 50 years ago, and that too by the Brits. And we have adopted Christianity. We are very different. Now, if you go by the religious texts and the ideas of freedom, democracy, etc., on arrival, I felt that these fellows had a jolly good, strong case. But my seniors impressed upon me that it was not your job to think about seceding parts of India and granting them to other countries. Your job is to see that this country remains united, strong. We should add more territories rather than giving up territories. Therefore, all these considerations have no relevance. What you have to do is, on the other hand, the ethics would demand, practical ethics would demand, helping the Mizos to understand that they have much to gain by being a part of India, rather than trying to walk alone on a dangerous road. Second, we have to impress upon them that this was basically held by the neighbors across, the Pakistan. Pakistan was there at that time in the eastern wing. So we have to take a proactive approach. Our job is to win away, W-E-A-N, win away the Mizos from the path of separatism to the path of India's national destiny. Be a part of the mainstream. That should be the approach. So like this, in your career, you have got to face such dilemmas. And these dilemmas could be resolved only by a strong faith in Constitution, understanding of the rule of law, and ability to apply your mind to specific issues. Okay? So that completes my, what I might call introductory remarks. You have any question on that? Then you could proceed the questions which have been given to me. Any question on this? Yeah, tell me.
Is there a real case of a crisis of conscience that may actually impact the public servant, which has to supersede the constitutional values?
Okay. Any crisis can be satisfactorily resolved to your satisfaction within the Constitution of India. It is an excellent document. So if there is a crisis of conscience, it is because of inadequate understanding of the philosophy and the spirit of the Indian Constitution, and more importantly, the idea of Indian nationalism and the values enshrined in the idea of India, the idea of Indian nationalism. Okay? Any crisis that you may have, any stage of your career, could be resolved. This is like Gita and Bible combined together. Okay. Any other? Yes.
That means it is for ourselves should be to uphold the spirit of constitution, law of land.
Yes. You see, you can uphold only when you understand it. Only when you absorb it. Therefore, this statement of Vivekananda, know thyself, is very important. That you, as a human being, you are born in this country, you have a duty, which is your supreme duty. That should not be ignored in a context where there are different opinions. It is for you to decide what you should do. And for that, there is sufficient material before you, the Constitution, rules, laws, policies, teachings of our national leaders, the values enshrined in the Indian Constitution. If you are posted in J&K or Nagaland or in such place, well, you have got to deal with the people. And it is this understanding or awareness and ability to apply these to these questions that would be tested. Okay? Any other point? No.
Is there any difference between public service and civil service? Or are they same?
Well, very good question. I'm glad you asked me this question. You see, there was a perception earlier that public service is somewhat different from civil service. A political executive is a public servant, but he is not a civil servant. Now, after this celebrated Karunanidhi's judgment case, many years ago, sometime in 70s, you check Karunanidhi's case. Karunanidhi was Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu at that point of time. The Supreme Court gave a landmark judgment that an elected official, mark the word official, an elected official, when he holds the post of a minister, the position of a minister, is a public servant. Meaning thereby, the distinction between the civil servant and the public servant, has been eroded. There is no real distinction. Because the public servant, a minister, he has taken the oath of the Constitution. When a minister takes office, he reads, I swear in the name of God or whatever. This. Therefore, since he has taken the oath of office and secrecy, he is bound to abide by the rules, regulations, and the laws. He is not above the law. In the same way, practically, the civil servants also are accountable. The public servants are also accountable. So my answer to this is today in India, after Karunanidhi's case, judgment, there is really no fine distinction between the two. That's my answer. Any other thought or doubt? No? Well, now tell me, ladies and gentlemen, how do you proceed? You see, I have been given a set of questions, so would you like to start with that? Questions? Okay. These are the questions I find which were set last year, 2015, this year, is it? Okay. Would someone read out question number 3? You have it? Tell me.
A mere compliance with law is not enough. The public servant also has to have a well-developed sensibility to ethical issues for effective discharge of duties. Do you agree? Explain with the help of 2 examples where, number 1, an act is ethically right but not legally, and number 2, an act is legally right but not ethically.
Okay. You see, would you mind if I follow an interactive process? Is that okay? Now, you tell me the very first thing that, what was that? It is not enough to something or the other?
An act is ethically right but not legally. And second, an act is legally right but not ethically.
Okay. Now, this basically sums up, or putting it another way, an indirect way, what is called responsive administration. The concept of responsive administration, you see, is what everybody is talking about these days. Administration should respond. Now, the characteristics of a responsive administration are many, but primarily it suggests a proactive and human approach to matters brought before the civil servants for decisions. A proactive and human approach. Proactive means you have to anticipate. Suppose there's an occurrence of earthquake. one must immediately anticipate that there might be some casualties, there might be some damages here and there. So you must have a plan readily available. We have, in fact, for disaster mitigation and things like that. And second point is that, yes, compliance with law is required. But look at it in a practical way. On how many occasions do you really have such problems? Few. It's not a day-to-day matter that you will be called upon to see the adequacy of the law, whether the law is adequate to deal with all situations. 80% of the matters which will be brought before you are perfectly soluble within the framework of law and rules and instructions. It may be 5%, maybe 2%. It varies from day to day, which would require this kind of an analytical, a kind of a thinking approach, if I might say. Now, responsive administration covers two types of broad administrative activities. One is regulatory and one is development. What is regulatory administration? Can anybody tell me? Regulatory administration.
Regulating the different segments of the society, like civil sector, private sector.
No, I'm not asking that. I'm asking you any particular activity which could be put under regulatory administration. Pardon?
Bureau of Indian Standards, they regulate the market.
Good, very good. Any other?
Telecom regulatory try.
Come down to the citizens level, grassroots level. Think of any activity which is called regulatory. Law and order, good. Anything very particular? Moral policing. Okay, fine. I hope it is taken up someday. Okay, now I'll give an example. Say, the issue of passport. You apply for passport and you get passport. This is an example of 100% regulatory activity. Okay? There are numerous such examples. Law and order, yes. Settlement of disputes, various types, taking place every now and then. A dispute between the landlord and the tenant under Rent Control Act. A dispute between the consumers and the suppliers of certain products. Hundreds. Okay. Now, regulatory activities are best regulated under the law. People have been known to get into trouble for application of mind to interpret these regulations. It is a dicey matter. See? So by and large, regulatory administration deals with matters affecting the lives of the citizens in wide range of activities. And these laws, like the Code of Criminal Procedure, Section 144, is the most well-known section of the Indian law. A child comes to know about 144, soon after he or she starts walking. 144, curfew, rationing, so many things. Now there's another aspect of administration which is called development administration. Can anybody explain what is development administration? Yes. All the activities of Department of Women and Child Development, for example, would come under this category. The Ministry of Agriculture, Rural Development, Health, Education, Human Resource Development, they come under this. Welfare of Scheduled Castes, Scheduled Tribes, Department of Tribal Affairs. Okay. Now, there are set laws, rules, and policies for these two types of states' activities. And within this legal and policy framework, there is ample scope for bona fide discretion to ensure justice and to help those who deserve special treatment. That's the point I'm going to make, is that within these rules and regulations, there is scope for application of mind. But like all cases of discretion, should be exercised with due care and caution and in the larger interest. Please note it very well. Discretion is to be used only in the larger public interest, on compassionate grounds, on special circumstances, but reasons for the same, reasons for taking the decision have to be placed on record. Okay? Now I give you two examples as required in this question paper. Violation of prohibitory orders under sections 144 is a serious offense in a locality affected by disturbances. However, if some persons found violating these orders actually turned out to be assisting a patient who needed immediate hospitalization but were unable to obtain passes, could be let off by the magistrate or the police officer on ethical and moral grounds by issuing a pass on the spot and assisting them to reach the hospital, keeping thus in abeyance the operation of the provisions for violating law. This is one common instance where you could use your discretion. Okay? Now, on the other hand, you look at the situations which might arise. Suppose you are very strict, you go by the rule book, then you could arrest those persons, okay? Violating prohibitory orders, which would be legally right, but ethically wrong. And you might face public criticism also. The press might come to know that this happened. Mindless exercise of executive power. Mindless exercise of executive power without due regard to the conditions on the ground is a kind of attitude not expected in a responsive administrative framework. Okay? Another example of this nature recently happened in Delhi. This is removal of encroachment on railway reserved land along the railway tracks. See, some squatters had encroached on both sides of the railway track near New Delhi railway station. And the railway authorities, under Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, got a direction from the National Grid Tribunal that as you go out of Delhi, you see horrible filth on both sides of the railway track. You must clean up. So the railways took the orders seriously and removed the encroachers. Now here, the legal position is this. Under the Indian laws, our laws, roadside reserved lands, highway, and there is a specified portion on both sides, or any road, which are called roadside reserved lands. You don't need to issue a notice to evict anybody squatting there. This is what is called forthwith eviction. Not very good English, but in India it makes sense. That is eviction forthwith. You forthwith evict the person without giving him any notice, anything of the sort. This applies to reserved forest lands. Forest lands notified under a reserve, okay? And it applies to railway tracks also, okay? So legally, forthwith eviction is perfect. But why? Because it endangers railway safety. If people are squatting on both sides of the railway track, movement of railway might be endangered. Therefore, we have this power. But it would be ethically wrong if evictions were carried out after nightfall. Raat mein aap kyun kiya? Eviction. Without giving any prior notice to the squatters to enable them to move their families, women and children in particular. So, old and infirm on humanitarian considerations. So, in the same manner, Some tribals are encroaching on forest lands. You apply the rule, throw the people out. It might create problem. So these are the two examples. Okay. Any question on this? Fine. We come to the second part of 3b. How do the virtues of trustworthiness and fortitude get manifested in public service? What is your study of trustworthiness and fortitude? Tell me. What exactly would this mean? Okay. Now you see, these virtues are what you call derivative in nature. You cannot say, wear a suit and say, I am trustworthy. Marked on it. No. These virtues are usually manifested in the style of functioning of a public servant. Your style of functioning. Because there's a public image. You have to deal with public. In which discretion is used, and if and when decisions are taken are not only just and proper, but they appear to the general public as just and proper. You should not be only right, just or fair, but it should appear to be so. And this requires adoption of a transparent procedure. No shortcut, but a transparent procedure by which a decision is taken would indicate your fortitude, your faith in the system, and your ability to do justice to the cause, right? Now, second element is degree of promptness in response to the situation. It could be a civil disorder, it could be emergency, etc. Now, there are many other examples, like prompt action by an income tax officer to unearth unaccounted money, or a central excise duty being evaded and brought to the notice of the officers, and action is taken against the offenders, tax dodgers. Third element is, for a public servant, is accessibility. This is very, very important. Accessibility, lack of it can cause a huge misunderstanding. सब बिजी है, अभी सब नहीं है, टूर में गए हैं, कहाँ पता नहीं कब लौटेंगे, वहाँ गया. These things annoy the general public most. So therefore, accessibility means that doesn't mean that you should not go on tour, but your PA should be told to inform the people कि ये program है, कल वापिस आ जाएगा. So accessibility is a part of this. And empathy, this is very important, empathy for local issues, like say sanitation, education, concern for the underprivileged, impartiality and probity in personal and official conduct. These are important. Remember one thing, any government office is not an office, you see, it's a public office created under the law. It is not an office of profit. It is also not a personal office. The person who holds the office has to maintain the prestige of the office. And once you join any post, people say, Falana Sahab, aapka pehle jo the, wo itna acha kaam karke gaya. They'll also tell you which officers did not do work also. It's another matter, but it is a fact. So therefore, these qualities are very important. I've just now got an excellent report I have in this book, the journal published by IC Center of Governance, of how a district magistrate in UP succeeded to a great extent eradication of open defecation and also manual scavenging. This requires empathy. What I mean is that empathy for local problems is very important, whatever may be the job. Suppose there is a say you are in a central service, but there is a problem of maintenance of the road, and people think that you might help, so they approach you. You might say that, well, this is not my job. But you might also say, all right, let me see what I can do. I can speak to the collector. So this is what is called having empathy or not having empathy. ये मेरा काम नहीं है, मैं इस चक्कर में नहीं जाऊँगा, मैं क्यों फंस जाऊँ? What is the problem? This is not my job. But therefore, public service has a comprehensive character that must be brought in mind. That whatever you do, whatever position you have got to help people in some way or the other, in whatever way you could. Okay? So implicit, most importantly, implicit in a public office is an element of trust. What is called public trust. And that the people have reposed in the office, and the civil servant is expected to live up to these expectations, because his actions are always under the glare of the public and the media. Good things that you do would be remembered. Have any of you read Shakespeare? Any of you? Shakespeare? Have you read Julius Caesar? Okay. You might remember a sentence in Julius Caesar. You see, after murder of Julius Caesar, friends, Romans and countrymen, I come to bury Caesar, not to praise him. The evil that men do leaves after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. The evil that men do leaves after them. The good is oft interred with their bones. So let it be with Caesar. Unquote. So these are, you can say, the attributes of what you call trustworthiness and fortitude. And it should be manifested in the work. The statement of Vivekananda, since you have been born as a man, leave your mark behind. His other saying, strength is life, weakness is death. But this point, the leave your mark, you have been posted, suppose in a place, leave your mark. People later would talk about the good things that you have done. And that is, approbation is the ultimate reward. Okay? So this answers question number 3. Any question on that?
What is the exact meaning of fortitude?
Pardon? Exact meaning of fortitude, okay. Can anybody try?
It's courage.
Huh? Courage, okay. Any other?
Informal translation would be tolerance to some.
Tolerance. It's a combination of several qualities, but chief of which is a moral courage. You see, what is called conscience. Conscience reflected in your work that unjust actions should not be done or will not be done. That is, I shall not do anything knowingly what is unjust or improper. It is this mental framework which is reflected in this particular expression, in this word, fortitude. Right. Now,
Can we also give negative examples in this? Like, police, you can say, lack of trustworthiness for public.
what is the question? Please see.
Working of trustworthiness and fortitude get manifested in public service. So, in that, like, it is not getting manifested because it's a negative side.
So, the answer will be that in a given situation, these are the values to be cultivated, absence of which, or rather display of absence of which, might erode the credibility of the civil servant and thereby the credibility of the government. Because people don't make much difference between the office that you hold and the functioning of the government. People identify Sarkar with the officials of the government and the officers of the government. So that must be borne in mind. Okay. Would anybody kindly read question number 4?
Social values are more important than economic values. discuss the above statement with examples in the context of inclusive growth of the nation.
Okay. What exactly is the definition of social values? What is your idea? Anybody? Because see, it's a hopelessly, oh, no, not the right word, I should not say. It's a hugely divergent country with different values, different cultures, different languages, etc. It's a huge country. And what exactly are these social values? Yes, I think that's right. You see, social values are also moral values. See, of a nation developed over a long period. It takes a long time for what you call crystallization of moral and social values of a people. And therefore, these values acquire a certain sanctity. You get my point? The social values, the core social values. I give you one example. This practice of untouchability. Abolition of the practice of untouchability is one of the core values of the Indian Constitution. And it is one of our core social values. So like this, there are several values which constitute the social values, vary from place to place. But therefore, the social values also are moral values, right? And become integral to the culture and civilization. These values are often incorporated in the Constitution, as I said earlier, directive principles of the state policy. Secularism, fraternity, poverty alleviation, promotion of participatory form of democracy at grassroots level, at the panchayats, at the nagar palikas, you all know about it, form the core values of the Indian people. The social values are a guide to action and find expression in policies and programs. While some values do change, such as attitudes to women's empowerment. See, attitudes to women's empowerment are very different when I joined service. But today, it is different. Thanks to self-help group movement, women's empowerment, spread of literacy among the women, etc. So, some of these values change. And I have mentioned also about this controversy about the rights of LGBT, section 377, etc. But barring these changes, the broad core social values don't really change. Take the British, for example. The Brits have one basic core value. It's based on the game of cricket. The value is that you must have opposition to enjoy the match. So therefore, in the British political system, there is no attempt made by one party to destroy another party. Because then there is no fun of democracy. You see, this is what the famous person, writer, you must have read about him, Northcote Parkinson. Parkinson's law you know about, any of you? Parkinson had penned a wonderful book, Left Luggage, where he mentioned that the British democracy functions primarily because of two factors. One is the British had developed most of the team games like football, cricket, hockey, tennis, and this sportsmanship requires some kind of opposition to enjoy the game. Therefore, there is tolerance, there is fraternity, there is across the board, across the class, some kind of fraternity, friendship, etc. So these values are extremely important. So social values are a complex matter. Casteism, for example, is a problem in India. This is an aspect which we try to overcome. Okay. Now, on the other hand, what are the economic values? Tell me. Profit, good. Means income. interest. Okay, it's a part of the same. Anything else? Hmm? Competition, yes. Anything else? Any other thought? Okay, you see, economic values vary from sector to sector. The values of, say, a peasant, a worker, somebody engaged in small business, etc. So it varies, but there are certain commonalities. What are these commonalities? Now, to understand the commonalities, you must realize that, after all, what is an economy? Output is the function of factors of production. So, basically, it is relations between labor, between different, factors of production. Say, between labor and owners of capital, and between, say, tenants and landlords, persons employed in the organized or unorganized sector. All these form economic values, and it varies from one group to another group. No society in the world has been able to develop absolute system acceptable to all of economic values. United States has one core economic value, which is used to justify all problems. What is that core value? Professor Galbraith, Yeah, but very correct. Free market, capitalism, etc. But the moral principles is that the society offers opportunities for everybody to go up, prosper, if he is willing to do hard work. This is the underlying principles of American society. This is the economic value. That whatever may be the nature of your background or whatever, if you are hardworking, the society provides ample scope to you for going up the ladder, right? Now, here the role of the state is extremely important because it is reflected in the fiscal, monetary, economic, and social development policies. This is very important. Income tax. If it is a progressive income tax, there is a justification that I'm drawing money from you and in order to spend on highways, this, that, or the other. Now, these core social values of India today, socio-economic values, are summed up in the concept of inclusive growth. This is very important. You have to understand the implications of the concept of inclusive growth, which basically sums up our present, social and economic values. The economic values at societal level and individual level in a developing country like India overlap with some of the core social values. And therefore, this overlapping of social and economic values produces the concept of inclusive growth. Right? Now, also there is a concept of development. What is development? The famous book by Amartya Sen, Development as Freedom. Development as enhancement of, I quote, human capabilities, unquote, and freedom. Meaning, institutions have to be put in place which promote freedom, which free human minds, and which free human beings from what he calls unfreedoms. Hunger is one unfreedom. Ignorance, lack of access to education. So unfreedoms are many. These are listed in the book. So this is one aspect of development. Thus, while pursuit of wealth by an individual is in conformity with maximization of economic value, which you have just mentioned, or profit, or income, or interest, or whatever, acquisition of wealth by means other than legitimate and not in tune with social values may negate the economic value and attract public criticism and state action. So therefore, economic values have to be, or rather economic interests have to be pursued, keeping in mind the need to conform the social mores, social concepts, ideas. A balance is required to be maintained, which is the duty of the state to ensure. It is the state duty. Rather than one set of values being considered superior or more important, a country seeking development would find convergence of these values as an essential objective and precondition for development at crucial phases of its economic development. This is because economic and social developments are to be mutually supportive for strategizing and optimizing inclusive socio-economic progress. Understanding of this convergence, convergence of economic values and social values for development of the society is really a requirement of enlightened citizenship and also civil service. So therefore, when you face this kind of a question, answer is that sole pursuit of economic interest, values or whatever, is unlikely to be productive. It is not going to happen. But a fair mix of economic and social values is what is required. Mr. Azim Premji is an example of a man who has maximized his economic aspirations, but he has given it back to the society. Why? What prompted him to do so? It is the values. So this is a case where you find there's a convergence. And the whole idea of corporate social responsibility is really based on this convergence. That you are making so much profits, at least share it with the people. So there are numerous examples of this sort. Bill Gates, another example, right? Infosys chairperson and his lady wife, they have helped a lot by way of donations to various causes. So what one should understand, not just for the examination, but the larger perspective, that a civil servant is expected to be not just pro this or pro that. In other words, I might say that I believe strongly in free market economy. I'm a free marketeer, as one of my friends put it. But there is a rider, the people. You look at the basic statistics of this country. Even in the world as a whole, only 14% of the global population belongs to what is called the middle class. Also, roughly 51% of the global GDP is owned, managed, and controlled by little more than 1% of the world population. If you want to get this fact right, I take the liberty of suggesting you a book for you to read. Kishore Mahbubani is a big name in the world of strategic thinking. He's a Singaporean, Kishore Mahbubani. His book, The Great Convergence. It gives you a wealth of information of the global economy and the concept of moral values and the social values, and how, in the wake of globalization, it is necessary to harmonize these two values for a truly globalized human society, right? So this brings me to the other part of question, this judicial activism, RTA activism, etc. Could you read this portion?
Some recent developments, such as the introduction of the RTI Act, media and judicial activism, etc., are proving helpful in bringing out greater transparency and accountability in the functioning of the government. However, it is also being observed that at times the mechanisms are misused. Another negative effect is that the officers are now afraid to take firm decisions. Analyze the situation in detail and suggest how this dichotomy can be resolved suggest how these negative impacts can be minimized?
Okay. Right. What do you think of this question? How do you answer it? Any thought? Okay, let me help you. You see, when you get such a question, please go through it minutely, not just once. It is good to give a second reading also, I suggest. Okay, now you'll notice that of these three mechanisms, judicial and RTI activism are the outcomes of a legal and institutional process. Okay? Judicial activism is perfectly within the framework of judiciary's role in governance of this country. RTI activism is the product of RTI Act. Okay? Right to Information Act produced this activism. Now, what was the object? RTI was created, you might recall, because of a lot of movements within the country. It started in Rajasthan, where one of my esteemed colleagues who resigned from the service, Mrs. Aruna Roy, started the movement, and in Rajasthan was the first state that in the year 2000 enacted the Right to Information Act. The Gan Sunai, the public hearing, social audit, and letting people know not only the decision, but how a decision was taken. What was the procedure adopted? Who are the stakeholders? And what level was the decision taken? All this would obviously be available to the general public today in terms of the RTI Act. Fine. So, this was enacted to create an enabling environment for ensuring transparency, impartiality, and probity. These are important. Transparency, probity, and impartiality in the function of the government and public authorities, as defined under the RTI Act. RTI Act defines what are the public authorities, what are the characteristics to become, to be treated as a public authority. Okay. Now, since the object of RTI is to encourage and facilitate citizens' knowledge base of how government decides and implements projects and takes up various activities through its officials, elected and non-elected, RTI activism is an aid to good governance. Let's be honest. RTI is an aid to good governance. It's a tool of good governance, and not to be seen as a hindrance to decision making. Why? It's not a hindrance. It can't be seen as a hindrance. It's an instrument, it's a tool. And it covers, very importantly, the non-elected officials also. In other words, under RTI, you get a copy of the note sheet, various notings and how decisions were taken, and put it in the public domain. So, actions have to be within the RTI Act. So therefore, first response is that, well, RTI cannot be seen as a hindrance. Had it been so, government would not have enacted the law. Okay? And remember one basic thing, every law represents the will of the people, reflected through the legislation. And every act, if you download any act, you'll find there's a chapter dealing with objects and reasons. Every law has one chapter. In the chapter on objects and reasons, it is clearly stated what public interest this particular law would serve. So laws are made in the public interest. So RTI is to be seen as an aid. Media activism, and especially investigative journalism, complements RTI activism. because this could give what you call leads for people to go and file application under RTI, right? And together, these two activisms in a democracy raise the degree of alertness of the state machinery and thereby improve the level of transparency when these responses really would occupy a good part of the official's time and work. But then this should not be considered as a kind of outside interference, but it is a part of the work. In fact, others are helping you to become more transparent. One should take a positive view of RTI activism. And these are checks on likelihood of decisions often taken in undue haste and under extraneous influences, as evident in cases of allocation of 2G spectra and coal block. What are these problems all about? That certain decisions are taken under extraneous influences or under considerations which are not valid, acceptable. Therefore, a proper civil servant should consider this as a part of his work, not as an extra unwanted kind of load thrust upon him, right? Now, when it comes to judicial activism, it's a different kettle of fish. It is the outcome of public interest litigation in this country. PIL. Mind you, PIL, there is no provision for PIL in US. There is no provision for filing a PIL in the United States. And judicial activism is therefore, in a way, a response to the people approaching the courts for remedial action. Under Article 226 of the Constitution of India, the writ jurisdiction of the High Court can be invoked by any citizen on a matter of public interest. In case of Supreme Court, the provision is Article 32 of the Constitution, which gives a wider kind of a mandate to the Supreme Court. Now, why do the people have to go to the courts? Usually they go for certain reasons, say state inaction, negligence or apathy, or seek court's intervention for issuance of orders to the state for compliance. Now, these matters technically fall in the executive domain. Like, for example, dealing with air pollution in Delhi. Now, we have enacted the Air Pollution Act many, many years ago, but till today, nobody has been convicted. Body, I mean, no particular firm or no company has been taken to task under this law. It remains in the statute book, but it has not been implemented. Now, if somebody aggrieved by the decision goes to the Supreme Court and files a writ petition under Article 32, seeking court's intervention, I don't like to repeat, you know the whole story of odd even thing. There was a big role of the court in this matter. This court declared that the pollution level had reached absolutely unacceptable level. Okay. Now, say stopping construction of high-rise buildings in floodplains of Delhi is a matter taken up by many people with the courts. So here, up to this is fine. But my personal opinion is when court gets into what is called court-monitored investigation of certain cases, then the courts get into, a different area altogether. Because under the Code of Criminal Procedure, we have courts at lower level to deal with these matters. If the High Court takes over this matter, or Supreme Court takes over, then the jurisdiction of the lower courts is ousted. See, then there is a conflict. So I would say that judicial activism has to be carefully, well, it's very difficult to advise anything to the judiciary, has to be carefully, articulated, has to be carefully activated, being aware of its limitations. There are limitations of these measures. Because once the courts take over certain jurisdictions, then the executive may say, we can't do anything because the matter rests with the court. So that kind of situation ultimately is not in the interest of the public. Okay? So in the larger public interest, there has to be balance. There has to be balance in the matter of judicial activism. So my conclusion is, looking objectively and taking into account the experience till date of these activisms, they constitute, you see, a part of checks and balances mechanism in a democracy. See, why do you need checks and balances in democracy? Now, understanding of democracy is required, basically. An American constitutional expert, if I could give you the name later, said that periodic elections and formation of government is a necessary but not sufficient condition of democracy. It's not a sufficient condition. If that is so, then Pakistan is also democracy. But nobody will agree that Pakistan is a democracy because Pakistan doesn't have the rule of law. And if you see the constitution of Pakistan, you see, you find an interesting statement. Sovereignty in India lies with the people. We, the people of India. American constitution, French, etc. In Pakistani constitutions, it begins with an interesting system. Whereas sovereignty rests with Allah. It's very important. And whereas the laws in Quran and Hadith, etc., have to be the guiding principles of making laws and running the state of Pakistan. We, the people of Pakistan, have given to ourselves the constitution in the name of Allah, the most munificent, etc., etc. So, therefore, we have to think of institutions which really strengthen democracy. And democracy requires institutions. So, these activisms are to be seen as emerging institutions of democratic governance to promote, preserve, and widen the concept of public interest. Please take a minute to understand this. The concept of public interest is the product of French Revolution and the revolution in England, the glorious revolution that took place. The idea is that the monarch is not the judge of the public interest. The representatives of the people, they are the judge. Why? Because this is the 800th year of Magna Carta. What was Magna Carta about? That Magna Carta is the first step by which a group of people asserted that because we pay the taxes to the king, we have a right to see how the king makes use of these tax proceeds. In simple language, tax proceeds are to be decided by those who pay taxes. And this did not include Aam Aadmi, everybody. Only those who pay taxes, they had the right to be represented in what later on became the parliament. So therefore, concept of public interest expands. Now, 20 years ago, air pollution was not a problem. Nobody talked about it. Today it is a major issue. So therefore, the concept of public interest expands with the passage of time. So civil servants have to ensure that there is a lively debate within the society to deal with the idea of public interest. Right? Say, Swachh Bharat Abhijan is an example of, belated kind of extension of the concept of public interest to sanitation, cleanliness, etc. Though Gandhiji has been talking about it. But this is an example of how the priorities of the government change with the changing concept of public interest, right? So these are, the mechanisms we discussed provide safeguards against arbitrary exercise of executive authority by often preempting the same, as in the case of Beaufort scandal. Preempting means giving an advance information that something had gone wrong. Therefore, the system, got into the act. And it cannot be, therefore, anybody's case that such activism stands in the way of prompt administrative decisions. Rather, it promotes careful, cautious, and appropriate decisions. Careful, cautious, transparent, and appropriate. Okay? So this is vital for democracy and building up of credibility of the system of government. The word credibility is extremely important. The government must be seen to be efficient and actually function efficiently also. So these mechanisms have to be what you called, there's an English expression, have to be, I forget it. It has to be part of the house. You see? It's a part of the establishment's way of thinking. You see? Yes, I got it. It's house trained. House trained is an expression used in a delightful BBC series, program, Yes Minister, which was screened many years ago. You might download it from YouTube and watch it. It is worth. It shows the pattern of relationship that exists in Britain among the civil servants and the ministers. I cannot resist the temptation of narrating a small incident which I would never forget in life. The secretary was talking to his minister about a complex economic problem. So he asked his secretary, "Do you know anything about it?" He said, "Sir, for heaven's sake, I don't have academic knowledge of the matter. I studied Greek, Latin, philosophy, and a bit of mathematics in Oxford." Then he said, "Surely your cabinet secretary knows about it. It's an economic problem." And he said, Sir Humphrey said, "Sir, he is at an even greater disadvantage. He's an economist himself." So this shows the approach, that all administrative problems can be brought down to simple propositions for the purpose of taking decisions. So I would say that in an evolving democracy like India, developing democracy, these institutions will keep on developing, changing, growing, and the bureaucracy cannot consider any of these emerging trends or institutions as obstacle to its work. It has to fine-tune its work with this changing environment, right? So this completes this section. Any question? Am I moving a little too fast? No? Okay? Comfortable?
Want to hear something about media?
Media. You see, electronic media is something that democracy was not prepared for. Indian democracy was not prepared for, frankly. The explosion of media that had taken place and the complete change of emphasis. Professor Amartya Sen has penned down a good book recently, The Country of First Boys. There's a chapter on media and economic development and social progress. You might like to go through it, where Sen argues that the weakness of the Indian media is that it does not project the problems at the grassroots levels. It is essentially promoting the economic values we discussed, maximization of profits, TRP, reading and all that kind of thing. So therefore, it does not devote adequately to the problems of education, health, nutrition. India has a huge nutrition problem. So this is one aspect he highlighted. The other book he wrote, India, An Uncertain Glory, with Jean Rose. There also he had documented that how the media, being profit-oriented, did not find any profit in projecting, say, the cases of farmer suicides, which is a major problem. When you go for interview, somebody might ask you, how do you reconcile the Green Revolution and the incidents of farmer suicides in different parts of the country? There is no TV program, though P. Sainath, the great journalist of Hindu, has been writing about it. But what coverage did it get? Not much, nothing practically. So, therefore, I would say that here, as far as administration is concerned, one has to learn to live with the growing tendencies and institutions, etc. And I would say that the media, if it could project a total picture rather than a partial, focused kind of, scenario, it might serve the purpose of democracy. Right? Okay. Should we move on to question number 5? Would you please read? No. What I'm saying, there's a positive as well as negative side. It makes the society alert. It makes the government alert. But at the same time, it has a tendency to create sensationalism, which cannot be clamped down, which should be tolerated. It is like an errant child misbehaving. Teacher need not always beat him. A gentle rebuke, a gentle nudge here and there might as well do the work. So you have to learn to live with it. So that should be the line of answers to this side of question. One, these are emerging institutions in a democracy, and they have important roles to play as a part of the overall checks and balances mechanism, which is essential for a successful democracy. And the bureaucrats, officials have to learn to live with it and ensure that by their alert activities, that occasions for such would not arise or might not arise in that huge proportions. It will arise, but you might see that it is reduced. In other words, management of media is required. It is live and let live type of attitude. It's not us or them. It is live and let live.
So one example, I think in Assam media case in Assam.
What is that case? Tell me.
Case of cyber river mongering.
What is that?
Case of cyber river mongering in Assam or
What, what happened?
social media.
Mm-hmm.
Social media report that the Assamese is under attack. Assamese are under attack in ethnic classes.
Well,
There was a serious exodus of northeastern people from southern states, Karnataka, because of rumors spreading over social media. So these are the negative roles of media.
oh yes, certainly. You see, as I said, there are negative roles as well as positive roles. Question.
The negative follow-ups, if we pick out specifically, such as RTI Act, it has been in news that Naxalites, they are using it to further their own interest. Again, in media also, there are cases of media trials, media scrutiny of publicly important questions. And then judicial activism, there is always allegation of judiciary encroaching into the domain of executive safeguard, democracy from this?
No, question is, how all this would pose a threat to democracy?
If there is, there is media trials, so the role of judiciary is.
No, not at all. Judiciary would ignore under the Code of Criminal Procedure and the Indian Evidence Act. These extraneous reports have no value. Take the case of this Sheena Bora murder case. People have forgotten about it. The law has taken its own course. So, remember.
Impact it puts on
No,
the
no.
person. For example,
See.
Sunanda Pushkar case.
Okay.
The image of the concerned MP is.
You see, he doesn't matter. You see, it doesn't matter anymore. Okay? You are talking about judiciary. Courts have not taken any cognizance of this matter. Only when the police will file a charge sheet before the court will take note of it. Court is not required to open its mouth on this blessed case. They have better things to do and other more important things to do. Remember, when you sit as a magistrate, you don't pick up matters from newspapers or gossip or anything. This is in the nature of gossip. It is nothing but letter of what you call large-scale gossip, in which, unfortunately, the viewers also are involved. It has nothing to do with the legal process. You see, the Indian Evidence Act that was drafted by Lord Macaulay is so perfect that no amendment has been required to be made over the last 150 years. So therefore, they are adequate to deal with these problems. So let there be no mistake on it. As far as the judiciary is concerned, its mandate is clear, the laws are clear. The criminal laws and the laws of evidence, civil laws, Code of Civil Procedure, these are very much there, and they don't take cognizance of it. It will not have any impact on this. That answers your first question. Media, what did you say?
Frequent media trials, what they do.
They are not trials. The answer is they are not trials. They are just organized gossip on a large scale. Financially motivated, organized gossip. That's all.
Role of media on juvenile justice case.
There are several views on this subject. You see, rights of the juvenile are enshrined in the laws of many countries of the world. The law that we have was based on international practice. That practice is based on study of physiology, psychology, and the objective environment in which a child grows up. On a balance of all considerations, the age was fixed. Okay? Therefore, here you are right that media activism led the government to appoint, for example, Justice Verma's committee on women's safety and security in public places. We had the Vishaka judgments before. But then public outcry, and then you have amendments to this act. All these have to be seen in a larger context. And I can tell you one thing, no law is final. Any law can be amended based on your future experiences. So as of now, the amendment represents the will of the people. Definitely, in the creation of that will, the media played an important part. That's fine. That's the perfectly democratic functioning of the media. We have no quarrel with that. Okay? Fine?
Can we add ASFA here judicial activism?
Pardon me?
Can we add ASFA here judicial activism? Like armed security, this is applicable in Northeast and
You have touched a very sentimental chord of my mind. You see, I have worked under situations where this law was in force. This was enacted in 1958. Armed Forces Special Powers Act for Assam and Manipur. Why Assam and Manipur? Because Naga Hills district was a part of Assam. And the Nagas were operating not only within Nagaland, but in the areas around Nagaland. Why Manipur? 10% of Manipur's geographical area is the valley, inhabited by Meiteis. The 90% is the hill area, inhabited by Tangkhul Nagas, Tangkhuls, Jemas, Jeliangrong, all kinds of Naga tribes. So this act was passed when Pandit Nehru was Prime Minister of India, on careful consideration of all facts and circumstances of the case, the nature of the problem, the international ramifications of the problem, the gravity of the problem. And it is still in the statute book. Okay? So, it is a central act and it is now extended to Jammu and Kashmir, etc. It's a separate subject altogether. But here, just look at the facts. The Government of India constituted a committee under Justice Jeevan Reddy to look into this. The recommendations of the committee have not been formally rejected, but have been, don't quote me, have been put in the cold storage. Nearest cold storage. Why? Because the situation as it exists now, as the Honorable Minister mentioned the other day, in Manipur particularly, it requires that kind of a law which empowers the security forces to carry out two kinds of operations: search and destroy, S and D. Then clear and hold. The idea is to destroy the adversary's will to fight. And at the same time, development activities are geared to win the hearts and minds of the people. It's a two-pronged kind of anti-insurgency operation. Okay? The strong arm and the friendly arm should go together. So that should not be a party. You should not raise this issue here, actually. You limit it to this matter. As of now, judiciary has not intervened in this matter.
According to me, once that case was tried in Supreme Court, but Supreme Court has not accepted it yet, because the hearing was, it has not accepted even for the hearing also.
So the matter stands.
Yeah, it is.
So all that, this subject might come up later, all that you should do to keep in mind that a balanced view is expected of you, a balanced approach. Okay? And I've explained what that balanced approach would be. Okay? Right. So we come to number 5. Question number 5.
Two different kinds of attitudes exhibited by public servants towards their work have been identified as the bureaucratic attitude and the democratic attitude. A. Distinguish between these two terms and write their merits and demerits. B. Is it possible to balance the two to create a better administration for the faster development of our country?
Very straightforward question. I suppose you should be having no difficulty. No problem?
Just explain the terms technically.
Okay. There is no technology involved here. You know, it is hardly a technical term. You see, in English language, the words acquire meanings over a period of time, depending on how people interpret that particular word. The word bureaucracy was a perfectly respectable term. You know, bureaucracy means an area where there are several bureaus. You know, bureau is a term that refers to a collection of desks. There are 5 people working. We constitute a bureau. You constitute another bureau. So therefore, when activities of the government are discharged by these, clusters, groups, bodies of men, this is bureaucracy. Okay? So it is the rule of the bureaus, whatever you pronounce it. This is how the word bureaucracy came. Now what does the word bureaucratic attitude means? Now please remember one basic fact. Bureaucracy in England began in 19th century. Before that, there was no career bureaucracy of the sort that you have in Britain today. Till 19th century, Britain was being run by a system of government loosely, formed. The officials are appointed on temporary basis, etc. There is no system as such. Can I take 2 minutes of your time extra to go back to this? You see, it is in relation to administration of India that British people started thinking about bureaucracy. Strange though it might seem. You see, have any of you been to Calcutta? Are you aware of a building called Writers' Building? Who are the writers? No. This is the headquarters of the Bengal government. Short point. The Honorable East India Company recruited its staff, senior staff, on the basis of patronage initially. And they were like business executives of today. They were the business executives of the East India Company in charge of their business operations. The first appointment of a lad of 17 years of age, like Warren Hastings came as a writer, Clive. First appointment is writer. After some time, you get promoted, you become a factor. Next promotion is agent. Thereafter, fourth promotion is chief agent. And then you become a governor. Right? They are called the covenanted servants of the East India Company. They signed a covenant. Okay? In the year 1853, when the Charter Act of East India Company was renewed, charter means the charter of Queen Elizabeth to the company to carry out trade in India. This charter was being renewed every 20 years. So these covenanted servants began to be recruited through a competitive examination. Right? This was in 1853. Later, next year, Indians were allowed to compete. So this cadre of East India Company's covenant servants became the heaven-born Indian civil service. This is the genesis of the Indian civil service. That is the covenanted staff, senior officers actually. They are not ordinary people. I find it horrifying in a CBSE textbook which described Clive as a mere clerk. Absolutely incorrect. Clive was a senior executive who began his life as a writer and then moved up to the ladder and became governor of Bengal. This was the channel of promotion. This subject of recruitment of civil servants through examination started in China, way back in 200 years before the birth of Christ. And the system continued till 1905. They are designated as mandarins. Even today in China, senior officers are called mandarins. The language they speak is the Mandarin Chinese, the official language. So what I'm trying to say is that this tradition of bureaucracy that you have was essentially a legacy of the East India Company. Right? In 1919, Government of India Act, it lays down the subjects reserved for central government. Audit and accounts, foreign affairs, customs and central excise, income tax, all these, the central services that we have today, the Group A services, they really relate to those activities which Government of India had reserved for central government's functions. Okay. Post and telegraphs, railways, customs, income tax, audit and accounts, everything. So there has been no basic change in the structure of governance. Now, then over the years, the word bureaucratic has acquired. In England, after early 19th century, gradually bureaucracy expanded, especially after Second World War, when the welfare state, the Labour Party came to power and welfare state came to Britain. Now, what exactly does the word mean? I have digressed a little, but perhaps this would help you to understand, what is civil service all about. Oxford Dictionary meaning of the word bureaucratic is government by central administration officials and inflexible in its conduct. Now this is the adverse point. It is a government by central administration, inflexible, rigid, inflexible, tradition bound, rule bound. In other words, file bound, paper bound. So one of my friends used to say, we have become paper tigers. So why? Because paper is everything. When anything comes, first thing I'll ask you, is there any paper on the subject? If not, then the matter doesn't exist as far as I'm concerned. The paper has to come placed before me with suitable notes for me to take care of, to go through it. This is what is called inflexible attitude, right? So the Oxford Dictionary meaning of bureaucratic government is that it is a system run by central government officials, inflexible in its conduct, and this implies a rule-bound, rigid approach to matters for decision. That you can define. Answer you can say, just go through the dictionary, say this is what it means. A rigid, bureaucratic, inflexible approach to the problem. That is what is called bureaucratic, right? And bureaucratic ethos and attitudes are shaped by understanding and strict adherence to the rules and examination of matters for decisions that begins with the question, what laws or rules cover or apply to the matter to proceed further. When a matter comes, first is you have to see what policy relates to this matter, what rules exist, what are the instructions, what are the policies, right? To proceed further, and not the merits of the case per se. There was a short TV film, Peeply Alive. You recall that's the case of farmer suicide. Now the response of the secretary is that it's not an agriculture-related problem. Agriculture means cultivation of crops. A person has committed suicide in his personal capacity. He has taken a decision. Now it attracts provisions of Indian Penal Code. And there is a law. So it is not a matter that concerns Ministry of Agriculture. Now this is a perfectly bureaucratic, correct view. Ministry of Agriculture deals with jute, cotton, rice, pulses, all commercial crops, food crops, etc. It also deals with food processing. It encourages dairy farming, dairy cooperatives, etc. But farmers' welfare, what happens to him is not really within my charter. I put the damn thing closed. Sorry. See, so this is an example. You can quote this. This is an example of bureaucratic approach. That you go through the papers and see that, right, I put it in silent mode. You see, this is a typical example of a bureaucratic approach, where when a matter is placed before you, you find out whether rules, regulations, policies, etc. are relatable to this matter. Not the fact before you, not the merits of the case. Right. So therefore, merit comes later and are subordinated to the rules. are subordinated to the rules in the sense that the matter is taken up only if rules provide for action. If rules don't provide for action, I have no competence to do it. That's the argument. That I am the creature of the laws, rules, and regulations. If laws do not empower me to intervene in a case of harm or suicide, I should not get involved in it. It is the problem for the local district magistrate and the police. A FIR should be lodged in the police station by the deceased's relatives, and then law will take its own course. Remember the famous statement of Narasimha Rao, the law will take its own course. So this is a favorite expression in the bureaucracy we always use. Law will take its own course. I take my own course also. So my course is law. Therefore, this is what is called the bureaucratic attitude, a bureaucratic approach. Okay? But then again, there are many examples. This relates to the public interest and the societal norms, societal values. I give an example. You see, an example of this is indifference to complaints of domestic violence by officials before the act to prevent domestic violence was enacted. This is a fact. Earlier, before this domestic violence act, act was enacted, the officials would say it is not a matter for me to intervene. Okay? But now, it is in the statute book. So therefore, changing social values, social attitudes, decide the bureaucratic ethos also. So therefore, what it means is that we think of the democratic attitude. What is the democratic attitude? Democratic attitude, on the contrary, considers the merits of the case first from the social justice and public interest perspective. And if a matter satisfies this basic test, it suggests that the official should find ways and means to promote the same, rather than looking at the rule book to see first why this could not be done. This is the difference between democratic attitude and bureaucratic attitude. That you have to go through the merits of the case first. Now this is a adoption of a positive line with the object of dealing with the obstacles and constraints in a problem-solving mode. That is, the attitude has to change. Regardless of the matter, whether it falls within your rules or all, first see the merits of the case. And what is the criteria? Criteria is whether there has been a violation of human rights. That's most important. Human rights. A matter may take place, say, in a border village. It may not be within your jurisdiction, but the democratic attitude suggests that immediately take stock of the matter and decide about the jurisdiction later. First, deal with the problem, then refer it to the person concerned who legitimately has to deal with this matter. Okay? Now, if you deal with the matter as a kind of a routine activity, then it is a bureaucratic approach. But one must remember that there are many merits of the bureaucratic approach also. One is that it ensures transparency in rule-based decision, accountability, while the strength of the democratic ethos is proactive and a positive approach that demands creative response from the government in the larger public interest. In matters of emergency like natural calamities, epidemics, civil disturbances, sudden rise of prices, or shortage of essential commodities, administration has to be innovative to deal with these issues effectively. Now, therefore, what it boils down to, that the rules are laws, rules, policies. They are the products of experiences, of the society. Please remember, they don't fall from the heaven, They are essentially embodiments of societal experiences and understanding perceptions of how to deal with these problems. And these are to be seen as a dynamic kind of, institution. Thus, matters of routine nature are best done as per rules to avoid any complaint or misuse of power. And therefore, a blend of these two approaches is to be attempted, and it is actually attempted by competent officials. Now, sometimes this results in policy changes also. This is very important. When you deal with an unusual situation, take for instance the odd even program in Delhi. It has definitely brought about a complete change in the policy to deal with air pollution. So, therefore, any act of innovative nature, innovative administration is what we have been always talking about, and that should be the main object, that is innovate solutions to problems which are being faced by the society. A dynamic and responsive administration needs policy support to interpret rules and new rules to deal with new issues, such as the current issue of women's safety in movement in public places. This compelled the government to make laws stricter and streamline the security cover to respond to women's need for movement in public transport of places. I mentioned about the trial of odd even scheme. So these are examples of dynamic intervention leading to blending of these two attitudes for a common public cause. So therefore, cultivation of an innovative attitude should be the rule and not the exception in a state committed to development with justice, equity, and highest degree of people's participation. So my advice to you would be that define bureaucratic attitude, define democratic attitude, and just mention that bureaucratic attitude or bureaucratic ethos may be okay for dealing with routine, administrative problems. But in a dynamic developing country like India, where things are changing rapidly, it is absolutely necessary to have an innovative kind of frame of mind, blending the bureaucratic ethos as well as democratic attitudes to produce optimum results for the benefit of the public. Okay? Yeah.
Can we write under democratic attitude following the orders of political executive by the bureaucrats with the democratic attitude because they are elected by the people?
Okay. Political, you said what? Political? Executives. I'm glad you have been very precise in your expression. Political executives include only the ministers in charge of departments. So if the minister in charge of that particular matter intervenes, you have the right to seek an official confirmation. Okay? If it is sensible, you go by it. Suppose there is a flood and the minister is a local MLA. He says that do this, do that. There's nothing wrong in acting upon it. He might have visited the area, might have learned the problems that the people are facing. But a local legislature or a local party boss is not a political executive. That should be borne in mind. So the administrative actions should be free from extraneous influences, for the simple reason that extraneous influences may be to the disadvantage of the people also. He may favor some groups placed in equally difficult situations because they happen to be part of his constituency, quite possible. So therefore, in all such matters, what is needed, the democratic attitude should be taken as an aid to administration, helping you to do your duties better, rather than imposing his will on you. to act in a manner that may not be in the interest of the affected people or in the interest of the people. There are some questions exactly dealing with the issues that you have raised later.
So that means a unit has to look into the citizen-centric. He has to be citizen-centric.
Whenever any direction comes, one has to apply, basic tools, mental tools, whether this is a reasonable order or not. Reasonableness of the order, it's not an order. First, under the rules of executive business of the government, there are clear systems. So, a minister might speak to you, but ordinarily, the order has to come under the signature of the Secretary of the Department. Look at the mess that Delhi government is in. The government issues orders, then is overruled by the LG, and all kinds of things which are happening. But if you look at the fine print of these developments, the rules prescribe certain powers to be exercised by the political executive. There are also set procedures for implementing these orders. The rules do not provide for any shortcut of this matter. So therefore, if it is an order for the executive in proper form, you may act upon it. If it does not mean that it favors one group or the other. In other words, it is the civil servant who is actionable, responsible for the acts done by him, not by anybody else. So therefore, this has to be very, very clearly understood. The democratic attitude means your democratic attitude, not the attitude of Democrats. There's a subtle difference between the two. Attitude is yours. It's not the attitude of others. So don't confuse these two things. Democratic attitude does not mean that you follow the orders of the political leaders in a democracy. No. Yes, but within the framework of laws, rules, and regulations. Whether you have the democratic attitude or the bureaucratic attitude is the issue that has been raised in this question. Answer is, there has to be a fine blend of these two attitudes. That is the straightforward answer. Okay? Right, we're running short of time. Now we come to number 6. Could anybody please tell?
Today we find that in spite of various measures like prescribing codes of conduct, setting up vigilance cells, RTI, active media, and strengthening of the legal mechanisms, corrupt practices are not coming under control. A. Evaluate the effectiveness of these measures with justification. B. Suggest more effective strategies to tackle this menace.
Okay. What do you make of it? You see, there is a statement here that the substantive statement is that it's not making any impact, isn't it? Please read this sentence again.
Various measures are setting active media and strengthening of the legal mechanisms. Corrupt practices are not coming under control. The corrupt practices are not coming under control. So we have to evaluate the effectiveness of these measures with justification and suggest more effective strategies.
Okay,
Substantive point is that the corrupt practices are not coming under control.
okay. Now, what is your response to this question? So that corrupt practices are not.
There is this element of truth in it.
The safer course would be to say it is a contentious statement. It is a contentious statement. Okay? It's not a gospel truth, etc. Yes, there are various reports which suggest that, etc. But I do not think I have come across any report which says very clearly that all these have not produced any effect. but it's a continuous effort. Therefore, it is a contentious issue. Okay. Then he goes on to look at these instruments. The effectiveness of the vigilance cell in departments and state and central vigilance commissions, RTI and media activism, strengthening of laws, legal measures, is to be seen in a holistic manner, not in segments. Most important thing, that the measures taken to curb corruption have to be seen in a holistic manner, because each of these systems has its limitations. Limitations in the sense the scope is limited. You see, take RTI. RTI deals with matters that have been already taken place. It cannot tell that you should do this, you should do that. No. RTI is only to find out what has been done and how this has been done, right? So, the point here that each of these institutions and system has its limitations. RTI and media could place in public domain specific cases of corruption at high places as well as corrupt practices of officials, where the citizens necessarily seek actions from public officials. However, these revelations would reduce corruption only if follow-up actions were taken in time by the government. It depends on the follow-up actions. So, how to compel the system to respond effectively to these revelations? That is the issue. So, the main issue is the positivity, effectiveness of the response of the government to these revelations. That is the main issue. Now, for various reasons, this doesn't always take place. The response can't be always natural or instantaneous. There are various compulsions. One must remember that there's a power structure in the country. Democracy has to be seen in the context of a power structure that exists in the country. And for various reasons, this doesn't happen. I mentioned about Bofors case, 2G spectrum, these VAPAMs in Madhya Pradesh, then so many other cases you could recall. Now here the issue is to bring about transparency in decision making, eradication of the practice of intermediation by individuals or firms who have vested interest in working out a deal, and opening up a private public service to competition, and avoiding or recognizing better performing units could together create an ambience opposed to corruption through a multiple level of continuous public scrutiny. So therefore, it is a multifaceted problem covering so many sectors. So you can't have a single remedy, single solution to these problems. So, because each of these institutions has its own limitations. If you go through the CBC Act, you will see it has a limited jurisdiction. If you go through RTI, it has limited jurisdictions. So, it cannot effectively intervene on all cases at all stages. Okay? So, what is needed as a matter of strategy is that the practice of intermediation. The Defense Ministry had a rule some time back that no agents were allowed for defense contracts. Now, this was a revolutionary decision. In the same manner, if the government decide seriously that this intermediation should be stopped, penalized as an offense, and giving of bribe is considered as serious an offense as taking of bribe. There's a hand that gives always when there's a hand that takes. So till now in Indian law, this was not there. So now the Prevention of Corruption Act is being amended to include this. Also, the Prevention of Corruption Act does not apply to private sector. You see? So this is also a major, you can say, lacuna, weakness of the system. Because as you open up the economy, the corruption acquires new features. Okay? We have the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC. And there are laws in different countries which prohibit their companies to offer bribes. You see the case of a British firm that offered some bribe to get a contract involving Saudi Arabia is an example of that type. So, therefore, the strategy to deal with this menace has to be multifaceted. First, strengthening of the existing laws providing stringent punishment for offering as well as taking of bribes in any form of inducement. Strict provisions for penalizing corporates indulging in bribing officials, including non-elected public officials. See, definition of public servants, as you mentioned, includes political executives also. So there should be stringent provisions, like the ministers and the legislatures, along with strengthening of the vigilance commissions in the state and the center would be a step in the right direction. Provisions for confiscation of assets and properties acquired by corrupt means by public servants as well as others should be enforced and made known to the public by the official media, and this will certainly strengthen the anti-corruption efforts. So these are some of the points that I've listed. You might add up to it. See, essentially, the statement is contentious, but contains some elements of truth. You may begin with this sentence. While the sentence is contentious, it does contain some elements of truth. This is because each of these institutions, has its limitations. And together, they do not add up to a strong deterrence to corruption. Therefore, we have to strategize. And strategizing it would require putting in place laws and institutions that stop intermediation by mala fide agencies, bringing in the public servants, non-elected public officials within the ambit of the corruption law, extending Prevention of Corruption Act to private sector, and confiscation of ill-gotten properties, movable as well as immovable, and create a culture in the country. This is very important. Now, this culture of probity is very important. Do you know that while all we talk about corruption in the country, there is a state in India where there is no corruption? Mizoram. There is a report I could share with you by a group of NGOs who had worked there and found that in Mizoram, they have a philosophy of Tuang Mua. Tuang Mua. Tuang Mua means, in Mizo language, it means that share your joys and sorrows with others. And care for everyone. And their traditional philosophy of Tuang Mua, strengthened by the Christian ethics. In the Holy Bible, Jesus said, love thy neighbor as thyself. Love thy neighbor as thyself. This is one message that won for Christianity large followers across the world. The same thing is there in Hindu philosophy. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. In practice, of course, things are different, but it is there in philosophy. But in Mizoram, it is practiced. This is the only place in the country where you will see a roadside shop stocked with goods, but there is no shopkeeper. There is no shopkeeper. There is a box, the prices are listed, you are welcome to take it and put the money. If you pay little in excess, when you come next, this will be duly returned to you. And there are such shops along Aizawl Lunglei Road. Why? Because Mizos have a philosophy that a Mizo should not cheat another Mizo. So there is no what you call cutting edge corruption. You know this expression cutting edge? Railway station you go, you pay bribe to get your reservation. So in Mizoram, there is no cutting edge level corruption. And it is a most literate society. There is no corruption connected with election. Mr. Purno Sangma narrated his story when he was asked to carry some money during election campaign to distribute in various states. This is a public statement he made in a seminar in Delhi. He said he went to Mizoram with some money and met the Mizo leaders. Usually, आपका campaign के लिए, you know, for your campaign, you need to incur some costs. So I have some money. So Mizo said, we don't need. There's no need. Why? The Mizo society, if a man speaks volumes about himself, he is usually disliked. It's a man who beats his own drum, as Mizo say, is most untrustworthy. So therefore, if you say, vote for me, that means the joker is really useless. That is the expression you find commonly. So therefore, so how was the election campaign conducted? So Mr. Sangma said that I went with the candidate. They fixed a meeting. Everybody has a notebook and a pencil. Both the candidates stood up and said, I am going to do this, I am going to do that, I am going to do that. And they noted down. Then thereafter they offered them Thinkpui, which means tea. Thinkpui. So they had Thinkpui, etc., and went back. The decisions will be taken only on the date of polling. So therefore, this is how a culture of corruption, culture of probity and honesty has been developed in the society. Why can't this be done in a country like India? So therefore, you can say that a culture of probity is a part of the social value systems, a part of the cultural modes of the society. It cannot be always imposed from above. And relegation of money to a position of lesser importance in life. One of the civil service values that one would like to talk about is developing a lifestyle of developing and respecting, zealously striving for a non-poor lifestyle. I'm not saying middle class lifestyle, non-poor lifestyle. You will not be poor by any means, but a non-poor lifestyle has its own pleasures, has its own joys. So this culture of probity, cultivation of values, of fraternity, of being nice to others, is very, very important. I've served in Mizoram, and right from those days, I was remarkably, impressed. I was deeply impressed by the code of conduct that guides the relations among the Mizos. So this aspect has to be borne in mind. You see, how do you develop this culture? Now, suppose a social boycott or ostracism in a visible manner by the citizens, by, for example, by not attending the lavish wedding of corrupt person's children's wedding. This is one simple act. These fat weddings, for example, are attended by people who decry corruption, but nevertheless would go and attend. Now, this culture could be developed in such manners, like not attending lavish wedding of corrupt persons' relatives and cultivation of ethical code of conduct, best expressed in refusal to offer bribe, to seek an undue advantage or privilege, to ignore brazen corrupt act, and not having the courage of conviction to report corrupt practices by adopting what is called chalta hai type of attitude. You see, this is one that promotes corruption. This chalta hai attitude is what builds up corruption. It creates an environment conducive to corruption. And not cooperating with the investigative agencies, all these add up to corruption, and hence to create a culture of probity in government, a broader social movement against corruption is required. A broader social movement, a cultural movement to back up the efforts of the institutions responsible for creating a corruption-free state and society. Which means that it's not enough that you have put in place institutions, but it's a part of the culture of the people. Okay? That is important, that you must mention it. Right. We come to question number 7. It's a longish question. Okay, could you tell me?
At the international level, the bilateral relations between most nations are governed on the policy of promoting one's own national interest without any regard for the interest of other nations. This leads to conflicts and tensions between the nations. How can ethical consideration help resolve such tensions? Discuss with specific examples.
Okay. We are moving on to a different area altogether, you know. Let me just read for you what I have noted. Relations among all and not most nations. If you read carefully, there's a mistake here. Not most nations. Relations among all and not most nations are primarily guided by what the nations consider as their national interest in strategic, defense, economic, scientific, technological, and other spheres. What is our perception of national interest? This is implicit in the concept of the nation state based on hard power. A nation state is based on hard power. It is not based on soft power. And the sole right, inherent right to take justice in their own hand is the expression of sovereign power. And to use force to impose its will on other nations by war. The states that you have, nation states, were the product of Treaty of Westphalia in 1648 in Europe. What we have adopted is the European mode of nation state. It is founded on the principle that I have a right to take the law into my own hands and declare war against this, that, or the other countries. This is a major attribute of my sovereign power. Okay? The nation state thus arrogates to itself the absolute power to decide what constitutes its national interest in any sphere and to decide the means of promoting or preserving the same, including war. My technological interest is to get scientific know-how about nuclear power generation. And it is my right to decide whether I would get it from US or Russia or any other country. Like this, it is national interest, which I am the arbitrator. I decide how it should be formulated, phrased, articulated, and how it should be pursued, including war. Any of you heard about Clausewitz? Clausewitz, German strategic thinker. Clausewitz is the father of strategic studies in the world. He is the greatest. Clausewitz said, and I quote, "War is essentially a political act and continuation of policy by other means." This is the most well-known sentence of Clausewitz. You check the internet, you'll get to know about what Clausewitz had written on war and strategy and principles of war. The point is that war is a political fact. From that, the great French Prime Minister Clemenceau said, and I quote, "War is too serious a business to be left to the military men." This I always reminded my military colleagues in the defense ministry. Clemenshu said this. So don't try to say that you have the last word and the last advice, but you are not the person to face the consequences of war. The country faces the consequences, and country is much larger, isn't it? So the virtual division of the world into nation state, various nation states in the last 2 centuries, what had happened, the world has been broken up into different nation states. And the 2 world wars and the conflicts that took place established the need for an international system to restrain the behavior of the nation states. For this, certain international conventions and instruments having the force of law, because they are based on consensus of the contracting parties, have been put in place under the United Nations system as the first step to introduce ethics in international relations, to promote and preserve peace, security, and development of the world. I mentioned about the United Nations Convention Against Corruption. United Nations Office on Drugs is one important office, to deal with this international movement of drugs. So therefore, these are activities, institutions, which are designed to introduce some elements of ethics in international relations, to deal with common interests of mankind. While the nation-state system promotes selfishness, narrow kind of nationalism, the international system is trying to introduce elements contrary to this approach. Concerns for international problems, common interests of mankind. The hope of a just global order based on common interests demands an ethics-based code of conduct adopted by nations that curbs the unilateral right of force by bringing in institutions like the United Nations Security Council, for example, is one instrument for this purpose. So, a practical way to realize it is for a group of nations placed in favorable geopolitical situations to search for commonality of interest, like ASEAN, for example, commonality of interest, SAARC, ASEAN, European Union. You see, these are regional arrangements based on commonality of interest, and therefore common institutions also emerge from such ideas and sentiments. Now, what is essential is that this is an indirect approach to bring in some form of ethics-based order in international relations that critically restricts the exercise of sovereign powers to aggrandize, and by helping towards growth of the idea of shared sovereignty. The idea of shared sovereignty. That sovereignty is not an absolute concept. It has to be shared. And this is basically it is being shared now. Based on a common code of conduct by nations under such an association. The UN system would function through its charter if member states accepted the fact that sovereignty has lost its meaning in an area of globalization and increasing interdependence among nations. This is a very important point. You might use it for your essay and other papers also. That when you talk about globalization, it suggests gradual emergence of the concept of shared sovereignty, not unbridled, uncontrolled, unchecked exercise of sovereign powers. Thus, a world divided into such groupings of nations, not hostile to each other, but engaged in widening the areas of cooperation for mutual progress, would be better placed to accord due priority to matters of interest of all nations and living beings, like, say, climate justice. This requires an international approach. Common action points, a common action program to deal with the climate change, which you call climate justice, rather than conflict as means to pursue common interests. The basic idea is that the conflict is not the means, is not the best means to achieve your interest. Rather, consensus, cooperation are absolutely necessary in this era of globalization. This is a proven way to bring ethical considerations in international relations in phases, but on a durable basis. In this connection, you may like to look at a fine book by Kishore Mahbubani. I keep repeating him, I've read recently. A nice book, Can Singapore Survive? Can Singapore Survive? It's a brilliant collection of essays. See, Kishore Mahbubani joined Singapore Foreign Service in 1971. He has made outstanding contributions when he was Singapore's permanent representative at the United Nations in New York. Presently, he is Dean, Public Policy, Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy in Singapore, and rated by Henry Kissinger as one of the 50 most influential strategic thinkers of the world. He is a Singaporean national, but a person of Indian origin. I take a lot of pride in saying that India, while India could not produce so far, I mean, sorry to say, but he is top class. If you read his book, it will help you to deal with all matters. All of your papers connected with general studies and all will be of immense help, especially those who are aspiring for joining the foreign service. This would be a good introduction to how the world stands today, economic, political, social, cultural, everything. You get a clear picture if you just look at these two books, The Great Convergence and Can Singapore Survive? So therefore, answer to this, you carefully consider these options, that international relations today are showing two trends. We are still clinging to the outdated concept of national sovereignty. At the same time, there are compulsions of globalization and matters of international concern like climate change, fair trade, harmonizing economic policies of different nations under the WTO system. You see, a fair intellectual property regime that enables the developing countries to move ahead. So these are the instruments which have to be strengthened in order to reach this goal. Okay? Question number 8. Any question? Anything on this? No? Good. Am I boring you? Huh? No? I hope you're not finding it. Okay. Tell me the 8th question, very interesting.
Public servants are likely to confront with the issues of conflict of interest. What do you understand by the term conflict of interest, and how does it manifest in the decision making of the public servant? If faced with the conflict of interest situation, how will you resolve it? Explain with the help of examples.
Okay. Fine. Now, could anyone tell me his or her perception about conflict of interest? You must have read the newspapers, many cases.
When you have a stake in the outcome,
But what kind of stake?
financial, monetary,
Only financial?
can one of the personal interest.
Personal. How do you define personal interest?
Is something which comes free of cost.
Okay. You are right, absolutely. There could be many things. Say, you are asked to become a member of a selection committee before which your own cousin will appear as a candidate. Your cousin or nephew, niece might be a candidate. Would it be proper for you to be a part of the interview board? No. Why? Hmm?
He may reject me.
It's a conflict of interest. It's not nepotism. Nepotism will take place if you select him. Then you'll be accused of nepotism. But as of now, You have an open mind. Your cousin, first cousin, is a candidate. Would it be proper for you? So therefore, it is essentially a part of the ethics, appropriateness of a certain response. Your inner voice should say that. The Gandhiji talked about inner voice. You need not go for advice from outside. There is no rule book to consult. You need not take advice of a friend. मेरे भतीजा आगे क्या करो? No. It is your inner voice. Now, it is the strength of the inner voice that decides what matters, what matter means conflict of interest. There cannot be any set of rules or regulations on that, but conventions. So, the term conflict of interest is a quasi-judicial expression. It's a quasi-judicial expression and usually refers to the dilemma faced by a judge presiding over a court or a public servant, elected or non-elected civil officials. This is also important for a non-elected, elected minister also. Take for instance the recent case of a member of parliament who is entitled to appoint large number of personal staff. So in his wisdom, he had appointed his own first cousin as his personal staff, second cousin as number 2, and the third cousin as number 3. Now, this is obviously not a fair act. Now, apart from the usefulness of these persons, I mean the degree of usefulness, the fact remains this is a case of mala fide exercise of discretionary powers. Legally you are perfect right, you have the liberty to appoint. Okay? But if a minister appoints his own son as PA, there is a conflict of interest. Because he might carry more weight than a normal PA by virtue of his being the son of the minister. As it happened in the case of Lokayukta of Karnataka. His son became his problem, a pain in the neck, so to say. So he had to resign. Therefore, he should not have appointed his son as his PA and on this particular ground of conflict of interest. Okay? So, therefore, what it means is the dilemma that a judge or a civil servant might face when a matter comes up for a decision in which he or she may have some personal interest or involvement of a nature, this is very important, involvement of a nature that may influence his or her decision and discretion. If I know somebody is fine, but nature of the involvement is critical. Whether the nature of the involvement is such that it might influence his decision. Okay? Now, it means that in such a situation, it will not be possible for the judge or the public servant to retain his impartiality, to act impartially or retain his objectivity. See? And fairness in a measure less than what is expected of him. So, it will prejudice his mind and therefore it might influence his decision. That is not in the public interest. So, therefore what it means is that it imposes a disability, a handicap on him or her which renders him incapable of just, proper and fair decision as per the policy or law in the matter concerned. In other words, a conflict of interest means a situation where, because of the public servant's knowledge, familiarity of the person concerned, he feels that he suffers from a disability. He might have a soft corner and might have other kinds of sentiments also. He might consider him as an enemy also. Quite possible that a person who has been a known adversary is also a candidate. So any feeling that renders him incapable of taking a course which is impartial, fair, and proper. Therefore, he should consider this as a disability. Okay? Now, the convention in the court's convention has been for a judge in such a situation to recuse himself. A judge would recuse himself from the bench before which such a matter is placed. He recuses himself. An example of such recuse in recent case is the case of a judge of the Honorable Supreme Court who recused himself in a company matter on the ground that he held at that point of time some shares of the company involved in this matter placed before the bench. And therefore, this indicated his personal stake in the company. I am a shareholder of the company. A matter that has come before me relates to the company to which I have held some shares. Therefore, I may not have a totally impartial approach to the problem. So this is one example of a person recusing himself. Yeah, tell me.
Sir, MPs, MLAs increasing their own salary is a conflict of interest or not?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Self-promotion, you see, self-promotion, promotion of one's own interest is definitely a matter in which you are influencing the legislature because you control the legislature. There will be always unanimity in such matters, you see. So definitely this is a point raised in a magazine that an impartial body should have been appointed to go through the emolument structure of the legislature. And if their committee was examined by also a body independent of the secretariat, and then this body's recommendations are considered for acceptance, and then the government could go ahead. That would have been in the true spirit of law. Okay. Now, this is a case of a Supreme Court judge. Public servants likewise face often situations in which either his or in a personal capacity as a member of a community or resident of a locality or as a member of a body corporate like a housing cooperative society or shareholder of a private company, shares acquired from his own income, is faced with the official duty of deciding matters pertaining to these bodies that will affect their interests. So unlike members of the judiciary, this is very important, conventions in matters of conflict of interest are not so clear as the civil servants' exercise of executive powers do not involve adjudication as in court cases and often involve decisions taken for reasons placed on record in file. This is very important. You see, a civil service decisions are often administrative decisions. These are taken on the basis of reasons recorded on a file. Okay? It's not adjudication. Adjudication means where lawyers appear for both the parties. Okay? The lawyers appear representing both the interest and you record the points made and thereafter you take a reasoned decision which is placed on record. But in case of civil servants, there are occasions when your decision is final. It's not adjudication. It is an executive decision. Therefore, in such situations, how do you deal with such executive powers? In fact, the next question that I will deal with precisely relates to this problem. But the proper course would be that some cases of conflict may go unnoticed and later on revealed by the media. That Falana Sahab ne ye kiya hai. That he did these, etc., etc. And thereafter they may say, yeah, this is wrong, this, that, etc. So therefore, one has to be extremely careful. Judges are in a superior position. You see, and when a civil service officer acts as a, say, subdivisional officer, he exercises quasi-judicial powers. See, like powers under the revenue laws. Now, important thing, which will come to the next question particularly, on matters of land, everything must be placed on record. Because whatever actions you're taking, you see, it's not the end of the matter. A person has a right to file an appeal against your order. And the order is always that the records are called, and the appellate authority has the power to examine the appropriateness of the action in terms of law, rules, and regulations. However, in such cases, when we are not deciding anything in a quasi-judicial manner, the matter boils down to the subjective satisfaction of the civil servant based on his, what Gandhiji called, inner voice, dictating a course of action keeping in view the degree of his involvement or interest or stake in that particular matter. Which means that if he is convinced that his involvement is such that it would influence his mind, if it had not influenced already, and therefore cause partiality and incapacity and handicap to look at the matter objectively, this, which is an essential part of integrity of his official work, he should refrain from taking up the concerned matter and keep his superiors informed in the interest of his standing as an official of integrity and probity. This is very important. Which means that ultimate interpretation of what constitutes conflict of interest rests with the individual person on his inner voice. He has to do some what is called soul searching. What is his degree of involvement in this matter? I'll give you an example. When I was district magistrate, there's a temple. Panditji has been known to me. In fact, whenever he joined, we went to his temple and he blessed us in the normal course. So he wanted some land adjacent to the temple. Now, I thought whether there's a conflict of interest, that I have been going there to the temple offering pujas. He also comes. But then I found that this particular matter is a public matter. The large number of devotees organized by the Panditji find a representation that this land that was originally allotted is flood affected, flood prone, erosion affected. Whatever allotment of land was given could not be put to use, etc. It is on the bank of a river that has changed its course, etc., etc. So I had gone through the matter and I came to the conclusion that the fact of the matter, the issue is that 2 bighas of land was allotted to the temple. Because of erosion, the land is now reduced to little above 1 bigha. So the purpose for which it was given, and 2 bighas were considered adequate. And because of circumstances beyond his control, the temple authority is now left with only 1 bigha. So by applying the concept of public interest, his request for 1 bigha of land was duly examined and recommended and finally sanctioned. So there is no conflict of interest in this case, because I found that my involvement in this matter, just for example, is not that serious. Now, it is not a private matter, it is a public matter. Therefore, I am one of the many devotees. I try to argue myself. I am not the only one who goes to the temple, there are hundreds of people. So it has acquired the case of a public interest. And therefore, it meets a public need, a social need, a religious need, a cultural need. And it is justified on the ground the land that was originally given could not be somehow made available to him. The government could not do it because the land was eroded. So possession of only 1 bigha plus was given to him. So on this ground, you resolve your conflict of interest. So this is a kind of process, mental process, that has to be gone into. So the answer to this is that essentially it is subjective assessment of the official about the degree of his involvement and whether this creates sufficient hindrance, constraint, or handicap to enable him to decide the matter objectively and impartially in the larger public interest. Fine. Okay. Now we come to the last question. It's a pretty long question. Question number 13 that deals with the land matter. I suggest, ladies and gentlemen, you please go through it quickly. It is at Rampur village question, no? Okay. हो गया? पढ़ लिया? Now tell me, in this rigmarole, in this entire question, what are the basic action points in the first part?
Rod is not suitable.
No, I'm asking about, you see, directions. What are the directions that you got?
Check out the papers and arrange the
Good, excellent. He wants you to check out all the papers relating to the land and ensure that his visit is properly arranged. Second part is summed up in the beautiful Hindi word bandobast, which means मैं आ रहा हूँ, आप थोड़ा बंदोबस्त कीजिएगा. This is you take, this is the second part. Now the second part is not important right now, because bandobast at any case would be done. When a senior officer is visiting, necessary action would be taken, like reservation of room in the circuit house, sending a vehicle, arranging for food, etc., and some reasonable comforts. So that part. Now what are the implications of the first part of this order? He wants you to check out all the papers relating to it. Right? As I mentioned earlier, a quick but intensive reading to ascertain the direction from the above and action points would reveal the following. What are the facts? Now, can you sum up main facts and issues which emerge from this reading? You have to quickly go through it. You see, you have to read this question very carefully, word by word. It is a loaded question. It's a very loaded question. And every sentence has a meaning. Right? You have gone through? Okay. Now, let's see. I am analyzing it. And if you don't agree, feel absolutely free to say so. Okay? Now, what it means in bureaucratic language is that, first, this expression, he wants you to check all the papers relating to it, which means this is a direction to conduct a local inquiry. In our language, we call it conduct a local inquiry. And what are the findings of the local inquiry? First is the land in question was acquired for the local panchayat. This is the sentence. The land was acquired for the local panchayat at a nominal cost. So it was acquired not for school, but for local panchayat. No, it is written here, acquired for. Here it is written acquired for. Okay, all right. Even if it is from, it makes no difference. Local panchayat at the nominal cost, which is now proposed for school. Fine, it is from the local panchayat. Now, the first question is, there is a change of purpose. The change of purpose is we want to set up a school. Now, there are clearances but no certificate from the architect. This shows that the land has not been put to any use so far. Abhi wo khali hai. Land is vacant. So the status of the land is that it is vacant. No certificate from the architect has been made, and presumably no action has been taken to build anything. So it is vacant. Okay. Second part, that the plot is a part of Thakurgarh Fort. There is a word here, it is a heritage site. This suggests that it was notified as a heritage site under a law. You see, just by saying that this is a heritage site, it does not become a heritage site. So I assume that this is a heritage site notified under an act. You go to any Makburas or whatever in Delhi, you will see a blue board. This is notified under so-and-so section of the Archaeological Survey Act, etc., etc. So this blue board notifies that the government decision to regard it as a heritage site, which means that it cannot be put to any other use. So there's a big racket in Delhi about these Makburas, and it's a city of tombs, I call it. It's a city of tombs only. Wherever you go, you see this tomb. I'm not particularly happy about it though. And these tombs occupied a lot of land. Over the years, many people have constructed houses, extended their houses, etc. So in areas like House Khos, etc., there's a huge land problem. The owners, occupants, would always approach Archaeological Survey of India to denotify certain areas. Now imagine the financial implications of this decision in terms of crores of rupees. The land belongs to the government. And now if you denotify, there are certain laws which lay down that a certain area around the tomb or a heritage site should be kept free from any kind of encroachment, etc. So, therefore, it is safe to presume that this was notified under the law, and hence the land cannot be put to use without approval of the authority that notified the fort as a heritage site.
It says that a heritage site has not been addressed.
Pardon?
Sir, where it is given? It is not given, sir, that.
No, What it says is this, you see, look, read it carefully. The development charges on the existing plot at the fort will be very high, and this is one part. The development charges are one part. Second part is, and question of heritage site has not been addressed. So this is second part of the sentence. So the question means legal issue. That is the question. Whether legally you are in a position to make use of that heritage site, whether it is permissible. Therefore, the second part will be the plot is a part of Thakurgarh Fort, a heritage site, suggesting that it was notified as such under the law and hence cannot be put to use without approval of the authority that notified the fort as the heritage site. So that answers the question. Next point is that the development charges will be high, which you mentioned. That comes later. Okay. What are the other 2 points? Good. The plot is unsuitable for the school as it is, within quote, well away. Well away is an interesting Indian expression. You see, the Indian English has its own charms, no doubt about it. It's remarkable. Well away means actually it is far away. Kafi dur hai. That's what you want to say. But you put it that way. Fine. It's well away. And hence will be inconvenient for the children. And considering the potential of the village to grow into a larger habitation. Say village may be a large village. You see, Ajkal, every village has 3,000, 4,000, 2,000 population. So therefore, what it means is that more and more children might be forthcoming. So the school may have to cater to the needs of a larger and growing population. Okay. And considering the potential of the village to grow, school located in the village itself, that is the logical conclusion, or close to it, not well away, as this site is going to be, will serve the cause of education or community better. This is one finding. Now, the last point. What is the last point? Very crucial in this matter. Oh. Yeah, there is a hint of a possible dishonest motive. There's a hint. There's no proof. But he has heard कि ये फलाना वो जो था उनका रिश्तेदार है. This is the usual problem in India. When you acquire any land, a former president of India who happened to be of Assam had a lot of land in a district which was acquired by Oil India for locating their pipelines. There was a lot of controversy. Why was the pipeline route selected to cover the big politicians' land? Now, whether this was the proper alignment, most viable alignment. Alignment of the pipeline is very important. The Syria conflict is going on because of the alignment of the pipelines. Gas pipelines which are to flow from Turkmenistan down to up to Europe. This is the issue. So what is called in Syria, there's a Shia pipeline is being planned by Iran and Assad, backed by Russia, whereas these Saudis are working out a Sunni pipeline. See? So the conflicts are not only confined to individuals but to pipes also. The pipes acquired the character. This is not my opinion. It is in an article in The Economist. Do any of you know about Economist of London? I suggest you must read it. Exactly. Indian Express is to be read only for that reason, not for other reasons, maybe for that. Excellent. And Economist, in my view, is the best English language news magazine. No question about it. Way back in my younger days, when I was in college, there was an English principal who used to make it a point to keep a copy of Economist, New Statesman of London, and Times Literary Supplement on the college hall. one day he came and I saw me going through economics, not being able to make head or tail out of it. Then he said, young man, try to read this. It will stand you in good state. I remember these words very much. I must talk about him. His name was Dr. Harold John Taylor, an Englishman, with a remarkable sense of humor. An extremely civilized way of, taking humor at his own cost. You see, he was a physicist. He studied in Cambridge, got his PhD. And when he introduced himself to us, fresh students, he said, ladies and gentlemen, I would like you to take me rather seriously. I was the only student of Lord Rutherford in Cambridge who could not pick up the Nobel Prize. All others got. He only could not get the Nobel Prize. This is a highly sophisticated British way of expressing a sense of humor at his cost, a joke at his cost. Now, coming to think of it, well, now this hint is very important. What do you make of it? What is the implication of this hint?
So there is more than a hint.
You see, here, now look at objectively. You might have put it yourself into a similar situation somewhere. Now, this is a prima facie evidence. It's not a evidence of any wrongdoing. See, therefore, one has to be very careful in reporting these matters. Because in the service, one should not create lifelong enmities. Your predecessor is a colleague. Someday, you may work together. So you have to think of the interest of the cadre, interest of the service, interest of your own interpersonal relationships. Keeping that view, it would be wiser to just note the possibility of a bias in the decision to use that land prima facie unsuitable for the purpose of locating the school. Okay. Now, but one must note the Sarpanch's interest in locating the school on Panchayat land, even though it would not be convenient for the children. Therefore, it is not in the interest of the village. It's not in the public interest. Okay? Now, what you might say that the predecessor's personal interest, nature of which can be found out only after further inquiry, to establish the nexus between him and the Sarpanch, not confined to family relations. Whether his family relations created a conflict of interest, and he should not have, helped him to get that land. These are the issues, but it would be wise to hint it. But there is another possible further nexus between Sarpanch and the education department. These three vested interests, likely sources of vested interest, could be mentioned.
So what is vested interest here?
Vested interest is investing on a land, establishing a school by the government, using government money, which is not in the public interest, but it might serve the interest of the Sarpanch.
How it might serve the interest of the
Panchayat land. It is to be established in Panchayat land.
Yes, but whether it is in the Panchayat's interest or in the Sarpanch's interest.
How is it in the surface interest?
Because Panchayat, being a body representing the local people, would not have, in the ordinary course, agreed to locate the school on a totally unsuitable location.
But sir, what is surplus we get from these deals?
That is to be seen, examined. You never know. But prima facie, you see, what this statement shows that public interest demanded location of the school at a suitable place, not at the asking of the Panchayat, Sarpanch. So,
So there is a vested interest. I mean,
So this can be put, yes. So the development charges will be high. You never know whether contractors, etc., or Sarpanch's nephew may be a contractor. All these things cannot be ruled out. So first is, why go for excess expenditure in the public interest when a cheaper option is available and a more convenient location for these children. After all, the school is only for the children. You see? So public interest, coming back to the basis of government decisions, whether the public interest is better served by this or that location. So now, what are the questions? Let's see, how do you deal with it? There are various options. Now this, I leave it to you. Let's see, how do you react? There are 4 options, First option is,
He won't be doing his duty.
you can await the visit of the superior officer and let him take a decision. Now this is the expression of chalta hai attitude. हमें कुछ लेना देना नहीं है, हमने जो कुछ करना था कर लिया, पेपर हमारे पास है, वो साहब जो करेंगे वो होगा. इसमें देखिए मेरे प्रीडिसेसर इस चक्कर में है, पंचायत वाला भी इस चक्कर में है, हमें उसमें ज़्यादा जाना ठीक नहीं. चुपचाप, don't do anything. Now this is obviously not a correct option. It is not a proactive action. It is not a positive approach. It is not reflecting any concern for public interest or urgency of the matter, or to prevent possibility of excess expenditure more than what is required, etc. Lack of empathy, lack of interest. What is called creative interest is lacking. Isn't that so? Okay. Second option, now you can seek his advice in writing or on phone. What do you think?
It should be done after taking inquiry from his end. He should have all the facts in front of him before he can call his senior officer and ask for his advice.
Okay, now first option I thought response could be like this. First option is not advisable because the superior officer was apparently keen on the plot. He was apparently keen, so he rang him up, isn't it? First part. Apparently keen on the plot and hence would not like to be surprised with an adverse report on arrival. साहब पहुंचने के बाद आपने कहा कि वो सब नहीं होना चाहिए, तो आप क्यों मुझे पहले भी नहीं बताया? So nobody would like to be surprised. These days, thanks to mobile phone and fax and internet and all that, communication has become faster. So nobody would like to be surprised. On arrival, ये जो स्थिति है, क्यों मुझे नहीं, हम इतना, I have taken so much of pains to come in the public interest, and I have to go back, etc. क्यों नहीं बताया? So therefore, this is ruled out. And he might have expected prior information before he undertook the journey. अगर ये स्थिति है तो मुझे क्यों नहीं बताया? You could have sent me a fax, email, or whatever. This is one response. So this is ruled out. Second option, tell me.
You should tell him on the phone, but after initial inquiry from his end. After calling his predecessors and if there is another plot, then he can talk to his senior that these are our options, what will we do?
Okay. Any other thought on the subject?
So what if the senior officer already knew everything and it was because his predecessor cleared everything? Senior officer might have been present at that time also and he was aware of all this. So this won't address the issue completely.
No, but was he aware of the facts that this officer, present occupant, found during local inquiry? No.
I think it's a duty for the officer to at least inform or notify him about the facts, and then in return also can seek his advice, preferably in writing.
You see, this particular question has been said, keeping in view the case of Ashok Khemka. This appears to me. You see, on land matters, seeking instructions over phone is not wise. Because it is a quasi-judicial process. Any question about land that you may get in your ethics paper, please remember, matter of allotment of land to anybody involves a quasi-judicial process. And the decision is subject to appeal or review by competent authorities. Please remember this very well. Entire system of administration in India was based on the directions of Lord Cornwallis and Warren Hastings, who created the institution of district magistrate and collectors in 1773 in Bengal Presidency. And this system was extended to other parts of the country. Lord Cornwallis, Hastings, and Lord Macaulay created the judicial administrative system of India. And very little has changed, frankly. The Indian Penal Code was enacted in 1861. Land revenue laws were framed in the year of our Lord 1794. You know what you call the Cornwallis Code of Lord Cornwallis, separating executive and judiciary, creating the post of district judges, district magistrates, giving district magistrates the power to try cases up to a certain point. The concept of committing cases to sessions court, all these were laid down in the administrative instruments that Lord Cornwallis and later Lord William Bentinck created the institution of the divisional commissioners. You see, the system that was developed in Bengal Presidency extended to its entire jurisdiction, which included Malaya, the state settlement of Singapore, Burma, the whole of Bengal, Bihar, Assam and Odisha, and what you call UP today up to 1836, when the province of northwestern provinces was created. So this system is based on records, facts on record. This particular expression is very important in bureaucracy, which we've learned. Facts on record, evidence on record. So therefore, on land matters, my response would have been that on land matters, seeking instructions over phone is not wise because it is a quasi-judicial process. Hence, the more appropriate step is to prepare a statement of the case, you see, and send it to the superior officer by fax or any other means so that he could see the position before undertaking travel and apply his mind. So, based on the local inquiry, a report, which in bureaucratic language is called a statement of the case. A statement of the case of land at Rampur village for establishment of a school. That's the title. You send it to him. Okay? So he's not surprised. He may change the decision to visit. There's no guarantee that he would still come. Why? If he was so very involved, then this report would have thrown some kind of cold water, you know. So he said, all right, visit, postpone karo. The matter ends there. Now, next option. Do you agree with this option? Okay? Right? a statement of the case has to be sent well before the scheduled visit of the superior officer. Okay? There is no demerit. This is the only action possible. Whether it's a superior officer or a minister. Minister ने कहा मैं वहाँ आज जाके foundation stone, I am going to lay the foundation stone. Suppose there is an order from the minister, from the department. मैं आ रहा हूँ, I am going to lay the foundation stone at Rampur village. Please organize, etc. बंदोबस्त कीजिए. Maximum number of people should be mobilized. Children should sing songs. Some cultural programs will have to be organized. Inform Mahila Mandal, inform this, that, or the other. Fine. But then, you are duty bound because you have been asked to visit and report facts of the case, which means conduct of a local inquiry. Inquiry is incomplete unless you prepare the report. पिकनिक के लिए तो नहीं गया आप रामपुर में, क्यों गया? शिकार के लिए भी नहीं गया. हमें वहाँ जाना पड़ा कुछ काम के लिए. तो काम जो किया है, it has to be placed on record. As per the orders, I visited such and such place, and my findings are etc. This is what is called prepare a statement of case. This is what is called preparation of a statement of case, right? Now, last option is, what is your feeling? You can consult your predecessor. How will you consult him? He may not be anywhere around. You have to call him on phone. Why should you call him? You see, in administration, it is records which are important. What are the facts on record in the file about that particular land? Is there any scope for discussion? Is he going to throw any light or clarify? Or are you going to ask him that, is Sarpanch aapka koi rishtedar hai? It is, if you say so, you are going to create bad blood. Immediate bad blood will be created. हाँ सुना है आपने कुछ हेराफेरी किया है, ये आपका रिश्तेदार है. This is the way. See, this is a very tricky matter, extremely tricky matter. Interpersonal relations are very tricky. People have been known to get into serious trouble for one indiscreet remark. When I joined the IAS, our chief secretary was an ICS officer, a remarkable person by the name Ahmed Nazir Kidwai, A.N. Kidwai, ICS, 1937. Mr. Kidwai gave us an advice when he called on him. He said, you see, you should keep your mouth shut, but keep your eyes and ears open. This is the first advice. And remember that people come not to see your face or to you. They come to the office, the chair that you happen to occupy. So, there will be people who will say, sir, your knowledge of law is enormous. Sir, your knowledge of history is great. Sir, your understanding of the peasantry's problems is great. They will try to flatter you. Don't you ever start believing in this. If you start believing in this, you are finished. Don't believe in this. People, Aam Aadmi is fine from a distance, but when you have to deal with the Aam Aadmi, you get a different chehra altogether. They represent various interest groups. I give you one example of why and how these questions are so tricky and one must apply your mind. A simple sentence could be misinterpreted. Active voice could be made passive voice. You know? Whatever you said in English or whatever language, they might distort and local press might bring it. One officer, somewhat exasperated, by the fact that he was getting applications from the Muslims only for graveyards and mosques. So they come with petitions, I want land for graveyards or mosques. So he made this just question, how is it that the Muslims come only for graveyards and land for graveyards and mosques and not for schools or playgrounds or clubs as others do? This question was misinterpreted. So a complaint was sent to the officers that he has been insensitive and he has hurt the religious sentiments of the Muslims by making this comment. There's a hint what he really meant, that the Muslims are so backward that they're so concerned about life after death that they're worried about graveyards and mosques and not about things which matter more, like schools, hospitals, etc. Now this was the interpretation, and he was asked to explain. So he also explained with due respect, in a way he said that I never meant to do so. So lesson is that one has to be very careful in whatever you are saying, etc. Not only in relation to Ahmadmi, or the people who come, but also in relation to your colleagues. Because misunderstanding could be easily created without any problem. So this option, do you still agree that he should? No, fine. Then the last one is very important. What do you think? Okay, now he has already found out a plot. Mentally, prima facie decision is that it is better to have this school in the village. Now this is not a concrete decision. In the sense, he has not located a plot. Availability of the plot has to be seen also. Zameen hai ki nahi? Kiska paas hai? Whether it is government land, then I can get it free. If it's a private land, then I'll have to acquire it. There are so many other complications. So now, what should be the case?
We should continue on local inquiry about that alternate.
You see, this is a matter to be decided by whom, that is important. Whether the district officer or his superior, or it is a kind of a shared exercise of power. Because the superior officer had already shown some interest in the matter. Isn't that so? Okay. So therefore, ordinarily, what one does when you send the statement of case, merely pointing out why this land initially selected was not suitable, might give an impression that he has a negative mind. This officer has a negative mind. क्यों नहीं हो सकता है? These are these. Then if in the statement of case itself, a para is added saying, from whatever you have mentioned about the suitability of the village or a location close to the village, you add that prima facie, it appears that a site at the village would serve the school better. Therefore, if this is agreed in principle, an alternative plot of land could be found out. But if you find out already as a proactive manner whether this is justified or not, and then you can add that for your kind information, a plot number so-and-so is available. And I have found this out during local inquiry. So this will be a proactive nature. But that finding could be a part of the initial local inquiry and included in the statement of case that you have submitted. Pardon?
The word exchange is there.
The word can is also.
In what context could you read?
You can find out if any alternate plot can be got in exchange.
You You see, exchange is a dicey matter, legally. Exchange means exchange between two parties. Okay? Why do you get into this trouble?
That's what I'm saying, because the plot is in heritage site, so basically it should not have been sold at first place.
Well, yeah, then
Okay, then there is nobody will exchange with that plot.
what he probably, it is a, it's a problem with formulation of this sentence. What it means is that in place, not in exchange. Probably, the word is in place. You can find out if any alternative plot can be got in place of that earlier location at Rampur. And then send a comprehensive report. Now, comprehensive report should be given earlier, and that might as well contain a suggestion to consider an alternative plot. But it is not final. It has to be seen, examined, field verification, everything done, and then only you could make it, right? I think that completes whatever questions I've been asked to do. Well, 3.5 hours, pretty long. So, any question on this? No?
So in the last, can you suggest any other options apart from that?
Do you think, what is the other option available? Any option?
I could not think, so I am asking.
I think this is comprehensive, because the only option left was an alternative site. Okay?
So it's not necessary to suggest other options.
Yes,
You can leave it.
you can leave it. That this seems to be the only sensible, this seems to be the only course. Because ultimately, what is the matter? Matter is location of a school, a plot of land where a school is to be located. Okay? Now, you have suggested an alternative site. Might as well indicate the plot of land. This is the plot. That's all. What could be the other? Just think over it a minute. What could have been the other options? Right. Let me, in that case, ladies and gentlemen, seek your indulgence to conclude this interesting session. I've enjoyed immensely. I wonder to what extent you have been benefited. But may I just, at this stage, quote from C. Aurobindo. C. Aurobindo, as you might know, was selected for appointment to the Indian Civil Service. In the year of our Lord, 1889, he passed the examination. He obtained 11th rank in the Indian Civil Service examination. He had first-class degree in Oxford, in classics, mathematics, philosophy, natural sciences, in all subjects. His books are somewhat difficult to read at times, Latinized kind of English. But there's one part of it which I remember. For people like you who are appearing for the examination, keeping in mind the usual view that it's a matter of luck. Whenever anybody gets through the UPSC examination, people generally attribute to luck, good luck. There are hundreds of candidates, all are equally good. On this, Sri Aurobindo said in one of his poems, and I quote, when thou hast the command, HASST, when thou hast the command, care only to fulfill it. Care only to fulfill it. Rest is God's wishes and blessings, which men call luck, chance, or fortune. Unquote. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I wish you a very good luck in your endeavor.